1, I would have screamed at the polling unit. I had decided then that Professor Remi Shonaya was my choice for a progressive Nigeria where we, the electorate, hire and fire the people who serve us. Today, I have Flag It app to scream on. The app is not for reporting results, that's INEC's job, but we can gather information that can be used later by both INEC and even for elections petitions tribunals. Hopefully the elections are decided by voters and not the courts this cycle. So, even though we ask that we all vote wisely to move Nigeria from depression to development, vote your choice. Get to your polling unit early. Don't wear the colors or logo of any political party. Show your PVC. Get accredited with your fingers or facial recognition. Collect your ballot paper. Ink your index finger. Put it within the box in front of the party logo of your preferred candidate. Don't let your finger touch the lines. Then allow the ink dry for a few seconds and then fold the paper closed. Don't fold it in half where the ink can stain the box of another political party logo. That would invalidate your vote. All done. You can then stay 300 meters away from collation and counting. Please stay till the results are electronically transmitted onto INEC portal. The results, manually recorded by the INEC staff, must tally with what's sent by the machines. If anything suspicious happens at your polling unit, please don't get involved in exchanging words of violence. Just bring out your phone, tap on Flag It app and instantly report what's happening. The evidence will really help. There are over 176,000 polling units across Nigeria. We are the structure. If we want the candidate chosen by most Nigerians to win, there cannot be election rigging in these elections. We must ensure that. And whoever wins, Nigerians will come together to work with them to make Nigeria great. You and I will succeed in 2023.
Deep inside Ekwe, along the Lagos Lagoon, more than 145 villages are tucked away, far from the bustling city life. Lagos State, a vast expanse of lagoons and creeks with substantial coastal terrain, is both a place of interest and enigma. A beautiful disaster, a seaweed from South America, has taken over the lagoon, stopping life in its tracks. As far as the eye can see, water hyacinths create the sensation of endless green fields peppered with brilliant pink flowers. Women are giving birth depending on nature only, and their children are growing up, waiting for power and education, hoping for the future.
Àmọ́ gbéborùn kò jẹ́ ká jẹun. Abásíkì kò jẹ́ ká rí bí jáde olóyún ó máa ń bímọ sínú ọkọ̀ a lè lọ́jọ́ mẹ́ta ká tó gúnlẹ̀ sí tọ́ọ̀kì wàhálà yẹn wá pọ̀ jù àríbi jẹ àwọn kọ́sítọ́mọ̀ wa tó bá lọ sí ọ̀sà báyìí a máa gbé oúnjẹ lọ fún wọn lọ́hùn ni àríbi jáde ó dìtẹ́ẹ̀nì wa nílùú àríbi lọ síbì kankan àdẹ̀rí iṣẹ́ kọ̀ọ̀kan ọ̀sà là ń ṣe iṣẹ́ ọ̀sà là ń ṣe ṣé ti yẹn sìn ọ̀nà mọ́tò yẹn gangan kán wá bá wa ṣe kó dẹ̀ wá bá a la bíbí kán wá pa àkógbèbù kán bá a ṣe títì wa bá ti bá a ṣe títì wa à ní gbádùn.
From Ologbokere to Bodun, Oriba to Ibon. In coastal villages in Ekpe, people urgently need access to healthcare, clean water and sanitation, energy, and the means to ensure their livelihoods.
Omi mímu ó jẹ́ ìṣòro fún wa. Sometimes tá bá máa mu omi àfi ká gbé ọkọ̀ ká cross lọ sí other side láti lọ pọn omi borehole. Kí cross sí other side yẹn máa ń dojú kọ water hyacinth tá bá máa cross. Ìgbà míì ẹnu ọmọ mi lè lọ kó já lò 3 hours ní ìrìn tí ó yẹ kó ju 20 minutes. Tí ilẹ̀ bá ṣú wọn ẹ̀fọn mosquito ló máa jẹ wọ́n tí ó máa tó wá fa àrùn sí wọn lára. A ò ní hospital tí ìjọba lè fi máa care fún. Ìṣòro ńlá là ń dojú kọ tí àgbàlagbà bá sick, especially tí àwọn obìnrin bá lóyún tán bá máa bímọ. Èmi ọkọ̀ la máa gbé láti bí ká tó dé Ìjìnrìn èmi àti bímọ sínú ọkọ̀. Èmi ọmọ ẹ̀ á bímọ tán máa bleed tó jẹ́ pé èmi faint ká tó lè dé Ìjìnrìn. Àdẹ̀ tí ìrọ̀gbọ́n dá sí di wákàtí ìjọba náà láyé ń wojú ẹ̀. Àwọn àgbàlagbà wa tán bá ti dàgbà díẹ̀ tí òtútù bá ti mú wọn àti bí wọn dọ́sípítù náà wàhálà ni. Èmi tó jẹ́ pé ìrìn hospital tí ò yẹ kó ju 10 minutes or 15 minutes tó jẹ́ pé òbèlè kenú la máa lò ká tó lè gbé wọn dé hospital. Èmi á ti dákẹ́ ká tó dọ̀hún.
Iṣẹ́ ọ̀sà ni ọkọ mi ṣe àdẹ̀ máa ń ẹja yẹn máa lọ ń tà so àwọn ìgbébùnrin tó bá ti gbà mí báyìí ó máa ń wùkú wa àráyè ń jáde a lè lò 3 days 4 days ní ẹ̀yìn bíbá yìí tá a ní ráyè jáde rárá láti jáde lọ ta àwọn ọjà wa kọ̀ọ̀kan bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣàṣọ ìgbébùnrin yẹn gbogbo wọn iṣẹ́ tá à ń ṣe yìí òun la fi ń ṣiṣẹ́ ń bí la fi ń jẹun so tí gbébùnrin tá a bá tún wá ti lọ dẹ wọn kọ̀ọ̀kan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn ó máa ń ba gbogbo iṣẹ́ àwòrán yẹn ó máa ń bàjẹ́ so máa pcc ẹ̀ òun dẹ̀ la fi ń manage àfi ń jẹun bí so tá a bá dẹ̀ ti pé kọ̀ọ̀kan yẹn bàjẹ́ ṣá àbí kọ̀ọ̀kan bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe sí ìfẹ́fọ̀ láti ẹ̀ tí máa wá owó láti tún fi lọ fi ra nǹkan ẹ̀mí so àwọn gbébùnrin yẹn dẹ̀ máa ń disturb tẹ́ kó máa ń ba nǹkan yẹn jẹ́ tó dẹ̀ máa ń pcc ẹ̀.
Mo jẹ́ ọmọ Ìkòròdú mo wá sí bíbá láti wá ṣe iṣẹ́ apẹja torí wọ́n máa ń pẹja ń lu yìí torí ẹ̀ mo kọ́ṣẹ́ mechanic mo nídìí owó torí pé iṣẹ́ tí mo kọ́ mo fẹ́ ra irinṣẹ́ mo dẹ̀ fẹ́ ṣe freedom torí ẹ̀ mo wá sílùú láti wá owó láti wá ṣiṣẹ́ ọ̀sà.
Nǹkan tí mo rí ìbáyìí ni pé bí ìbáyìí bó ṣe wà kò sí iná ń bẹ̀ so school tó dẹ̀ wà ń bí ìbáyìí náà kẹrì kò tí sí tíṣà púpọ̀ níbẹ̀ kò sí tíṣà púpọ̀ ń bí ìbáyìí school tó wà ń bí ìbáyìí bẹ́ẹ̀ kẹ́ wọ́n textbook tó máa ń fún wọn ní ìgboro yẹn wọ́n gbé wá sí bí ìbáyìí fún wọn student wọn ní bí ìbáyìí kò dẹ̀ tí wá sí títì kò tún sí omi kò tún sí ẹni tí bọ́ọ̀ oríṣiríṣi àwọn bọ́ọ̀ tó wà nígboro kò sí ní bí ìbáyìí so nǹkan tó ń tẹ́ wa ní bí ìbáyìí nìyẹn.
Basic sanitation is absent, since their source of drinking water, the lagoon, also serves as the main conduit for waste disposal.
We need to create a coastal development agency at the level of Lagos State that can look at housing, infrastructure, water supply, health system for these people. We need to make this environment comfortable for these people to live in. Lagos is not just about the central Lagos or metropolitan Lagos. First and foremost, we need a short-term intervention. Government needs to come and reach these people at their health, especially the area of health challenges, water supply, and schooling. Secondly, as a long term, we need to create a coastal development agency at the level of state to address holistically all the problems encountered by these people.
This project is a call to action to support the sustainable development and human rights of these riverine communities.
Left Nigeria 2016 July, went through Benin to Kano, to Abuja, Abuja to Kano, Kano to Niger. So from Niger, we went to Agadez, as Agadez is also part of Niger. So from there, we embarked on the journey through the Sahara Desert. We were put on the truck, a very Toyota Hilux. We're like almost 30 on that Hilux. On the normal ground, that Hilux will not size 20 persons, but we're up to 30. We're packed like load, like goods on top the Hilux. And we spent 4 days on the Sahara Desert. There during the journey, there was no water. Water got finished. And we had to hold on till we were able to get to Mozouk. Mozouk is a town in Libya, downtown. So from Mozouk, I spent 2 days before I was actually dressed like a lady. Because if you are going in Libya, you have so many checkpoints. The soldiers there, they don't want to see black moving on the street. So because if I enter the taxi as a male to move, they are going to arrest me. So the connection man dressed me as a lady. I had to barb all my beards and my head, makeup, and the hijab. So when we get to the checkpoint, we just look the driver, because the driver is a Libyan man. So we greet the soldiers, they will allow us to pass. That was how I passed through, and I got to Tripoli. From Tripoli, I had to move to seaside, Sabrata, where I will cross. I actually tried to cross October 1st, 2016. That experience was a very ugly experience. During the journey on the high sea, the Mediterranean Sea, I discovered that the boat that we entered was having a leakage. So from there, that leakage, where the boat stopped, was no longer moving. We spent close to more than 3 hours on the sea. Everybody, you see women crying, you see the children crying, and at the end of the day, some were praying, the Muslims praying, the Christians praying. Then the police, the Libya police, they came to rescue us. They arrested us on that very occasion. I went to the prison. I spent more than 3 months in the prison. So from there, I called my family. They were able to raise money to release me. Well, finally, how I came back to Nigeria, I tried to cross again. So crossing again, I was actually arrested again. And I was taken to Gerian. There's a prison called Gerian. Irregular migration is not worth it. And people, they think that out there the pasture is green, and it's not true. You, at times when you experience these things, you are not, some persons, they experience these things, they are not normal, they are not the same again. So it's not good for other people to experience what we've experienced.
What can be avoided, which end is proposed by the Almighty, yet Caesar shall go forth. For this prediction is made to the world in general, and as to Caesar. This house is falling. A country preparing for election, economic growth, and development needs stability, political and economic. Whatever policy public or private, that derogates on the aforementioned will lead to restiveness, and same should be avoided. The Central Bank of Nigeria, sometime last year, announced its intention to redesign the Naira notes, and its reason were that the huge chunk of the Naira notes were not within the banking system, and that such is inimical to the economy. The Naira notes were eventually redesigned, and since then, peace have left us. The new notes have not been sufficient in circulation. The old notes have shrunk. The bank's ATM machines are not dispensing cash. Many are closing operations, and we are thrown into a litany of chaos. The CBN policy isn't well thought out. We have regressed miserably under the Emefiele CBN and are grossly disrespected as citizens. Why would you opt to redesign the Naira note without thinking it through? Why was the policy made at this time when the country is preparing for elections? Whose interests was this policy targeted to protect? Recently, 3 states approached the Supreme Court of Nigeria, praying it to grant an order restraining the federal government from enforcing the February 10th deadline, for which the CBN had earlier announced that the old Naira note will cease to be legal tender. The Supreme Court granted an ex parte order that the parties should maintain the status quo ante bellum pending the determination of the substantive suit. The federal government thereafter filed a preliminary objection, adding that the Supreme Court has no jurisdiction on the matter under reference. In view of the foregoing, Nigerians have been acting confused at the moment, as some market women won't accept the old notes, and the CBN won't speak to the public as the confusion lingers intolerably. I would therefore advocate that the federal government should allow the old and the new notes in circulation for at least 1 year to enable a gradual process of phasing out the old notes. The banks should desist from hoarding the new or the old notes to allow for a smooth transition of the process. The CBN should be responsible and stop making high-handed statements with unreasonable deadlines. We are not at war with the federal government, and the CBN should understand its role as it relates to money policy. There is absolutely nothing reasonable in the policy, as it has taken us miles backward, and this should come with consequences. The people involved in this thoughtlessness should be punished as a matter of necessity. We cannot allow a group of people with little or no knowledge of how to manage people, 200 million of us, without consequences. There must be consequences for this action as we brace up for the 2023 general elections. Get your PVC ready, brace up, make your choice, vote according to your conscience, don't sell your vote. I shall go to Rabbi again.
Hello and welcome to the program. I am Deji Badimasi. Now, the Supreme Court's ruling to temporarily stop the CBN's February 10 deadline to swap old Naira notes for new ones has generated varying degrees of reactions from different quarters in the country. Now, a 7-member panel of the Apex Court, led by Justice John Okoro, had made the ruling on Wednesday in an ex parte application brought by Kaduna, Kogi, and Zamfara states. While a cross-section of citizens heaved a sigh of relief over the Apex Court's judgment, others protested the decision, saying that the extension of time will only benefit politicians who intend to induce voters and, of course, buy votes during the elections. Now, shortly after the judgment, the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice Abubakar Malami asked the Supreme Court to dismiss the state government's suit now. In a recent development, however, the National Council of State on Friday backed the central bank's new Naira policy on the condition that it makes new Naira notes available or recirculate the old notes so as to ease the tension in the country. The council agreed that there's need for aggressive action on the part of the central bank as it relates to the implementation of the policy by ensuring adequate provision is made with regard to the supply of the Naira in the system. But do not forget, the council's position is actually advisory, so it's up to the president to actually make the final decision. Let's continue this discussion now. Let's look deeply now into this. I'm now being joined on the program by GT Ogunye, who is a lawyer. Mr. Ogunye, thank you very much for coming on the program. Let us start with this advice by the National Council of State. What do you make of it?
Well, the constitutional position is that the National Council of States is an advisory council. However, it is patent that its agenda, consistent with its constitutional mandate, is usually drawn by a sitting president. And that's why the issue of the Naira swap came up before the Council of State, and the second issue of the oil tanker crisis and the election that is coming up. So yes, the National Council of State is advisory, but his voice can be potent, particularly because the head of the judiciary and former head of states and presidents, all are members of this advisory body. Yes, it's advisory body. His voice is usually loud and is.
But the question I want to also ask you is: don't you think this kind of meeting should have taken place before this policy was rolled out in the first place, so that the CBN would have the opportunity to feel the pulse of the governors and these council members, rather than have the meeting after the damage has been done, if you like?
Now, ordinarily, the National Council of State should have even been the body to discuss the matter. There is a National Economic Council comprising all the governors in the Federation who are members under the Vice President, who is the chairman, given the broad mandate under the Constitution to discuss the economy. And the issue of legal tender, coinage, or money being used in the country is so central to the economy. Why was the issue not discussed there first? Why was it not discussed at the level of Council of States exhaustively? Why was the Ministry of Finance not carried along? So what is so unique about it that the exercise was conducted in a rather secretive manner, if you ask me? So the CBN governor will strut to the presidency, running after the president all over the place. Even if the president is outside Nigeria, he will go there to consult it, to the exclusion of the Council of State, to the exclusion of the Federal Executive Council, in a supposed democracy where transparency, accountability, due process, and the rule of law should predominate. So what's so secret about it? the money we're talking about, mind you, is not CBN Naira. It's Nigeria's currency now. The currency does not even belong to the federal government alone. It's Nigeria currency. So why are they conducting this thing as if they are doing it in a secret society? And now look at the bedlam that has been created. So my answer to that question is that they should have consulted all the stakeholders before coming out with this policy, which apparently now, given the way it's been implemented, was ill-thought, ill-conceived, and now, ill-implemented. And rather than come down from the arrogant horse of hubris, and then accept the fiasco that had been created. I mean, when the CBN, through its policy, and the federal government then become the agent of instability themselves, the agent of crisis. I mean, look at the people scaling the fences of banks. Look at the banks that have been destroyed in an economy that was hitherto fragile. Now, and I ask myself, was it that people in government sometimes just feel that, what can we now do more to increase or accentuate the pain of the citizenry? Okay, let's introduce this. Otherwise, if it ain't broken, don't fix it. Year one of an 8-year, in 4-year tenure, you didn't change the currency. Year 2, year 3, year 4, 5, 6, 7. Your last year, few months to your exit from power, you are now rushing this through and you are insisting that you are doing something so important. You are fighting corruption. So you didn't fight corruption to fight illicit election funding. In 2015, you are not in power then. In 2019, you had the opportunity. You didn't change the currency then. So too often, this argument is projected that corruption is being fought. And therefore, policies that are ruining us, that ruin people, that ruin the economy, that ruin lives, must be accepted. We must tolerate it. We must bear the hardship. I mean, these are the shenanigans we faced over the years. And I'm saying, enough. Enough. So, okay. The Council of State, the governors, our stakeholders, have had the dubious argument following the Supreme Court interim intervention that this is just a matter of policy. It's between the CBN and Nigeria. As if the CBN is a sovereignty on its own, is a country on its own, is independent. The monetary policy that the CBN superintends is the monetary policy of Nigeria. Okay? In the exclusive legislative list, in Schedule 2 of the Constitution, Item 15, on currency, coinage, and legal tender. That's an exclusive power to the federal government over which the National Assembly legislates. So there is a link here. Those who are thinking that the CBN is an island to itself, it can do whatever it likes with our lives, are wrong legally and in reality. They are inventing sophistries to run away with these shenanigans. And what they've done, that is not the law. So the National Assembly has competence to regulate the CBN. It carries oversight functions. So regardless of the fact that the CBN Act 2007 has statutory independence that they talk about, that statutory independence granted the CBN is to ensure that it has operational efficiency. It is not a statutory independence granted for it to do what it's doing currently with our lives. If the argument were valid, that the CBN is an island itself, is accountable to no one and is responsible to no one, and therefore nobody could interfere in what it's doing on the critical issue of legal tender, which I've argued doesn't belong to the CBN alone. Why did the CBN government go to the chambers of the Federal Executive Council for the president to launch the money? So what has the president got to do with it? So why are they saying that the federal government is the one fixing the deadline? Is the one giving directives? So why is he running all over the place to meet with the president? If the CBN is an island unto itself, so why is Emefiole running all over the place to get the president backing on the matter. Therefore, in reality, the CBN does not operate as an island. In any case, for those who are suggesting that, because I've heard the argument, that those who thought that they are wiser than the Supreme Court, by the way, you can critique the judgment of the Supreme Court and its rulings. That's fair enough, within the bounds of decency, and say, law, because judges also encourage judicial review, by the way, in learned journals.
Yeah.
But the point is that don't assume that those who are the Supreme Court do not know the law. Courts and judges have the power, so motu, lawyers say, to raise the issue of jurisdiction, so that when the matter was brought before the court and they gave that interim order, they could have asked the counsel to those 3 states, look, why are you here? Do you think that we have jurisdiction over this matter? We don't have, so we'll throw it out. They won't have to wait for any AGF or anybody to come and school them, or his hired lawyers to come and tell them that. They know the issue of jurisdiction, and they know that the CBN is an agency of the federal government. It's an agency of a disclosed principal. That principal is the federal government of Nigeria. And so when people then argue that, there is no dispute between the states and the federation on the issue, and that if the states have disputes with the CBN, what are they suggesting? States, sub-sovereigns, should now go to the Federal High Court, the federal government's court, to go and sue an agency of the federal government, CBN. Is that what they are suggesting? So all the states now, including Kano State and Ondo States, will now go before a federal high court in Abuja to say, Emefiele, we are suing you. Is that not silly? Okay? So there's a dispute. And the dispute is on the issue of the economy, over which the state governors have a right in the National Economic Council to deliberate, to talk about how these things have to be done over the monetary life of the Nigerian people. Because Nigerians spend money in these states anyway, and their citizens are being impacted. And you are saying that they have no dispute. They have a dispute, and to my mind, the Supreme Court rightly intervened. In any case, given the fiasco that we're talking about, which the National Council of State has now intervened in by advising and giving a conditional support that, look, we support what you're doing, but make the Naira available and recirculate the old ones. How can anybody doubt the judicial and judicious essence and import of the Supreme Court as a stabilizer in offering that opportunity to a fumbling federal government and the CBN, apparently, to save face? So why could anybody go to that court and be challenging the jurisdiction of the court when the opportunity was offered on the platter of gold? You fumbled, you've messed up, you have not printed sufficient money. That's obvious. So stop scapegoating banks. Stop saying that they are holding money.
Let me quickly ask you. Let me ask you this. Sorry, I have to interject here. If you can hear me, sir, can you hear me? Yes.
I can understand it.
Yeah. Okay. Now, the Supreme Court ruling, of course, despite the Supreme Court ruling, I should say, the CBN hasn't said anything. The federal government too. Well, the Minister of Justice said the ruling will be obeyed, but then the CBN hasn't said anything, and then banks have sent messages to their customers. As a matter of fact, I got a message from my own bank telling me that the deadline still stands and that people must change their money, that nothing has changed. Is that a violation? Could we say that is a disregard for the ruling of the Supreme Court?
That's a contumacious and flagrant affront. It is a violation. And this is what we talked about. You know, the executive branch of government allows matters to suffer neglect and then crisis, or call it things that can be arrested and then crisis that can be averted. Immediately that order was given, a face-saving order, the Attorney General ought to have issued a statement. The CBN ought to have come forward. We are complying with the order. You've even forgotten that the president promised 7 days. Has he resolved his thing within 7 days now? So it was an opportunity for them to save face. So, and then you are now saying, yes, we will obey the order. It's not open to the AGF to even debate on whether it's going to obey the order. The Attorney General of the Federation, yes, is an office created by Section 150 of the Constitution and granted with broad power under Section 174. That office is very important. It's said to be the only ministerial post that is separately created under the Constitution and given powers therein. However, the AGF is not an appellate authority over the Supreme Court. It's not. Not to talk of the CBN. So really, it's not open to them to discuss whether they will obey the order or not. Section 287 of the Constitution is clear that the decision of our court, particularly the Supreme Court, is binding on all authorities and persons in Nigeria. Okay? And so, by not quickly obeying the directive and allow things to be the way they are, now bankers are now saying the deadline still holds and all that. What do they mean by the deadline still holds? Which deadline are they talking about? When, by their own showing, their Council of State are now come forward to say that recirculate the issue. And you know what I really think about this matter? So that you know how dire our situation is. Because people will be wondering. Unfortunately, we are not being offered explanation. My suspicion is that this policy was presented to this president, and the precedent of what he did, the 12-day magic he did during the military era in 1984, including the dirty side of it, the 53 suitcases belonging to the Emir of Gwandu allegedly through Major Jokolo at the airport then. So he was enamored of his past. Oh, you can do it. This is very important. You will live on the high and all that. And he bought into it. Without question being asked about the implementation modalities. And after buying into it, this is and I feel strongly about it. They then realized down the road that the mint locally here does not have the installed capacity to quickly print this money in the desired quality. And that's why we are even talking about the quality. Unlike in the past when they were printing this money outside the country.
Outside the country.
Here is Nigeria borrowing money from overseas to do things, not be able to have money. So will it borrow money from IMF now to print its own currency? And so it was discovered too late that the capacity was not there. But instead of them to come out and say, look, we're sorry. We know we've embarrassed the country. Pardon us. We are being patriotic. We thought that the means we have the capacity to do these things. We have now discovered that it doesn't have. They started imposing impossible conditions for Nigerians to
withdrawal limits.
Yes, and Nigeria now are in tears. Oh, you think that it's funny. I don't know what your experience is. I've been raising money on the streets. I'm saying that I'm GT Ogoye. I've been raising money on the streets. So Nigeria are trading in Naira. And rather than deal with the issue, Nigeria are now self-condemning, self-incriminating. Oh, they are bad. The bankers are stupid people. They steal money. Oh, the POS people, they are bad people. Oh, Nigeria are not people of conscience. A government has created a condition of dog eat dog. And instead of you to focus on that source, you are now, some people are saying, no, look at all the politicians and the opportunistic intervention. When the thing started, at the highest level, including those who are campaigning, they say, this is a very solid whatever, we'll fight whatever. By the turn of the time, the crisis was now boiling over, they started changing their statement. They don't have character and conscience and good judgment. This is not how you run the affairs of of state. And so we have no other person to blame for this than the federal government, in particular the president himself. He inherited the CBN governor. He had every reason. In 2015, given the allegation they themselves were making about how the CBN was shelling out dollars to their political rivals during the election to demand the resignation of the CBN governor, and said, no, you can't do this. For 6 months, he was putting together his government. He didn't do that. Not only that, he then, when his tenure ended, the president renewed his tenure. So he had confidence in the CBN governor. We thank him for that. Now look at the mess. So they have no other person to blame than themselves. So and they should stop.
I'm afraid we just have to end the discussion here because
propaganda and sending all the anti-corruption agencies to go out. I was angry because I'm ever, you know me, I'm ever supportive of anti-corruption agencies. But when they start going to town and using video to confuse Nigeria and all that, which are going to do with what is on the streets, where people are using naira to purchase naira in their own country, as if Nigeria is in a state of war. So what is wrong with us? So the Supreme Court has acted rightly, indeed, for the purpose of argument. Even if the Supreme Court had a doubtful jurisdiction on the matter, but given the issue of policy involved, had judiciously decided that, look, this intervention is warranted. Why would anybody in the circumstances, not to talk of those people who are carrying placards, those people hired
protesting against the decision of the Supreme Court?
What is wrong with us as a people? Why do we create crisis for ourselves like this? Why is the argument so skewed against the ordinary people? Election is coming, you say that, yes, because you are fighting. What is my business with the election? We'll be conducting elections in Nigeria over and over and over again now. So it's because of election that Nigerians have now gone poorer. And people are not conducting surveys yet on the impact of this mandate on the economy, on the health, the poor health of our economy, on the long term. People are not conducting survey. When you use your money to be purchasing your money, well, even if 2,500 and all, Nigerians are going poorer. That is not what Nigerians deserve. So, my wish is to see that the federal government of Nigeria and the CBN will do the right thing. They will not even allow adjudication on the matter of the Supreme Court by going there to say that, look, we are going to comply. Don't do anything. We are making amends and all that. We will do everything normally and properly and all that. I have referenced the section 20 of the CBN Act that says that once you change legal tender for about 6 months, you will still need to, and this is done in other jurisdictions. People talk about international best practices. So have they forgotten about that now? Have they forgotten about the practice in England currently, where currency is being changed, and you take over a year more than for the old currency to, and as they do everywhere, why is the approach here always knee-jerk? Why is the approach here always calculated, seemingly, to humiliate the ordinary people?
Well, Mr. Agunya, I think we just have to end the discussion here because we're actually out of time. If you can hear me, we're actually we're actually out of time. Let's just wait and see what the president does with the advice of the National Council of State now. I mean, that advice is pretty clear. Print more or you recirculate the old currency. So let's wait and see what happens. But it would have been nice to hear the central bank say something about that Supreme Court ruling. Unfortunately, we haven't heard anything from the Supreme Court. And then the banks are busy telling everyone that...
they can claim that they are not a party to it, so they can't say anything.
Okay.
So those who are a party to it have started saying something. So it's okay.
Okay, interesting. Thank you very much for your time, sir. Thank you so much for your contribution. Thank you.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. All right, we'll take a short break and we'll be right back. Don't go away.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, the truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Now let's discuss serious politicking. As you know, political rallies have become a regular feature in elections across the world. And Nigeria, of course, is no exception. As the country prepares for the upcoming general elections, candidates of various political parties are busy holding campaign rallies across the country and attracting huge crowds at this rally. Now, from theme songs to stump speeches and even negative campaigning, politicians are known to deploy different campaign strategies now in a bid to sway eligible voters. Now, a candidate's every word, action, and even their perceived thoughts are displayed and of course observed by members of the public, especially those who attend these rallies. One thing, though, is certain. Organizing these rallies are quite expensive, especially in Nigeria, where most times money is used to mobilize people to attend the rallies. And most times, of course, the candidates themselves only have just about 5 minutes to address the people, the crowd now at this rally. So the question is, do these rallies actually make any impact during elections, or they are more of a show of force? Let's discuss this some more. Joining me now, I have political affairs analyst Aki Fatunke, and I also have Dr. Kachon Onujuna, who is a political affairs analyst and, of course, a chieftain of the Labour Party. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for coming on the program. Let me start with you, Dr. Kach. Dr. Onujuna, I should say. Now, you look at these campaign rallies going on. You look at the crowds that attend these campaign rallies. You look at, especially the front runners in the presidential election. They keep attracting huge crowds at their rallies. The same states, they attract huge crowds. Sometimes you just find it difficult to tell the difference between the crowds of one party and the other. You get the impression that it's still the same group of people who attend one rally that actually attend the other and so forth. So do these rallies actually make any difference?
Yes. What you are describing, as I said, you're describing the current changes in our country. Our country used to do the old analog system of renting the same crowd within the same town, throwing the same rhetoric to them. But that is changing now. With the availability of social media, people are now doing what they call crowdfundings, as we're beginning now to see, organizing themselves. So yes, organizing themselves, communicating with each other after crowdfunding is new. Social media is also new to bring the news from far and wide to everybody instantly. Now, but it does not kill the old traditional methods of staging military kind of big rallies, big parades, you know, the military marches. These are the things of the past. It's not the same in other places where you have democracy.
Yes, and that's why I'm asking. These big rallies we see, and they're happening today, even though they're, as you said, traditional, but they're still happening. So these big rallies we see around the country today, do they make any difference at all in the actual election?
No, no. The big rallies only serve to sway emotions. For those who have not yet made up their minds, some of the big rallies can tell them or how to vote.
We appear to be losing you, Dr. Ononjuju. We appear to be losing you. We can while we try to figure out what the problem is, let me come to you, Mr. Fatunke. Give me your take on these huge rallies we see across the country.
Very interesting. There are two schools of thoughts. There is the school of thought, which is the received theoretical 2 + 2 = 4 kind of situation.
Okay.
And of course, there's this other school of thought that says 2 + 2 may be 5 because we are looking at it from a binary system. Practically speaking, I do not think, I may not necessarily agree with the import of my thoughts here, but I do not think that those crowds and those rallies are not making impact. I will draw a parallel. We will have, for instance, our religiosity. And when people just say, hey, wait a minute, you're going to see a Father Christmas or a Mother Islam somewhere or a Juju man somewhere, and everybody just troops out to go make a lot of noise because poverty, joblessness has been the order of the day. And so on a little pot of pottage, come on, let's go say it. Let's go say it. Religious perspective. The other perspective, of course, Mr. Bademosi and Nigerians listening to me, who also know that when it comes to the big thing, the big noise, the big boys, the big young boys that can pull crowds, where you can just go out there and go and shake here and there, you know, they also draw crowds. Some, you will be surprised, borrow money from somebody else to just go see. I want to see Buhari. Oh, I want to see Atiku Abubakar. Oh, I want to see my dear friend and brother Peter Obi. I want to see Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I want to see Kwankwaso. I want to see the other 18 because as far as we are concerned, we don't know a lot of them. So once they come and see American wonders. Now, one of them happens. The era of money politics is such that people are taking promissory notes. I repeat myself. People are taking promissory notes. Once you are able to go in there, we know what constituency you belong to. You know what's going to happen? We're going to give you water. We are going to give you lights. We are going to send your children to school. We know some of your people have been captured. We are going to try and find a way of bringing them back. Therefore, my posit is simple. Where you have not worked, where you have not applied yourself intelligibly to even understand the basics, what you just have is a big thing. So you go in there, you bring big bands. That's the time you are going to see some of the big bands, and you're going to shout here, you are going to shout there. Now, Catch was trying to make a point of now shifting to the social media. Absolutely no doubt about that. But the social media is not just now. The social media has been with us, plus or minus, effectively in Nigeria in the last 10 years. This time around, what you find is the same crowd going to see a Father Christmas yesterday. Another Father Christmas has come today. Another Father Christmas is going to come tomorrow. Let's just go out there and go and touch a lot, go and make a lot of noise.
Can I just ask a question? Do you think
70%
these crowds we see at these rallies, do you think they could, you could use that to measure the strength of these political parties in some of these places where these rallies are held?
It cannot be, to my mind. So if a rally is held in a zone A, it's the same people, unless if we are impugning that people are transported from one other zone to the same place, which I know is possible. But in this day, especially in this day and age, of we wanted to go cashless, no money to spend, okay, promissory notes, is almost very, very, very difficult. Those crowds are there to vent. Those crowds are there. They already made up their minds. Come or don't come, they already made up their minds because the emirs, the obas, the KBCs, the religious leaders have told them the area that they should go. So just go and see the American wonders. Kachi spoke very intelligibly about the fact that we may have undecided voters. Undecided voters are going to be swayed, not from those crowds that you are seeing there.
Okay.
But from opinion molders. Opinion molders.
The point is, Mr. Fatuke, the point is, I mean, knowing that these rallies, these big rallies we see don't really make much of a difference in elections. Why do you think the political parties keep spending big on them?
Oh, yes. You remember Voltaire, the French philosopher, who told you, I come here in the morning, you hailing me. By the time I come in the evening, the same set of people will come and say, pull him down. Just go ahead and pull him down. I think the political parties are just merely trying to, try to, put across his point that maybe they are undecided voters. Maybe they know some of the things they are going to see there. And I can tell you, in the remote areas, they still believe when they come for these rallies, they are still going to get some kind of freebies or some handouts. Now, when they don't get those freebies and handouts, when a Peter Obi comes around and they hear say an Atiku is going to come, hope spring Christiana. Well, if Peter Obi is not going to do it, well, an Atiku will plug the gap. And if Atiku does not do it, Jagaban will come and plug the gap. Now, when all that now happens and nothing much has come to them, they now then depend on what you call promissory notes. Those promissory notes are the notes that are given to them by way of some brainwash. Okay, it's a Muslim, it's a Christian, or it's from this particular tribe, or it's not from that particular tribe, you know, it's a thief, it's all that. That is the area I think that you need to go. I did a bit of a forensic in asking a few questions. And I say, okay, this particular person that you say is your alpha and omega, how much of him do you know?
Yeah.
And I got to listen to the fact that sometimes it's not what they say, but the ability to be able to dance, you know, dance Kiss Daniel and the rest. They can know. So these people can dance. Oh my God. We are going to be seeing some of these bands that ordinarily we would never have been able to see in our lives. So let them begin to make such big noise. We just want to hear the noise. Arising from there may just be maybe 1% or 2% of likely undecided voters. But the rest are already made up their minds that this is the area that they are going to go. Unless if the opinion molders now come and say, yes, I told you, you should have gone right. Now I'm telling you, you should go left. That is what matters. It's just for the entertainment value, if you ask me.
And of course, we can't deny the fact that somehow it has some kind of economic value as well, especially when you consider the brisk business now that can be done when such rallies are held. I mean, people who sell, say, sachet water, for instance, people who sell different, things around these rallies. I mean, it generates some kind of income for a lot of people. But then it's just a surprise that these political parties keep spending big on these
try
rallies.
to call it in economics naturally, and Mr. Bademos, you don't also forget that it also draws the other side. Hoodlums, people will pick your pockets.
Yeah.
People will make sure that you want to cry before you leave the place, and then not to talk about stampede. Don't forget, and let me delineate this point. Rallies and campaigns is recognized in our electoral acts as saying, go see the people. So it's a way of saying, well, I've been to you. I know plus or minus, if I put all my cards on the table, I have been able to tick 3 or 4 of a box of 8. Now you see me, even though after these rallies you may never see me again, or at least you have an opportunity that you have seen Mr. A, Mrs. B, Mr. C, Ms. D, and all that kind of stuff. I think it's basically just to try and tick the boxes. It's also a way of showing off in areas that these politicians know they have more bit of influence to now drive down these leg merchants. Go out there, go talk to your wives, go talk to her, and somebody now then comes, so I saw Mr. A, Mr. B. Don't sit down at all. They say to us that this is the way we should go. Please, that's the way I am going to go. They come back home and do some of those dance steps that you see that some of the presidential candidates do. And then the wives of those who cannot walk and all that kind of, we just begin to smile. Poverty upon poverty, ignorance upon ignorance does not take us nearer any way or any move.
Okay, let me just pause you. Let me pause you there because let me pause you there because we have Dr. Ononuju who is back. Dr. Ononuju, sorry, there was a problem with your audio, but you were making some kind of point to me about these political rallies and that they actually don't make any difference at all in the actual voting itself. So the question is, why then do these political parties spend big on these rallies? I mean, especially when we know the rallies actually don't make much of a difference during elections.
There is a lot of things we do not know. We never used to poll data. We never also had candidates speak directly to the people. It was always using proxies and surrogates to speak. This was the first election in which the candidate kept speaking to the people, kept talking to the people. By the time the official period for elections were on, he had already made that communication. So he changed the dynamics. So in issues of how also to get the people, either through campaigns or through other systems, you can be rest assured our country is changing. You can see how politicians are panicking. Despite the monies, the structures, the affinity to those in power, the people who were reached from data after data, from polling company after polling company, had the results. So we're beginning now to use data. We will, with time, find out what works, what doesn't work, and be able to follow those things that work.
So are you saying a time will come when these rallies will just become useless and in fact
will become a thing of the past. The rallies in Nigeria are not the same as the rallies elsewhere. Yet, all we have everywhere is democracy. What you had was the army organized show. You go hire the people because of poverty. And then after you use them, another party can come the next week, hire the same set of people, use them to present pictures. So what the Labour Party has done was to say, no, they organically instigated crowd that crowdfunded themselves should now bring themselves to the rallies.
Well, we're actually not talking about the Labour Party here because we do not know for sure that all the crowds, I mean the crowds you have at these rallies are organic in the sense that they funded themselves and all of that, because I know for sure as a journalist I cover some of these rallies too, and I know for sure that some of these rallies are, people are mobilized. That's just the truth. People are mobilized. But what my question is, if these rallies do not make much of a difference, I'm just wondering why politicians spend big on them, because whether we like it or not, if you do the mathematics, the cost of organizing these rallies, the cost is quite high, and it adds to this making elections expensive in this country.
No. You can do rally if you wish. Kwankwaso has chosen not to do rally. Nobody has arrested him.
No, but he's doing rallies.
He's
doing rallies.
Any law. Good. Mr. Peter Obi wasn't doing rally. He was talking.
But he's doing rallies now.
The movement embraced him. There are other traditional parties that rely on the old method of rallies. But I believe going forward, we will start looking at data and to be able to apply what works, and in that same state, abandon what doesn't work. I see a change in society, and I will beg you to please be patient. As we learn what works, we will do more of that. As we see the things that don't work, maybe sometimes you could allow them just for the nostalgic effects of the masquerade being seen, just to show the size of the masquerade, to also boost the amount of crowd size you can mobilize. It is good we're having this discussion, but you should understand society will change. I have seen mobilizations plus the idea of bring your own organized crowd. When you bring that organized crowd, that you go through crowdfunding, you become a member of what we are doing. Instead of the other system of ownership of political structures, I think is now changing. That's what we're seeing, and that's why, as you're trying to state, the rallies in the old forms may not be sustainable. Let's watch. We are watching.
Okay. Mr. Faruq, I'll let you have the last word. Do you think a time will come when these rallies will just disappear?
Of course, society naturally changes. Education and enlightenment naturally should change. I haven't seen that movement in our educational system that has changed our paradigm. Go look at the statistics. And that is where I slightly disagree with Kachi. Yes, at the end of the day, the substance, whatever it is that you want, is not going to come out from there. But that is where you go to go and get some kind of raw materials, feel heat. People still run into camps and religious grounds after they get the prayers. They have not done the things that they need to do to get the value of those prayers, so they get nothing. The following day, they will still go, hoping against hope. So all political parties, especially the front runners, have realized this as a strategy. Just go out there, let's go for show. Let's go jump up and down. Let's go feel free. Let's go feel high. Try to be high. And from there, one thing may lead to another, not necessarily things that are going to lift us forward. They are not interested, like Professor Lumumba said, they are not interested in all your big grammar about bringing education here and there. What you have for us in the stomach. And these political parties, without exception, realize that that is a game plan. And it's the reason why they are doing it. Let's go do it. Yeah, at the end of the day, when I get the prize, and I can have a very nice, fine change of scene, I can now then begin to look at things that will matter to their lives. I'll begin to look at security, I'll begin to look at education, I'll be able to look at employment, I'll be able to look at all this jackpot syndrome, and then come back. But go out there and begin to speak all the grammar, and begin to say that you are the next best thing to Solomon. They will tell you, my friend, just go sit down there. But go out there and go and do the Panongo dance. You will see people begin to shout, again, the bottom line, does it take us a bit forward? No. For yesterday, for today, for tomorrow, hopefully, when we begin to do the right things, when we begin to plant the right seed, we begin to now then harvest where we should really be going. Nigeria, I still maintain, is not one man, one vote. Where it is going to be one man, one vote, then the prescription that Kachi and my friend is talking about then becomes these people hardly are able to differentiate between what is good for them and their families and what is good for their belly.
We just have to leave it there. Unfortunately, we'll run out of time. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for coming on the program. Dr. Kach Ononuju, who is a political affairs analyst and, of course, a chieftain of the Labour Party. Thank you very much for your time, sir. And Mr. Aki Fatunke, thank you so much for your time as well. Thanks a lot.
God bless you.
All right, that's how much we can take on the program this week. We thank you very much for watching. I'll see you again next week. Bye-bye.
Our chop, make a chop attitude to governance, now what is spoil Nigeria reach today. Refineries of quick fixing. NNPC recently signed an agreement with Daewoo Construction Nigeria Limited for the rehabilitation of the Kaduna refinery in what was described as a proposed quick fix initiative expected to restore the refinery to a minimum of 60% of its capacity by the fourth quarter of 2024 at a cost of $740.6 million. Oh boy, see money. NNPC claimed that the last time this refinery was maintained, or what they call turnaround maintenance, was 15 years ago. Even a same refinery with refining capacity of 110,000 barrels per day has not produced any fuel for years. But we all know recently recorded a loss of 22.9 billion naira in 2021. You are not working, just a chop money. Even though we agree that restoring the Warrior and Kaduna refinery back to its operation will guarantee energy security for the country and reduce our dependence on imported petroleum products, also reduce pressure on forests, guarantee fuel supply, eradicate long queues in our filling station, and end this debate about should there be subsidy or not. But I want to ask, is it quick fix that is needed for a refinery that has not been functional or maintained for 15 years, or a complete overhaul, rehabilitation, and revamping? What is the working capacity of the nitrogen plant in Kaduna refinery? At least Warrior, we know say not even get. At least to guarantee preservation of the equipment, since almost all the equipment go down corrode, including the storage tanks and the pipelines within the refinery. Even the power plant in the refinery has not been working. As we all know, say, now PHCN, they power the refinery. When PHCN on their own, they use generator on their own office. Nigeria, our own DM motherland. If you are quick fixing a 110,000 barrel refinery at the cost of $740 million, how much do you need to build an entirely new refinery of such capacity? We like to spend money uselessly here. Is Daewoo a refinery construction or maintenance company where they don't build refinery before, where they don't maintain one before? What happened to the original builders of this refinery? Also, since Kaduna no get seaports that we can use VLCC, large vessels to carry crude to, how NNPC want to transport crude from the Niger Delta to Kaduna if not be pipeline? What is the operational capacity or integrity of this pipeline to determine if they can still carry crude to the refinery? Considering the fact that the pipeline, having been unoperational for years, would have been corroded by water, insecurity, and vandalism. Was any integrity test conducted on the pipeline? And what is the outcome of this integrity test? What is the value of the contract for repairing, overhauling, revamping, all, quick fix fixing the said pipeline and storage facility, if at all? What alternative means, if any, is NNPC going to use to transport crude from Niger Delta to Kaduna, if not pipeline? Why is Nigeria building gas pipeline to Europe if pipelines are no longer necessary? Anyway, hope this would end up as the case of the Omoku power plant that was built and commissioned by Odili and Obasanjo, if you can remember those days, only for them to discover on the day of commissioning that there was no gas pipeline built and connected to the power plant that will gas the power plant to power it. We even hear say that night they used generator to take commission and Omoku people sleep for darkness even though they had a power plant. How do you award a contract to quickly fix a refinery when never worked for years to people when never build or repair refinery before? And yet also no contract to fix the pipelines when we carry crude go the refinery. Would they think at all for this country? Anyway, I hope this quick fix no be last minute cleaning up for some people in government, you know now. I will therefore advocate that whilst we are debating about the political parties and their candidates, or my thief is better than your thief, we should not lose sight of the facts of the happenings around government ministries, parastatals, and agencies. We should consistently scrutinize the activities and seek answers to pertinent questions concerning any contract awarded at this time. As this time usually is a quick cleanup for certain persons. We know quick fix has never fixed anything. So hope they are not quick fixing this money into their pocket. Remember, if you remove your eyes from government activities at this critical time, you'll be shocked to realize after the election that you not only meet an empty treasury, even the treasury box, somebody don't whisk them away. That's all time will permit us to take for today. But for previous episodes, just follow us on all our social media platforms shown on your screen, and there are loads of them there. And like we say in law, you can't put something on nothing and expect it to stand. It will fall like a pack of cards. So even those stealing and destroying our pipelines are part of the general problem of Nigeria. So report pipeline vandalism. See you next week.
COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by a new coronavirus introduced to humans for the first time. It is spread from person to person, mainly through the droplets produced when an infected person speaks, coughs, or sneezes. These droplets can land in the mouths or noses of people who are nearby. These droplets are too heavy to travel far in the air. They only travel approximately 1 meter and quickly settle on surfaces. This is the reason person-to-person spread is happening mainly between close contacts. The exact time that the virus can survive on surfaces is not yet known. So it is wise to clean surfaces regularly, particularly in the vicinity of people infected with COVID-19. Hands touch many surfaces, which can be contaminated with the virus. You should therefore avoid touching your eyes, nose, or mouth, since contaminated hands can transfer the virus from the surface to yourself. When coughing or sneezing, cover your mouth and nose with the bend of your elbow or use a disposable tissue. If a tissue is used, discard it immediately into a closed bin. The most effective way to prevent the spread of the new coronavirus is to clean your hands frequently with an alcohol-based hand rub or soap and water. This will eliminate the virus if it is on your hands. Stay healthy and prevent the spread of COVID-19.
Well, many thanks for joining us on News Now. I am Folashade Ogurinde. President Muhammadu Buhari has approved the restoration of the old 200 Naira notes as legal tender. He, however, said the old 500 and 1,000 Naira banknotes are no longer legal tender in Nigeria. The president, who made this known in a nationwide broadcast on Thursday, directed the CBN to allow the new notes available to all citizens. The president also apologized to Nigerians over the difficulty experienced in the implementation of the Naira redesign policy. Buhari's confirmation comes after the governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El-Rufai, disclosed that the federal government had proposed to allow only the old 200 Naira notes to remain legal tender till April 10, 2023.
I have also noted that the subject matter is before the courts of our land and some pronouncements have been made. To further ease the supply pressures, particularly to our citizens, I have given approval to the CBN that the old 200 Naira banknotes be released back into circulation and that it should also be allowed to circulate as legal tender with the new 200 Naira, 500 Naira, and 1,000 Naira banknotes for 60 days from February 10th, 2023 to April 10th, 2023, when the old 200 Naira notes ceases to be legal tender. In line with Section 20, subsection 3, of the CBN Act 2007, all existing old 1,000 Naira and 500 Naira notes remain redeemable at CBN and designated points. Considering the health of our economy and the legacy we must bequeath to the next administration and future generations of Nigerians, I admonish every citizen to strive harder to make their deposits by taking advantage of the platforms and windows being provided by the CBN.
The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has created a portal for the deposit of old Naira notes. According to a notification titled Redemption of Currency on the Apex Bank's website, Nigerians can redeem their old 1,000 Naira, 500 and 200 Naira notes by completing an online form. The notification also provided a link to the portal to enable the masses deposit old notes in their possession. The Supreme Court at early on Wednesday said its February 8 order banning the federal governments and its agencies from enforcing the February 10 deadline for the use of old 200, 500 and 1,000 Naira notes will stand. Meanwhile, Governor of the CBN, Godwin Emefiele, has accused some politicians of hoarding the redesigned Naira notes, which is one of the reasons for some of the challenges encountered in the new Naira notes access. Emefiele made the remarks while briefing the diplomatic community on recent monetary policy decisions of the CBN on Tuesday in Abuja. He said the Apex Bank had conducted an extensive in-house analysis and consultation and saw a need for the policy to redesign some Nigerian banknotes. Emefiele added that the mop-up of notes by politicians has contributed to the lengthy queues at banking halls and automated teller machines, ATMs.
As at October 2022, currency in circulation had risen, indeed more than doubled, to over 3.2 trillion naira, out of which only 500 billion was within the banking system and 2.72 trillion held in people's homes. What happened is that when suspicious transactions are reported by banks to the NFIU, the EFCC and ICPC are transactions and investigate them. But of course, what we found is that in the course of investigating them, those who felt that they were being investigated for those suspicious transactions began to abandon the banks and began to build vaults in their homes. That is the reason we've seen currency outside the banking industry at 2.72 trillion out of 3.23 trillion. This is unacceptable. The policy is typically expected to cause deflation in the market as less cash holding reduces currency outside banks and retards money circulation. The accompanying decline in money supply will thus slow the pace of inflation. As you can see, we have started to witness inflation trending downwards, following general price stability in almost all genera of market, including goods for goods and financial products. For instance, analysis show that an effective implementation of the policy could by itself scrap 4 percentage points off the current level of inflation as it steadily slows inflation rate to about 18% by the mid of 2023.
As part of efforts to promote economic growth in the country, the federal government has inaugurated a duty-free village in Abuja for diplomats. The village, according to the federal government, was established in compliance with the United Nations Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations, which exempts diplomats from all duties and taxes. Well, more details in this report. This is a one-stop shopping village inaugurated by the federal government to take care of all the needs of diplomats in Abuja. Here in this village, diplomats can buy items and enjoy tax-free services in the country. The village, according to the federal government, was established in compliance with the United Nations Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations, which exempts diplomats from all duties and taxes, whether national, regional or municipal.
This masterpiece is indeed a great beauty to behold, and it is my hope that the services of the duty-free facility will further provide the additional platform and opportunity for members of the diplomatic community to enjoy their stay in our country. I understand that the facility has different interesting and top-notch sections, ranging from shopping center, recreational services, spa, eye center, the restaurant, and others.
The key objective, according to Uche Odozo, Managing Director of the village, is to improve diplomatic relations between Nigeria and representatives of other countries.
We have within this facility a wellness and fitness center comprising of a spa for those who enjoy wellness and beauty. If you go around this country and this city, you would find nothing like this within these premises. We also have laundry services, fashion studio, yoga, ballet, list of items. Thousands and thousands of assorted items. Your Excellencies, we are ready for you.
Explaining how it works, Zainab Ahmed, Minister of Finance and National Planning, says the village will have strict control of individual requests for waivers on imported items by diplomats.
In line with government's responsibility to also ensure the physical security of diplomats in our country, the facility we are opening today is fitted with security instruments and will be guarded by well-equipped government security personnel drawn from several relevant agencies. Accordingly, members of the diplomatic corps and their staff and family members are guaranteed of adequate security in the course of their shopping activities or other interactions within and outside the immediate vicinity of this facility. Measures also have been put in place by the operators of this facility to ensure that abuses of the approved waiver do not occur. As you know, every tax waiver granted by government is revenue loss for the system.
The diplomatic village is equipped with varying facilities such as a shopping center, recreational services, spa, eye center, restaurants, and a clinic. Folashade Ogurinde, TV360 News. In a bid to enhance a better and healthy life for Lagosians, the APC-led administration in the state has organized a free medical mission exercise under the Rural Health Program of the Lagos State Government. At Palm Avenue Primary Healthcare Center in Mushin served as a platform to enlighten the general public on basic health care. Our correspondent, Mary Kanu, has the details in this report.
Here at the Palm Avenue Primary Healthcare Center in Mushin, Lagos State, a large number of residents have assembled to take part in the free medical care outreach organized by the Rural Health Program of the Lagos State Government. One after the other, residents take turns to see a specialist doctor to test for diseases such as diabetes, hypertension, eye problems, as well as breast and cervical cancer. The organizers of the initiative say they worked in collaboration with the Lagos State Government to sensitize those living in the rural areas to always check their health on a regular basis.
The goal is to catch them right at the place where they work, amongst their market spaces and in public facilities where they are currently working. So on the one hand of this outreach, we are doing a whole lot of work with health education. We are reaching out to children, we are reaching out to women, talking to them about their health, about how to make sure they have improved health-seeking behaviors.
So this intervention is a consolidation for continuity. It's a consolidation for us to continue to do more. And it's also, where the reward of hard work is more work. And so when we were informed of this intervention, we were very happy because we know that the people of Mushin, because of our populations, really need all this intervention on a regular basis, and that's why we've been doing it every month.
In Nigeria, access to quality and affordable health care is often far and in between. For these beneficiaries, this is an opportunity that cannot be overlooked. They also commended the Lagos State Government for the provision of free medical tests and drugs they enjoyed from the health outreach without costing them a penny.
I really appreciate Governor Sanwo-Olu for doing this for Mushin constituency. We love him, we appreciate him, and we are looking forward for his coming back in this second term because he's the best governor so far. I'm very overwhelmed for what the governor did because I came to complain about malaria and I was so surprised and shocked for the drugs given to me instead of buying it with my own money in this cashless period.
He came here to come and do free tests and he gave us free drugs and so on and so on.
Speaking of the exercise, the Senior Special Assistant to the Lagos State Governor on Health, Oreoluwa Fini, says the free medical outreach is geared towards increasing access to primary and basic healthcare services in Lagos communities.
We've just brought this here to encourage people to seek health. Generally, our people in the country, not just in Lagos, have poor health-seeking behavior. They don't look for the doctor until sometimes it's too late. So if you bring health to their doorstep, if you've brought the doctor to their doorstep, to their markets, to their mosque, to their church, then as they are walking by, they will access it. And a lot of the diseases that would have taken long and perhaps would have proved fatal, we can catch them quickly and then make sure that we have a healthy population.
According to Finney, the Lagos State Government plans to cover more than 25,000 residents under its Rural Health Program of the state government. Mary Kanu, TV360, Lagos.
More anti-corruption civil society organizations have joined over 120 CSOs to continue with the agitation for the removal of the chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, Abdurrashid Bawa, on Wednesday. This is as they say they had uncovered plans by the EFCC boss to raise what they called questionable groups to protest in solidarity with him. The activists, their members and supporters who again trooped out on the streets of Lagos in their thousands said unfortunately for Bawa, Nigerians were aware of what the fight against corruption had turned to in Nigeria under his leadership at the EFCC.
Nigeria is not a place where a law enforcement officer would not obey our law, where people that are public servants would see us, the citizens and ordinary Nigerians, as fool, or they will see us as someone that are above the law. It is very simple. As EFCC chairman, you have taken so many people to court. You have convicted them. They have obeyed the court order. You have gone they have been sentenced to the prison. Now it is your own turn. You were taken to court, and subsequently, the judgment went against you. What we are saying is very simple. Is either you are resigning, or of course you turn yourself in. Go to the prison. Even if you want to appeal these cases, the first thing you are supposed to do as an individual is first to obey. Then you can appeal, and subsequently, if the court finds you free, then you go home.
Step down. Yes, Baba must step down, because we cannot continue like this. This is a country, for God's sake, a country of integrity people, so that if Baba can be charging people to court and later he was found guilty, what we need for him is to step down.
You cannot continue like this, because injustice to one is injustice to all. Nobody is above the law. What is happening in this country, a country that has over 250 million people, and someone that represents the interests of the people, that will safeguard the interests of the people, that's supposed to be in charge of the crime and law. And I must tell you, if such person was found guilty of anything, without any delay, even I want to call on Mr. President Muhammadu Buhari, to direct Baba to resign without any delay.
The Kogi State government has asked the chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, Abdurrashid Bawa, to obey the rule of law by reporting to the Kuje Correctional Center over contempt of court. Addressing a press conference in Ilorin, the Kwara State capital, the Kogi State Commissioner for Information and Communication, Kingsley Fanwo, said the EFCC chairman is not above the law. He explained that regardless of any appeal filed, the conviction and jail term imposed by the court on Bauer still stands until set aside. Yet that the EFCC boss was deliberately misinforming the public with unfounded claims and outright lies to satisfy his interested, power-drunk paymasters.
As a government with utmost respect for the rule of law, we see the EFCC chairman as a convict. He has been convicted by a high court, a court of competent jurisdiction, and that conviction is yet to be set aside or vacated by the court or a higher court. Regardless of any appeal filed, the conviction and jail term imposed by the court stands until set aside. This is the position of the law. No matter how his godfathers in the justice administration of the nation cover him, that toga remains, and he must be arrested and be made to join others in the correctional center. If Bauer continues to walk free after conviction by a competent court of jurisdiction, it spells doom for our justice administration in the country. We cannot have one law for Bauer and another for the rest of us. That is why Bauer could refer to a free citizen as being at large. Someone who was not invited for questioning, someone who was not informed of having committed any offense, someone who is not a convict like Bauer. If Bauer is not at large, the honorable thing to do is to turn himself in and stop avoiding justice.
We'll take a breather now and be back with more stories to stay with us. The World Health Organization will continue pushing until it finds an answer to how the COVID-19 pandemic started. The WHO chief, Tedros Ghebreyesus, made this known following a report suggesting it had abandoned the search. He added that he had recently sent a letter to a top official in China asking for cooperation in order to know how the pandemic started. Understanding the origins of the SARS-CoV-2 virus and how it began spreading among humans had been considered vital for averting future pandemics. Meanwhile, 10,000 COVID-19 deaths have been recorded globally in 1 week. The WHO DG disclosed this at a virtual media briefing on global health issues monitored on Wednesday. According to the Director General of the WHO organization, Tedros Ghebreyesus, though hospitalizations and deaths have declined, 10,000 deaths a week is too many for a preventable disease. We'll take another break and be back with more stories in business, the foreign scene, as well as sports. To stay with us. In business, the Federal Executive Council (FEC) has approved the installation of electronic cargo tracking nodes in ports nationwide. The Minister of Transportation, Muazu Sambo, made the disclosure while briefing State House correspondents after the Federal Executive Council meeting presided over by President Muhammadu Buhari at the Aso Rock Villa in Abuja. According to Sambo, this will tackle several challenges such as the under-declaration, concealment and wrong classification of important cargo and provide transparency in cargo invoicing. He said the scheme will plug revenue leakages and is expected to generate between $90 million to $235 million annually for the government.
Council considered our submission to put in place for Nigeria, like indeed is in place in so many, about 26 other African countries, an electronic cargo tracking node scheme in order to, among other things, take care of under declaration at ports, secure our imports and exports, provide transparency in cargo, the invoicing and declarations. Some of the benefits of the electronic cargo tracking node, which has been widely implemented among, like I said, many countries, including our neighbors, Ghana, Senegal, Benin Republic, and Togo, have all recorded tremendous improvement in the management of trade across borders. And the implementation of the scheme will abate the problems of under-declaration, concealment, and wrong classification of cargo, which are the primary cause of revenue leakages, insecurity, and safety issues at the borders. Of course, you know the ports are also borders. The deployment and implementation of this state-of-the-art ECTN scheme will ensure the elimination of loopholes in border operations and boost the revenue of the federal government in form of duties, port charges, and levies. The platform will be deployed by a consortium of 5 companies made up of a foreign technical partner and 4 local companies.
World Bank President David Malpass has said he would leave his post by the end of June, months after running afoul of the White House for failing to say whether he accepts a scientific consensus on global warming. Malpass, appointed by Donald Trump, will vacate the helm of the Multilateral Development Bank, which provides billions of dollars a year in funding for developing economies, with less than a year remaining in a 5-year term. He, however, offered no specific reason for the move. By long-standing tradition, the U.S. government selects the head of the World Bank, while European leaders choose the leader of its larger partner, the International Monetary Fund, IMF. Oil prices rose on Thursday as hopes of a robust fuel demand recovery in top oil consumer China offset losses arising from strength in the greenback and a large build in U.S. crude inventory. Brent crude futures rose 59 cents to $85 per barrel, while U.S. West Texas Intermediate crude futures gained 73 cents to $79 a barrel. According to the International Energy Agency, China will account for almost half of 2023 oil demand growth after relaxing its COVID-19 curbs. The U.S. dollar, which generally moves inversely with crude prices, surged on the back of bullish U.S. retail sales data and clung to most of its gains on Thursday. On the foreign scene, the U.S. government says it will maintain lines of communication with China despite a rift over an alleged surveillance balloon hovering over U.S. territory. Speaking with journalists, U.S. Deputy State Secretary Wyndham Sherman said the United States and China have never stopped communicating and trying to understand each other, despite the cancellation of the visit of Secretary of State Antony Blinken this month. Sherman, in response to a question, declined to say if Blinken would meet China's foreign policy Supremo Wang Yi later this week when both attend the Munich Security Conference. The United Nations Secretary-General Antonio Guterres has warned of the threat posed by rising sea levels of hundreds of millions of people living in low-lying coastal areas and small island states as new data reveals seas have risen rapidly since the 1900s. Yet that developing countries, in particular most, how to a rapidly changing world by ensuring the $100 billion climate finance commitment to developing countries is delivered.
Rising seas are sinking futures. Sea level rise is not only a threat in itself, it is a threat multiplier. For the hundreds of millions of people living in small island developing states and other low-lying coastal areas around the world, sea level rise is a torrent of trouble. Rising seas threaten lives and jeopardize access to water, food and health care. Megacities on every continent will face serious impacts, including Cairo, Lagos, Maputo, Bangkok, Dhaka, Jakarta, Mumbai, Shanghai, Copenhagen, London, Los Angeles, New York, Buenos Aires and Santiago. Among other things, this means delivering on the Loss and Damage Fund, making good on the $100 billion climate finance commitment to developing countries, doubling adaptation finance, and leveraging massive private financing at a reasonable cost.
In sports, Manchester City defeated Arsenal 3-1 at the Emirates Stadium to move top of the league table on goal difference. The reigning champions turned on the power in the second half in the biggest game of the domestic season as Arsenal paid a heavy price for individual errors. Arsenal boss Mikel Arteta has insisted that his team were punished for their silly errors against Man City in the Premier League. And that's the size of our news bulletin. Many thanks for watching. I am Folashade Ogurinde. Bye for now.
joining us on another episode of Startups, where we acknowledge efforts of entrepreneurs who are oiling the wheels of Nigeria's economy. On the program today, I'll be speaking to the CEO of a company who mentors and accelerates the best high-impact entrepreneurs in the country, supporting them to scale their companies and multiply their impact for the benefit of Nigeria's economy. Come along.
We exist to help entrepreneurs dream bigger, scale up, and pay it forward. We believe that job creation, wealth lies in the hands of entrepreneurs, and we believe our mission is that entrepreneurs can truly transform economies. My name is Tosin Fanirodada, and I am the Managing Director and CEO at Endeavor Nigeria.
In recent years, Nigeria's push to strengthen the capacity of small and medium-scale enterprises has tripled the number of startups in the country. But this growing sector is often plagued with issues surrounding access to capital, as well as network to potential investors for global development. Armed with a vision to salvage this trend, Endeavor International opened a country office in Nigeria in 2018 to help Nigerian entrepreneurs dream bigger and scale up successfully.
We live on the premise that entrepreneurs, high-impact entrepreneurs, really change economies, and it's a non-profit organization. Having jobs, creating and creating wealth and transforming economies and emerging markets is what makes us happy. We help them to dream big, and how do? We provide access to demand-driven services for them. So access to capital, for instance. We help them, we invest in them, and we also help them to raise capital. We help with talent as well. We help with mentorship. So we have a global community of over 4,000 mentors. And so we help them with access to these mentors. We also help them with peers as well. Because we're the leading global community, we have over 2,000 entrepreneurs in our portfolio in different markets, different regions, different emerging markets and underserved markets. And so we're able to connect, for instance, an entrepreneur in Nigeria who is currently going through a challenge with an entrepreneur in Mexico, for instance, who's gone through that challenge already. And our entrepreneurs really like our peer-to-peer community. And lastly, we help with access to market. Again, because we're in 40 markets, it's easier for us to have conversations around scaling to a different market that we have an office in. We're able to help you with like industry deep dives in that particular market, and also help you with introductions, commercial introductions through our mentor network in that particular market as well.
Endeavor Nigeria's mode of operation is quite simple. They survey the local startup market, identify companies that are on the verge of scaling, and foster positive business relationships in order to usher in a new era of growth for them.
We're very close to the network and to the ecosystem in general, and so we tend to know the entrepreneurs that are on that verge to be scale-ups or on that trajectory to be scale-ups. And we tend to stay close to them. We tend to even start the journey much earlier than when they're ready to be Endeavor entrepreneurs. And so we would have a first call or first meeting with the entrepreneur, get to know the entrepreneur better, get to know their business better, see where they are in terms of how they fit into our selection process. It starts with a meeting with the team, and then you move to the second stage, which then goes into something we call second opinion reviews. And this is where we have mentors in our network. It could be our local network or a global network, assessing a company assessing the entrepreneurs, seeing if the business is scalable, seeing if the entrepreneur will be transparent in terms of being able to listen to feedback and grow from feedback, and also ensuring that the business is at an inflection point, meaning that where the business is today with Endeavor's support and Endeavor's network, growth will be turbocharged to the next level. And so that's on selection, and then once they come into the network, we then support them with our services. But it's through relationships. It could also be through referrals. So referrals from other entrepreneurs in the network, referrals from mentors in the network, referrals from board members as well, and also from the team.
In just 3 years of operations, Endeavor Nigeria has given support to 24 entrepreneurs who are decision makers in more than 10 startups, including unicorns, and have continued to record accelerating growth.
We've grown the network, so now we have 24 entrepreneurs leading 13 companies, which is not bad for an office that is less than 5 years old. We have 33 mentors. I think we added about 12 to 15 mentors this year. We've grown the team. We're now a team of 8. Our entrepreneurs, our portfolio companies are doing really well. We do have a unicorn in our portfolio. We also have so many other companies that are raising. Some of them have raised their Series B round. Some of them are currently closing that round and also moving to their Series C. But I think what's really important is that these companies are creating jobs and creating wealth. So just from an Endeavor Nigeria portfolio, in 2020, our portfolio companies made $250 million plus in revenue for the Nigerian market, for the Nigerian economy, and that's a lot for less than 20 companies. And also, if you just look at jobs, for instance, Endeavor portfolio companies have created over 100,000 jobs in Nigeria.
But like all great visions, its actualization did not come cheap. Bringing entrepreneurs on board does not come on a platter of gold. The Chief Executive Officer of the company, Tosin Fanirodada, says it's been a learning curve and the company is fast improving and surmounting its early problems.
In terms of challenges, on the selection side, it could be something as timing. For instance, entrepreneurs are busy, some of them are raising capital, some of them are dealing with 100 employees for the first time, some of them are dealing with regulators, so they have so many other priorities and challenges that they're dealing with. And so sometimes we have to be patient and not be a distraction and enable them to focus on whatever priorities or challenges they're dealing with at that time. And so sometimes that can slow the selection process down. If I go to servicing, once they become Endeavor entrepreneurs, it's pretty much whatever they're going through, so whatever challenges they're currently facing.
In October 2021, Endeavor Nigeria launched its special scale-up program. For 10 weeks, 7 entrepreneurs from 4 companies were given intensive training on how to address common but critical issues which often determine the very survival of a company.
The Scale-Up program is an accelerator program through which we're providing support to the most exciting, fast-growing companies in the Nigerian tech ecosystem. There are 4 core aspects of the program. The first aspect is mentorship. So before we started the program, we kind of talked to each company to find out their strategic challenges. So each company was paired with a mentor. So each company has had at least one mentorship session with their paired mentor. And then the next, the next aspect of the program is workshops, and these workshops are led by Endeavor entrepreneurs and our board members. And these are literally just workshops on things like storytelling, how to build your team, and hiring and things like that. And so we've had those workshops, and those have gone pretty well. And another thing we've done is make commercial introductions, so introductions to people within the network or companies within the network. And we've done that for 1 or 2 companies, so that's mostly how the program has gone.
Bringing the majority of high-impact entrepreneurs in the country on its network, as well as fostering economic growth on a larger scale, are some of the paramount projections of Endeavor Nigeria.
2 things for me, actually. One is to bring as many high-impact entrepreneurs, if not all high-impact entrepreneurs in Nigeria, into the network to truly help them scale, to help them think global, and to help them pay it forward. And the second is this thing that we talk about, the multiplier effect, which is what our event, Catalyzing Conversations, that we just finished, was themed on. And for us, the multiplier effect is, one, just creating big bubbles in the ecosystem. So having successful entrepreneurs who have been able to raise capital, who have been able to scale their businesses, having them reinvest their time and money in the next generation of entrepreneurs. You're able to unlock other sectors. So if we get payments right, for instance, we can unlock commerce, we can unlock logistics. If we get healthcare right, we can unlock financing for hospitals, because then there's a track record and then there's data to help these hospitals digitize them and grow as well.
In 2021, startups in the country raised $1.27 billion in investments, representing 44% of the total funding raised in Africa. However, with services that Endeavor Nigeria is offering, this incredible feat might just be a starting point for the country's startups ecosystem.
You'll agree with me that everybody needs a push here and there to be able to achieve their full potentials, right? But I believe you'll also be impressed to know that another startup in Lagos is helping Nigerian farmers achieve their full production potentials through the use of hardware and software solutions.
We believe that the future of food processing in Africa is decentralized, and that primary processors are the first people that add value to crops after the farm need to be located as close to the farmers as possible, so that we can be engaged and involved in making those farmers more productive and helping them on a path towards prosperity. I'm Ikenna and Zoe. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Relief.
From being a toast of international market, oil palm farming in Nigeria is now a shadow of its former self. The country's palm oil production sector, which used to boom in the past, is now struggling to meet local demand. Being a crop that requires serious processing power, farmers go through a lot to extract vegetable oil from the palm kernels. They often use rocks and other inappropriate hardware to break the kernels, and what they get is low-quality oil palm, largely unfit for high-quality vegetable oil manufacturing. Two young Nigerian entrepreneurs, Ikenna Nzewi and Uzoma Yogu, saw a problem that can be fixed. In 2017, they established Relief. With its technology-driven solution, Relief is able to make cracking oil palm nuts as easy as a pie for these farmers.
Today, smallholder farmers use rocks to process their palm nuts. So what they'll have is they'll have a rock on the floor, they'll put a palm nut on top, and then they'll have a rock in their hand and crack open the nuts. As you can imagine, this is a very slow process, and it impacts the quality of the palm kernels that the farmers are able to create. And so many of the palm kernels are cracked and messed up, which leads them to go rotten more quickly, or the smallholder farmers include some of the shell from the nut with the kernels, which also messes up the food processing process. So when farmers first meet Relief, they're surprised that we buy the palm nuts. because generally people will wait until the farmer has cracked the nuts and then they buy the kernel from the farmers. But we go a step earlier and we buy the nuts from the farmers, we deshell them with our proprietary technology, Kraken, and then process them into vegetable oil, which is then sold to consumer brands. So farmers are a little bit surprised that we buy the commodity that we do at first, but they're very excited to work with us because we provide financing to enable them to increase their productivity. And then all the loans that we give them, they are able to pay back those loans with the palm nuts. So basically the byproduct, those nuts, which used to be a headache for them to process, they can now use these nuts to basically access working capital to grow their businesses. So it's a win-win situation that's created for both smallholders, Relief, and the consumer brands that we supply.
Relief basically provides capital funds and loans to farmers in exchange for the palm nuts. They buy the nuts and process them into palm oil using Kraken, a machine they created, then sell the oil to processors and local manufacturers.
We operate a network of smart factories with proprietary processing equipment that we've developed ourselves. And we use these factories to buy raw materials from smallholder farmers, process them, and then sell inputs to consumer brands that you would use or find in your supermarket. It first starts with us selecting the site for a factory. We select factories where we can work very close with smallholder farmers within 50 kilometers of that factory. We then go out and make outreach to the farmers, explain to them how our business works and the value that we can provide them, and then we buy their raw materials, process them, and sell the finished goods. So what we do very tangibly today is that we buy palm nuts from smallholder farmers, we crack them with our proprietary machinery, which is called Kraken, and then we sell vegetable oil to consumer brands that use it. So when we enter a community, we finance the ladies first. So generally, we'll finance 100% female beneficiaries for the first couple months of working in a community. The thought process there is that oftentimes the women in communities are more willing to try out financing schemes and fulfill their side of the bargain. And as other members of the community see that the financing scheme creates a win-win solution and that the farmer makes more money and Relief makes more money, we give them cash so that they can buy more palm fruit and mill it and create more palm oil for themselves. And then the nuts or the byproduct that used to give them a headache are what they use to pay off that loan. So we get nuts in exchange for the loans that we've provided them.
Due to the economic impact of the coronavirus in 2020, food prices globally have continued to be on the rise. Prices of vegetable oils in particular have surged, showing an increase by almost 110% over the past year. But with more money and knowledge of agricultural best practices that Relief is providing for the farmers on their network, they can improve their production capacity.
Food commodity prices have increased as a result of COVID and just a higher level of uncertainty. And some of those effects are expected to last for the next year or two. And so the best thing that we can do in the market today is to create a platform for more productivity and more supply. When there's more supply in a commodity market, prices go down, right? So if you look at oil palm smallholders in Nigeria today, they are literally at 10% of the potential yields that they could be getting from their trees. So we could make them 10 times richer if we are able to invest in cultivating their oil palm trees correctly. And that is a multiple year investment process that's required to restore the efficiency of these trees. But on the other side is a 10x opportunity in these folks' income. So when we see high food prices and high food prices for consumers, we have an opportunity to increase the productivity of farmers so that there's more supply in the market to meet the demand. Nigeria's population grows at about 3% per annum. We'll be the third most populous country by 2050. And so we need to start helping smallholders focus on food production rather than having them involved in every step of the value chain, from cracking nuts with rocks to finding traders to transport their stuff to, etc. The food factories in the country need to do a better job of helping smallholders focus on farming, and that's what Relief's role is.
Nzewi says the quality of their product as well as high demand enables them break seamlessly into a competitive vegetable oil market in the country.
Our buyers pay us in advance for our vegetable oil because the country has far more demand for vegetable oil than it does supply. There are estimates that peg Nigeria as having twice the amount of demand for vegetable oil than supply. Others cite about 60% more demand than supply. And so we're certainly in a seller's market. Now, the government of Nigeria and the central bank has made oil palm a priority crop and is creating a local environment for domestic production to be more productive. And so they banned the importation of vegetable oil in order to promote the local economy, which makes this a domestic market that can be managed and operated and scaled by local firms, which really excites us because there's a great opportunity to take this oil palm, which is quite honestly a natural resource that has been in Nigeria and West Africa since the beginning of time, and to make it productive to serve the needs of the people and the communities in which it grows. And so that's our role at Relief, is to drive more productivity through the decentralization of food processing, but with a real focus on creating the environment for rural industrialization and more prosperity.
Despite having an edge in quality of production, Relief has kept its products affordable. Since its break into the market 6 years ago, it now services over 2,000 smallholder farmers.
We have just finished closing a $4.2 million seed rounding of funding. We have also began the patenting process of our technology, Kraken, and it's now patent pending technology. And we work with over 2,000 smallholder farmers in the Niger Delta. So I believe our impact is already beginning to become very tangible. We have both the capital, the machinery, and the smallholders to make a big difference, and that is our intention.
Due to the gap in production and demand, Nigeria spends $500 million annually on oil palm imports. The sector has 60% more demand than it produces. The best way to meet this demand is to invest in and create scalable solutions for smallholder farmers, which Relief is currently doing.
On this edition of Startups, thanks for being a part of it. Till next time, I am Abisola Adebayo.
Thanks for joining us on News Now at this time.
Protest in Lagos.
Thank you for joining us today on the newsroom. The Lagos State Emergency Management Authority has said for Western Media School, one vote woman, and the rampant illegal spectrum frequencies.
The bulls took over the wheels on the Nigerian stock market today as sellers eased.
Left Nigeria 2016 July.
went through Benin to Kano, to Abuja, Abuja to Kano, Kano to Niger. So from Niger, we went to Agadez, as Agadez is also part of Niger. So from there, we embarked on the journey through the Sahara Desert. We were put on the truck, a very Toyota Hilux. We're like almost 30 on that Hilux. On the normal ground, that Hilux would not size 20 persons, but we're up to 30. We're packed like load, like goods on top of the Hilux. And we spent 4 days on the Sahara Desert. There, during the journey, there was no water. Water got finished. And we had to hold on till we were able to get to Mozouk. Mozouk is a town in Libya, downtown. So from Mozouk, I spent 2 days before I was actually dressed like a lady. Because if you are going in Libya, you have so many checkpoints. The soldiers there, they don't want to see black moving on the street. So because if I enter the taxi as a male to move, they are going to arrest me. So the connection man dressed me as a lady. I had to barb all my beards and my hair, makeup, and the hijab. So when we get to the checkpoint, we just look the driver, because the driver is a Libyan man. So we greet the soldiers, they will allow us to pass. That was how I passed through, and I got to Tripoli. From Tripoli, I had to move to seaside, Sabrata, where I will cross. I actually tried to cross October 1st, 2016. That experience was a very ugly experience. During the journey on the high sea, the Mediterranean Sea, I discovered that the boat that we entered was having a leakage. So from there, that leakage, the boat stopped, was no longer moving. We spent close to more than 3 hours on the sea. Everybody, you see women crying, you see the children crying, and at the end of the day, some were praying, the Muslims praying, the Christians praying. Then the police, the Libya police, they came to rescue us. They arrested us on that very occasion. I went to the prison. I spent more than 3 months in the prison. So from there, I called my family. They were able to raise money to release me. Well, finally, how I came back to Nigeria, I tried to cross again. So crossing again, I was actually arrested again. And I was taken to Gerian. There's a prison called Gerian. Irregular migration is not worth it. And people, they think that out there the pasture is green, and it's not true. At times when you experience these things, you are not, some persons, they experience these things, they are not normal, they are not the same again. So it's not good for other people to experience what we've experienced.
Nigerians, elections are here again. Let us shun violence. Let us play the game according to the rules. Do not be a thug. Say no to violence. Let's rise and defeat violence, crime, and sabotage against the peace of our nation. Nigeria is the only country we have. We must do everything to keep it united. We must avoid any act that promotes hate and disintegration. Say no to separatist movement, terrorism, fake news, hate speech, religious bigotry, and any act that tends to divide us as a nation. Watch out for strange gatherings and suspicious movements. Restrict access to sensitive documents and data, the disclosure of which may damage national security. Educate your staff and family, particularly on measures to safeguard information and report security breaches. Apply relevant legal security guidelines to protect yourself and your neighbors. Due to misinformation and wrong choices, some idle persons resort to vices in their greed to get rich quick. They resort to kidnapping, killings for rituals, and other heinous crimes. Avoid wrong use of the social media. Before you broadcast that false message, think twice. Ask whether it will promote peace or violence. For safety at home, still be security conscious. Educate your household on safety tips. Report all suspicious movements and persons to the security agencies nearest to you. Be a good citizen. Be patriotic. To pass security information, please call 0813-222-2105, 0915-339-1309, 0908-837-3514, or send a mail to dsspr@dss.gov.ng. This message is from the Department of State Services, DSS.
Welcome to another edition of What's Your Take, the weekly news program that looks at all the major big stories of the previous week and analyzes them for the benefit of all well-meaning Nigerians and all Nigerians from all walks of life. Well, it's been another hectic week. As we know, we're in high political season, and this is the time where any and everybody has something to do with the political space. So we'll start this morning a bit on a lighter note. One of the catchphrases in Nigerian lexicon today, we heard this story about a wife who called her husband on the way home and said, "Honey, kindly buy me some naira on the way home." I'm sure you're used to the fact that wives call husbands to buy loaves of bread, buy recharge cards, buy some milk, but never before have you heard anybody asking you to buy some naira. But that's where we are in Nigeria today. We're buying naira. The very money that we put in the bank, we have to buy it to get it back out in our pockets, which is not a very good state of affairs, but that's where we find ourselves even this morning. And that brings me to President Buhari's promise last week, Monday, right here on the show. We talked about the fact that President Buhari promised in 7 days to resolve the crisis. Here we are 7 days later, and we still have no money. There's still queues in all the ATMs. My newscaster is with us here this morning, Yetunde Afolabi. Yetunde, how are you this morning?
Good morning, Dayo. I'm very well, thank you.
Very, very good. Do you remember President Buhari's promise last week? You were the one who read it to us and said he promised that 7 days he would resolve the issue. Do you remember that promise?
Of course I do.
Very good. And is it resolved? Did you still see queues at the ATMs, or is it that things have improved now? Do people have money in their pockets?
As of this morning, no.
As of this morning, we're all still cashless.
Yes, we are.
Very good. All right. Anyway, we will now go to Yetunde to start telling us some of the stories we're going to look at and invite our guests to analyze those stories with us so that we know what Nigeria at large is thinking about what's going on here. So over to you, Yetunde.
Ban on old naira notes. Supreme Court halts February 10 deadline. Council of State asked the Central Bank of Nigeria to print more new naira notes or recirculate old ones. CBN, NSPMC are sure of capacity to print naira notes. On Wednesday, the Supreme Court of Nigeria entered an interim order against the Central Bank of Nigeria, banning the bank from going ahead with its February 10 deadline for the end of use of the old naira notes. The injunction was issued based on a lawsuit filed by the governors of Kaduna, Kogi, and Zamfara states as a result of the hardship being experienced by the citizens of their respective states from the unavailability of the new notes. The order will subsist until February 15, at which time the court will revisit the matter. Meanwhile, at a meeting held in Abuja on Friday, the Council of State expressed support for the Naira redesign policy of the CBN, but asked Governor Godwin Emefiele to make new Naira notes available or recirculate old ones to ease the suffering of Nigerians. In a related matter, the Supreme Court has instructed Nigerians to stop attacking judgments. In the wake of recent judgments by the Apex Court, in which aspirants for senatorial seats in Akwa Ibom and Yobe states who did not participate in their party primaries were declared to be the bona fide candidates of their parties for the elections, leading to public outcry and criticism of the court. The Supreme Court has asked Nigerians to stop maligning the revered institution. The court went on to say that if political parties fail to organize themselves well by managing their internal wrangling maturely and choose to take themselves before the court, The judges are duty-bound to adjudicate in accordance with the provisions of the law and not the dictates of any individual. Some legal experts, however, are of the opinion that the Supreme Court, being one of the institutions of democracy, and judgments are subject to public scrutiny and should therefore not seek to gag the public in criticizing its decisions. Our next big story is about measures Lagos State is putting in place to give support to its most vulnerable residents experiencing hardship from fuel and naira shortages. Worried by the challenge some Lagosians, especially the vulnerable and less privileged, are facing currently as a result of naira and fuel scarcity in the country, Governor Sanwo-Olu stated that the state government will roll out food packs and health relief packages beginning Monday the 13th of February. The governor also slashed to 50% the fare on state-owned buses, ferries, lag ride, and other public transport, extending the discounts indefinitely from the initial period of 1 week. Government shuts all Nigerian universities, orders students to go home from February 22nd to March 14th. Citing security concerns, the federal government shut all universities across the country and ordered students to go home for the period. Hoodlums unleash attacks on Labour Party campaign in Lagos. Hoodlums attacked the presidential campaign rally of the Labour Party held in Lagos on Saturday, leading to 1 death and numerous persons injured. The Labour Party presidential candidate, Peter Obi, was also accused of gifting 2 billion naira to churches through the Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN.
For giving us the big stories of the past week. And before we go on break, I just want to bring up the fact that the earthquake in Turkey, we need to commiserate with the people of Turkey and the people of Syria who have suffered from the effects of a devastating earthquake. In this part of the world, we're relatively fortunate that we don't experience such things. But once upon a time, I lived in the earthquake belt, and I've actually been involved in at least 2 major earthquakes. And I tell you, there's nothing scarier. The ground shakes, the buildings sway, and it's as if the entire world is going to come screeching to a halt. There's nothing like it, and the effects can be devastating. So our hearts go out to the people of Turkey and Syria, and we offer our condolences and sympathies to the people of those countries. Back home here, there's also an incident at Chrisland School in Okwebi, Ikeja, that's also quite sad and tragic, in which a 12-year-old student lost her life under questionable circumstances last week at a sporting event that the school held at an outside stadium. Investigations are still underway as to what may have been responsible for the child losing her life, but we offer our condolences to the family, and we pray that the government does this investigation and puts to bed whatever may have been responsible for that poor child's untimely death. All right, that's it. We shall take a break now, and when we come back, my guests will be joining me to take a look at these stories, take a deep dive into these stories, and discuss them in depth. Don't go away. Joining me to give us her take on the big stories of last week is Simisola Adeyemi, an entrepreneur who runs a catering outfit in the Surulere area of Lagos. Welcome to the show, Simisola.
Thank you, sir. Good to be here. Good to be here.
Thank you for joining us. Also with us in the studio today to give his take on the big stories that made the headlines last week is Demola Afolabi, an entrepreneur and company director in Ikeja, Lagos. Thank you for joining us this morning, Demola.
Thank you for having me.
Brilliant. Let's start with you, Simisola. What's your take on this whole Naira redesign policy? This whole thing that has seen us queuing in front of ATMs and struggling to get our own money out of the banks that we worked hard to earn and we have put away for safekeeping, and now we can't access it. How do you see this whole thing?
Well, It's a bit sad. Great idea, wrong timing, wrong strategy. It's very, very unplanned, and it's taking a very great toll on the citizens. It's been chaotic. There was an issue. Like, I cook, so I went to the market sometimes 2 weeks ago, and the whole of the goat meat section shut down because they didn't want to take the old Naira note. There was no sensitization. People are, it's chaotic. That's just it. It's a very wrong timing and very unplanned. It's a good idea. I'm a cashless fan. I believe in cashless, but it's just a very, very terrible time to take up such important thing.
What do you think is wrong with the timing? Is it because elections are coming, or are you trying to say that maybe the notice wasn't long enough?
Well, short notice, number one. Then I believe there's a little bit political, political undertone. Yes. But you shouldn't, because of your political undertone, affect the lives of over 200 million Nigerians. It's so unfair. People are buying Nairas. They are buying their money. They are buying
their own money that they
are buying their money that they have. It's unfair. No. But I'm a cashless fan. Don't forget that. I believe in cashless policy. I love the fact that we are going to have less cash now, but wrong timing, horrible strategy.
Bad implementation.
Exactly.
Demola, in terms of the political undertones that Simi has mentioned, do you really believe there's political calculations behind this Naira redesign policy, or is it just simply all about moving with the times and trying to adapt to technology, take advantage of technology to make our lives less complicated?
Absolutely. There is a very heavy political undertone, and the reason why I say so is because of the timing of the
implementation.
The implementation one, the fact that we have to return all old Naira notes on a date before the elections. I mean, I have been in other countries where either a currency has been introduced or changed. And I'll give an example. I was in England when the pound note was changed, and the £1 note we used to spend was changed into a coin. And then I think the £20 note was changed, and then the £50 note was introduced. But at no time was there any date by which, if you did not return your money to the bank, it will not cease to be legal tender. I believe till today, there's no time limit. I mean, if you turn up at the Bank of England, which is the central bank, you go to a desk, if you find the old Naira note in your loft or wherever, they'll change it for you and give you the equivalent.
So are you saying that the fact that they put a time limit on it in Nigeria is for political considerations?
There's no doubt in my mind that that is for political considerations. Whilst, I mean, they may claim that they're trying to mop up the Naira, prevent money laundering, etc., etc. I mean, if there are political actors or members of the political class or politicians who they believe are running afoul of the money laundering laws, or that they want to use money to influence the elections, then they need to intervene with those persons in other ways that does not affect the ability of citizens to have access to their money, especially in a country like Nigeria, where we have millions of people who are not even literate. They don't understand what is going on. All they know is that they've turned up at their bank, they've demanded their money,
and they can't get it.
And they can't get it. I mean, they don't, I mean, how do you go about explaining to them that the bank has not collapsed?
Yes, indeed.
You know, because that is what is going through their own minds. They never mind what the goodness in the policies, which I actually support,
Yes.
but it's just the way it was implemented.
I
mean,
Okay.
the central bank governor was saying that, at one point, a paper, it was published in the paper that he said there was not enough materials. There was a quick reporter from central bank and from the governor himself. But if that is the case, we believe that the governor, but where is the Naira?
Yes, yes, I hear you. And it's interesting that you would bring that up, because the Council of State met on Friday and they said that they ordered the recirculation of the old notes and printing of new notes, but so far we haven't seen anything and we are still stuck in the same rut.
Again, it shouldn't be last Friday that the Council of State will be saying print Naira notes. I mean, they knew they wanted to change the notes, so they should have been printing for weeks on end before the change.
But you know, I think I like the idea. If it's going to stop book buying, then we have to bear the sacrifice. We have to bear it. We have to just bear it. If it's for the good of the nation, nothing comes easy.
Well, there's nothing without any pain, but I want to use that to discuss another aspect of the Supreme Court, who has said that Nigerians should stop attacking its judges, its judgments, that what is happening now is that because some of the things they have said lately are deemed to be controversial.
Yes.
Like there have been 2 senatorial candidacies that they have ruled what seems to be unorthodox.
Yes.
And of course, they are intervening in the issue of the Naira redesign policy. A lot of people have been criticizing the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court came out yesterday and said, hey, it is our duty when a matter is brought before us to adjudicate it according to the law. Now, let me ask you, Simi, do you think that in the issues that affect our daily lives, that the Supreme Court should be the one kind of fashioning out the way we live, as opposed to, in democracy, it's the voter who holds the ultimate power.
Yes.
And they say the court is the last hope of the common man. But when the court begins to be the first hope, as opposed to the last hope, how does that affect our own actual democratic power of the ballot?
Well, it's the Nigerian factor. It's the Nigerian factor. Whatever the Supreme Court comes out with is what we should, bear, because the judges and the politicians, they are at par. They work, I won't say they work hand in hand, but they are friends. So in most cases, I think the outcome of their conclusions, it will always favor them. It will always, it will not be in favor of the common man. That's what I've deduced.
Demola, do you think there's corruption in the judiciary?
Well, some of their judgments makes it appear as if all is not well within the Supreme Court. I don't want to, say more than that, but also I know that a central bank is supposed to be independent. A central bank is supposed to be independent in policy making and so many other things.
So you don't think the Supreme Court had the jurisdiction to intervene in the matter like it did last week?
Exactly. That is what a school of thought amongst the lawyers is saying, that the central bank does not have the jurisdiction.
The Supreme Court does not have the jurisdiction.
The Supreme Court does not have the jurisdiction to intervene in
CBN matters.
In CBN matters. And the example he gave was quite clear, which I thought, oh, wow. He said, if the central bank decides to increase the interest rates, for instance,
can you go to the court
can a few governors
to stop it,
put themselves together and head to the Supreme Court to say that, look, this high interest rate is affecting businesses or my people in my state, and that the Supreme Court should stop it?
So you think this was a judicial overreach? Even though you're not a lawyer and I'm not a lawyer, the jury is still out on that.
Yes, I think so. And
but you make a compelling argument
yes.
that it seems to be
yes.
that the judiciary is stepping into areas where...
okay, so who is supposed to check the central bank?
Well, the first problem that the Central Bank of Nigeria has and has had for probably generations is that the governor of the central bank is picked from amongst commercial bankers.
Yeah. But it's answerable only to the president.
Yes, I mean, in more developed countries where they don't have the kind of problems, they have their own problems as well.
Yes.
They don't have the kind of problems that we have. Central bank governors are most of the time economists, not bankers.
And there's a difference in terms of skill sets.
And there's a skill set and understanding of the environment,
yes.
Okay. The economic, monetary policy, and all the rest. They are not commercial bankers who have interests. Let's talk
about another government entity that's playing a role in this whole fuel scarcity and petrol scarcity issue. We talked about the Supreme Court, the role it has played. Well, the Lagos state government last week rolled out a set of palliatives for the most vulnerable and less privileged people in Lagos by slashing transportation costs by 50% on government-owned buses, ferries, the lag ride taxi system. In addition, the governor has also promised that effective Monday, the 13th, there will be food banks that will supply food to the needy, and there'll also be health relief packages. Is this an example of a responsive government that's being sensitive to the needs of the people? Because what I hear you saying, Simisola, earlier is that the implementation of the timing and the implementation of the Naira redesign policy was not well thought through in terms of the impact it would have on the masses. Yes. So now we see a government taking proactive steps to mitigate the hardship caused by this Naira redesign policy. Do you have kudos for the Lagos State government, or do you have knocks?
Honestly, give it to Lagos State. They are very proactive. I don't know who gives them this, advice, but they are always proactive. When it comes to, I remember festive seasons, they always do slash on the transportation. They do relief packages and all. Lagos State has always, done that. And I believe this doesn't have any political undertone, like they want people to vote for them. No,
they just Lagos really care.
Lagos State really cares. People probably, I don't know if foundations have a hand in it, but they are always trying to reach out to the masses to curb the hardship when things like this rises and everything. Lagos State is always, I'm not defending them, but I believe in charity and reaching out to people in need in times of difficulty, and Lagos State has done a good one, and I think other states should emulate. But if it has a political undertone, it's going to end it's going to end in the gallows, because Lagosians, people have made up their minds.
Okay. All right, so Lagos State blazing a trail that others should follow. Demola, let's talk about this Labour Party rally that happened in Lagos over the weekend. And in the process of that rally happening, actually before the rally came, the federal government had announced that all universities should shut down from, I think it's February 22nd, and close till after the election, citing security concerns. The security concerns are probably on the basis of the fact that the elections are coming. Does this mean they're worrying about violence and possible mayhem? Because that ties into the next issue I wanted to talk about, that there was a Labour Party rally in Lagos over the weekend where hoodlums hijacked it and unleashed mayhem on the campaigners.
Yes.
In fact, one person was allegedly killed, several others were injured. The rally was disrupted completely. So this issue of violence, that the government could be that concerned to shut all the universities and tell all the students to go home, and then we have a very practical example happening right here in Lagos over the weekend. Does that mean that violence is a real and present threat in the upcoming elections, despite all the peace pacts signed by the contestants?
Yes, clearly so, because as you said, a Labour Party rally thugs appeared from nowhere with guns and machetes, and a number of persons were injured, and allegedly one died.
Do we have any idea where these people came from? Who sponsored them? Do we know? What are the police saying? Do we know?
Well, we haven't heard anything much yet from the side of the police, but what we know is that a number of persons were attacked with machetes, and were, injuries were inflicted upon them, and interestingly, at a time when this cashless policy implementation and the currency thing has gone wrong or been poorly implemented, and our hospital system wouldn't treat you if you do not have cash to pay. I mean, in the last week or so, I've heard of 2 deaths. One is close to somebody I know.
Because they didn't have cash to pay at the
Yeah,
hospital.
yes, because they didn't have cash to pay at the hospital. One was in Kaduna, where a man took his pregnant wife to the hospital, was running around for cash. The hospital refused to commence treatment, and the lady, sadly and unfortunately, died. And one, I'm told, was at a hospital in Lagos, a general hospital, which is in Lagos State controlled, and where someone was brought in, and the hospital were insisting on payment in cash.
But why can't they take transfers?
The guy said
Why
they
can't
didn't
they
have
take
cash.
transfers?
They were willing to pay by transfer.
Why can't they take?
And the guys kept
Why can't they take transfers?
Insisting on cash, and 3 hours later, the guy that was brought in died.
Okay. The government has already mandated that petrol stations and other retail outlets cannot refuse to take transfers. So why a hospital, which whether private or government owned, would
So it
refuse?
goes back. I've seen this happening even before this cashless policy, where hospitals, people will be rushed in, cardiac arrest, whatever it is, and the hospital will keep on saying that, look, pay before service. And I think the Lagos state government, through its Ministry of Health, and similarly other state governments, need to step in here, because I understand that doctors have what you call Hippocratic oath, where
they must,
they must save lives. So,
yes.
I mean, in this day and age of technology, where, I mean, if someone walks into a hospital, needs treatment, get the IDs of those who brought him in and the patient. If you need to get their,
exactly,
whatever IDs you need to get off them, so that you can ensure that when the patient has been treated, monies that, I mean, the cost of the treatment can still be retrieved.
Yes, of course.
Once the persons that brought them in and the patient have been identified,
yes,
the monies can be retrieved. We cannot claim to be a giant of Africa and claim to be among the Committee of Nations, and people are dropping dead in hospitals because they don't have cash to pay.
Absolutely.
I mean, it is a disgrace.
Indeed, yes. Simisola, are you worried about violence in the upcoming elections?
I am extremely bothered, because 2 weeks ago there was a little shootout in my area in Surulere. Like there was gun battle. We watch it on Twitter.
Yes,
they were shotguns.
Yes.
So this is election isn't here, and they're already
things
fighting.
Like that are happening.
And the party leadership should caution their people. Caution them. Call them to order.
There was a case.
Call them to order. Both the online warriors and the physical warriors. Call both of them to order.
There was a case in Etiosa, which is gone viral now, where Ibale and his cabinet were discussing about how everybody within their community was going to vote for one party.
He threatened them and said anybody who
was
wasn't
issuing
going to vote,
threats.
They will be kicked out of the community.
Yes, was issuing threats that they were going to frustrate their businesses, kick them out of the community, and all sorts of things. These were the things that Mr. President Buhari was talking about that he didn't want to happen. So I think the police needs to get onto these issues and make sure that nobody is able to threaten anyone, And
but you know, the Labour Party started this problem. They started this problem from online. They started this problem bullying people. Once you don't support their candidate, they're going to come for you. Well, they bullied people, and now it's showing. It's showing physically. It's left online.
Well, I think by and large that all the parties have played a role one way or another. I know that some are more active online, some are more active physically on the terra firma.
On the streets.
All the political parties need to show some restraint. Now, I think it's fair to say that President Buhari is doing everything he can to ensure free and fair elections. But that aspect, I think that free and fair elections, from his perspective, looks more at the process, the beavers, the fact that there's no cash to buy votes and things like that.
Yes.
But the security aspect seems to need a little bit more
attention.
work. Thank you, Nigeria. It's 12 days to the election from today. That's less than 2 weeks. So, we believe that in the coming days there'll be a lot more political activity. We ask that you all be safe. Those who don't have their PVCs, there's nothing you can really do now since INEC has closed that. But those who have their PVCs, make sure you go out there and make your voice be heard. Thank you for joining us on this episode of What's Your Take. I thank our in-studio guests, our newsreader, our producer, and of course, TV360. We look forward to seeing you again next time.
Hello and welcome to the program. I am Mary Kado. In a fresh twist, the federal government has asked the Supreme Court to dismiss a suit filed by 3 states challenging the February 10 deadline set by the Central Bank of Nigeria to end the use of the old Naira notes. On Wednesday, the Supreme Court temporarily restrained the federal government from stopping the use of the old Naira notes from February 10, 2023. A 7-member panel of the Apex Court led by John Okoro made the ruling on Wednesday in an ex parte application brought by Kaduna, Kogi and Zamfara states. Meanwhile, hours after the Supreme Court restrained the CBN and the federal government from sticking to the February 10th deadline for people to swap their old Naira notes for the new ones, the federal government has approached the Apex Court asking it to dismiss the original suits challenging that deadline set by the CBN. In the preliminary objection filed on Wednesday through his lawyers, the Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, argued that the Supreme Court lacks the jurisdiction to entertain the matter. President Muhammadu Buhari had met with the CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele and Attorney General of the Federation at the Presidential Villa, Abuja, shortly after the Supreme Court ruling, but the outcome of the meeting is yet to be known. Despite the Supreme Court's interim injunction restraining the CBN from enforcing the deadline for phasing out the old notes, more commercial banks have showed their doors to customers, halting cash operations while putting out notices informing customers that the deadline still stands. The CBN too has not given any indication yet that it is going to comply with the ruling of the Supreme Court. There are unconfirmed reports that the Apex Bank may choose to ignore the Apex Court's ruling on the argument it was not a party to the case before the court. Now, to speak more about these developments, legal expert Tunde Falola joins me now. Thank you very much for joining me on the program. Now, there have been arguments in some quarters that the Supreme Court acted outside its jurisdiction in its ruling, which prompted the suit filed by the Attorney General. Do you agree with this? And also, what's your reaction to the judgment by the Supreme Court halting the February 10 deadline for the validity of the old Naira notes?
Thank you very much. I appreciate you for having me around.
Let me start by saying, even though as a lawyer, we are not expected, to discuss the issue that have been submitted, to courts, for adjudication. However, for the purpose of this program, I will, as much as possible, restrain myself because the matter is sub judice. Be that as it may, and going back to the question to ask, you pose the issue that whether the Supreme Court has jurisdiction or not, and that is a position of the Honorable Attorney General of the Federation. I want to disagree with the office of the Attorney General with due respect to his office. I want to disagree on the basis that, the Supreme Court, under the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, as amended, particularly Section 233, has been vested with power to deal with, issues between states and the government of the Federation of Nigeria. And that, on that basis, was the reason why the government of Kaduna, Kogi, and Zamfara went to Supreme Court to challenge, the policy implementation of the federal government regarding the monetary policy. So to say the Supreme Court has no jurisdiction, to say the least, and with all due respect to the office of the Attorney General, is misconceived in law because states are involved. And the mere fact that not all other states of the Federation made parties in the suit, does not, invalidate the jurisdiction or the competence of the court to adjudicate on that matter. That was the first point. The second point is that the judgment of the Supreme Court, or the ruling, as it were, is being a final court, is binding on every authority throughout the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So to say that maybe it is the Central Bank of Nigeria was not made a party to the suit, doesn't render the suit incompetent and doesn't take away the jurisdiction from the court. Now, regarding the temporary ruling, the implication is that the government, as well as its agency, which include the Central Bank of Nigeria, they are bound by that ruling until set aside. So they are bound to comply with that ruling. And that is why you can hear the Honorable Attorney General of the Federation this morning or yesterday has said the government is going to comply with that order. That's my position.
And go on and on and on about this case, but some have argued that the CBN is not party to the case before the Apex Court. Now, what do you make of the argument and that the ruling could not apply to the CBN?
Thank you very much. First and foremost, you have to find out the status of the Central Bank of Nigeria. Even though the Central Bank of Nigeria is an entity, it's a legal entity that can sue and be sued. And that is why you have a plethora of cases where matters are involved, banks in another entity, they, took the Central Bank of Nigeria to court. However, in this instance matter, the Central Bank of Nigeria is an agency under the government of the Federation. So, and once the principal is joined as a party, it is not necessary, to join the agency, as it were in this case. Secondly, misjoinder or non-joinder of party, is not a matter of jurisdiction. It doesn't render the court, the case incompetence. The mere fact that you do not join a particular party that ought to be joined ab initio, doesn't render the suit, incompetent. But the appropriate court the other can make is to ask, the party concerned to, join, or on his own join the party that is, expected to be joined in the first instance. So the mere fact that this CBN was not made a party to that suit doesn't render the suit incompetent.
So far, the CBN has not given, any indication it plans to comply with the ruling of the Apex Court. Now, if that happens, what can the Supreme Court do?
Well, the Supreme Court, just like any other court, more so this is the Apex Court. They have that punitive power, on the prompt of any of the party before it. So if there's any, non-compliance, by any agency of the government, I think the parties that went to court, they know what they should do before the court. And in any event, the Office of the Attorney General has given indication that the government is going to comply. So who is CBN to say they will not comply? Once the Attorney General has indicated that the government will comply, they dare not dare the Supreme Court.
All right, now let's move to something else. The 2023 general elections, the elections are fast approaching, and with all of this confusion and chaos caused by the redesigned currency and saying that, well, like I said, we are just few weeks to the elections. Somehow, do you see any of these issues impacting the elections?
Thank you very much. And I think before the Supreme Court ruling, there was every indication that the nation is heading towards anarchy, lawlessness, as a result of the scarcity of of the naira. But thank God that the Supreme Court has waded in and has temporarily stopped the implementation of the policy. If not, only God knows what will have been happening by now. You can see, recently we have cases of demonstration in some states of the Federation, Ogun State and one other state, that people took to streets to protest, the hardship they are passing through. In the history of this nation, I don't think this country has ever passed through this kind of, economic hardship orchestrated by this unpopular policy. It is expected that every government policy must have human face. But in this case, the reverse is the case. You can have money in the bank and you can't get it. And in some cases, you have money in the bank, you have to pay to get your money. So with the intervention of the Supreme Court now, I think peace and the tension has started, are being calmed down. People are no longer agitated as it were before the Supreme Court ruling. If that has not taken place, I doubt whether that election will not be postponed. But with this recent development, I think there is no excuse for INEC not to go ahead with that, with the conduct of the election.
Well, INEC has said the elections will go on as scheduled, but there are allegations that commercial banks are holding these Naira notes. Bank officials have also been arrested after hidden bills of unopened new notes were discovered. Would you call this a sabotage to the federal government's efforts?
Well, I think the Central Bank of Nigeria, being the regulatory body over all banks and commercial houses in Nigeria, they should know what to do. They should put in more efforts, at arresting this situation. There have been reports from the Central Bank of Nigeria that they have enough money in circulation. But the question is, where are this money? I can give an example. Yesterday, I went to one of my bankers that I needed money. They said they don't have cash. How can a bank, a commercial bank, be telling its customer that they don't have cash? Where are the cash given to them by the Central Bank of Nigeria? I think they have to intensify this monitoring. Let that be task force, set up by the Central Bank of Nigeria, with a mandate to, pursue and arrest all these people that are sabotaging the effort of the government, aiming at, making the funds, the Naira available to the generality of the people. So they should intensify. Let them step up, their efforts, aim at, getting, across to those people who are sabotaging their effort. That is what they should do.
Well, all right now, Tunde Falola, legal expert, thank you for your insights and for joining me on the program.
You're welcome. Thank you.
But we'll take a break and be right back. To stay with us. Welcome back. The Supreme Court on Monday restored the Senate President Ahmed Lawan as the senatorial candidate of the All Progressives Congress APC for Yobe North Senatorial District. In a split judgment of 2-3, the Apex Court affirmed Lawan as the authentic senatorial candidate of the APC in Yobe North Senatorial District. The Apex Court, in the majority judgment, avoided and set aside the decision of the Federal High Court and the Court of Appeal, which had affirmed Bashir Machina as the APC candidate, having won the party's primary election held on May 28, 2022. Justice Sentus Chima Weze, who delivered the majority judgment of the Apex Court, held that Machina ought to have commenced his case at the Federal High Court with a writ of summons, given the grievous candidacy of his principal. Well, to speak more on this, Fumi Adeogun, Treasurer, NBA Spidel, joins me now. Thank you very much for joining me. Let's begin. The ruling by the Apex Court remains controversial. How would you say the Apex Court came up with its judgment affirming Lawan as the APC senatorial candidate, saying that he did not contest the primaries?
Thank you for having me. We can see that the starting point is, what are the issues for determination that was submitted for the courts to adjudicate upon? We see that the appellant has, number one, asked the court, and I will read, to determine whether in the circumstances of the appeal before the courts below, especially with the allegation of fraud in the midst of other irreconcilable conflicts, in the numerous further affidavits filed by the parties in support of their various conflicting positions, the court below was correct to hold that the trial court was right to have respondents originating summons. We see that the main issue here is the mode of commencing the action. We all know as lawyers that if you want to commence an action by originating summons, it is only when you are calling upon the court to interpret maybe the law, an instrument, and so on and so forth. Of course, Machi's lawyer has gone to court to call on the Federal High Court to interpret the Electoral Act, Section 85, to interpret Article 4.0 of the Constitution of APC and its electoral guidelines for 2023. And in supporting his own case, he has front-loaded so many exhibits that he attached to it. And he was saying that the court should determine whether Bachil is the one that the APC is supposed to send his name to the INEC, whether INEC is not under mandatory duty to forward his name to the INEC, based on that provision of APC Constitution and the electoral guidelines, and so on and so forth. And the other party has come to bring their own counter affidavits, saying that, oh, it cannot happen like this. The exhibits you have attached, these documents, number one, they attach so many documents to say this document does not emanate from them. The documents they attach some exhibits 8, 7, 8, 9, saying that some of them were not dated, they were not signed. Particularly the one that really catch my own attention was the one they said the election was conducted by planning committee of APC as opposed National Working Committee. They also said that the election was conducted for the vacancy seat in Zone C, and there is nothing like Zone C. Having attached those documents, they have attached the result from Zone C as opposed the result of senatorial district for the North, or Yobe North. They are saying, no, it cannot happen. Zone C is non-existent. The other party is also filing counter, further affidavit to say that, come on, this planning committee, the person you are referring to as planning committee, they were actually appointed. They were 5-man election committee appointed by the National Working Committee of APC that asked them to conduct that primary election. However, the Lawan's lawyer is also saying that there was no such evidence before the court. So when you place all these facts and counterfacts before the court, the question is, can the court of law actually resolve them based on mere affidavits? Especially now, where we now have allegation of fraud. And this allegation of fraud, you know, it is our law. It remains our law as of today, that you have to prove it beyond reasonable doubt. It has not changed, and there is no exception to electoral procedures, that if it's under Electoral Act, then you should just prove it on a normal ground. Even in civil proceedings, if you allege any criminal activities or fraudulent acts, you have to prove it. And in the affidavit attached to the originating summons, we're meant to understand that even the particulars of this fraud were not stated. If you're alleging fraud, is a must for you to state the particulars. I've not done all these things. Can you resolve them based on that originating summons? And the answer is no. So what the Supreme Court has just done is to follow the law, strictly say so, follow the law. And you cannot crucify the Supreme Court justices, because the starting point is, what is the issue before them to determine? The issue that was brought before them is, where you have substantial disputes, can it be determined based on originating summons? And we all know that the answer is no, and that they have answered correctly.
All right,
I have a similar
the
case.
Supreme Court followed the law, but we see now a resultant effect, you know, of the Apex Court's judgment is that the lawyers involved in the case were split into two opposing sides. You know, 3 justices of the court judged that Lawan is the rightful candidate of the APC, while 2 other justices based their judgment on the fact that the election that produced Lawan was illegal and was conducted in violation of the Electoral Act. So how do we juxtapose Lawan being the rightful candidate and all that you've said so far?
Yes, like I said, the starting point is, what's the issue? What have they said I should come and decide upon? If I've decided that you cannot come through this originating summons, then there is no point for me to go for them. And I think that is what they have done. The others will just be like a mere academic exercise.
All right. According to reports, Machina lost to Lawan mainly on the grounds of technicality. But do you think the judgment by the Supreme Court has somehow set the precedence with regards to political matters in the country?
Yes, I think what they have done, they have not derailed from anything. They have done justice to the case. However, what I would have expected them to have done in this matter that is so glaring to everybody, that Lawan actually was busy contesting for presidential primaries, and after that, they said they conducted another primaries for that district. Yeah. What I would have expected the Supreme Court to do in that circumstance, that is so glaring to the public, that, you know, public, they are saying, no, everybody can see that this guy did not participate in it. Instead of just striking out the matter, maybe they just order that they should go back to trial courts and go and argue their case, you know, by writ, in which in our normal courts they do, when you comment by originating summons and they see that there are conflicting facts in your various affidavits, substantial disputes, you know, of facts, they just ask you to convert it to writ of summons. They will not strike it out, so that, you know, sometimes all these cases are time bound. If they strike it out, for you to bring back the action, you might be out of time. It might be statute barred. So to salvage that, they will just ask you, convert to writ, and it will still be running as if you have commenced it like when you did as the the time of originating summons. That I think the Supreme Court should have done instead of striking out, the matter.
That the APC has called the judgment, a victory for the party. That's the judgment of the Supreme Court. The APC has said it's a victory for the party and, not against any individual. Do you agree with this?
Yes, the victory is a victory for the party and even for true lawyers, Like I wanted to say earlier on, that I have a similar matter going on at the appeal, just too similar. And I'm saying that the facts, we have substantial disputed facts that cannot be decided on originating summons, in which the trial court had given judgment to the person that brought in the originator. Immediately I saw this judgment, I was like, fantastic, I have another authority, to cite. So it's not only victory to the party, it's the victory to all and sundry. Is the rule, is the true justice in this matter, sincerely speaking.
Well, Fumi Adeogun, Treasurer, NBA Spidel, thank you for your time and your contribution. That's how much we can take on this edition of the program. Thank you for watching. I am Mary Kanu.
Left Nigeria 2016 July, went through Benin to Kano, to Abuja, Abuja to Kano, Kano to Niger. So from Niger we went to Agadez, as Agadez is also part of Niger. So from there we embarked on the journey through the Sahara Desert. We were put on the truck, a very Toyota Hilux. We're like almost 30 on that Hilux. On the normal ground, that Hilux would not size 20 persons, but we're up to 30. We're packed like load, like goods on top of the Hilux. And we spent 4 days on the Sahara Desert. There during the journey, there was no water. Water got finished, and we had to hold on till we were able to get to Mozouk. Mozouk is a town in Libya, downtown. So from Mozouk, I spent 2 days before I was actually dressed like a lady. Because if you are going in Libya, you have so many checkpoints. The soldiers there, they don't want to see black moving on the street. So because if I enter the taxi as a male to move, they are going to arrest me. So the connection man dressed me as a lady. I had to barb all my beards and my head, makeup, and the hijab. So when we get to the checkpoint, we just look the driver, because the driver is a Libyan man. So we greet the soldiers, they will allow us to pass. That was how I passed through, and I got to Tripoli. From Tripoli, I had to move to seaside, Sabrata, where I'll cross. I actually tried to cross October 1st, 2016. That experience was a very ugly experience. During the journey on the high sea, the Mediterranean Sea, I discovered that the boats that we entered was having leakage. So from there, that leakage, where the boat stopped, was no longer moving. We spent close to more than 3 hours on the sea. Everybody, you see women crying, you see the children crying, and at the end of the day, some were praying, the Muslims praying, the Christians praying. Then the police, the Libya police, they came to rescue us. They arrested us on that very occasion. I went to the prison. I spent more than 3 months in the prison. So from there, I called my family. They were able to raise money to release me. Well, finally, how I came back to Nigeria, I tried to cross again. So crossing again, I was actually arrested again. And I was taken to Gerian. There's a prison called Gerian. Irregular migration is not worth it. And people, they think that out there the pasture is green, and it's not true. You, at times when you experience these things, you are not, some persons, they experience these things, they are not normal, they are not the same again. So it's not good for other people to experience what most of us, what we've experienced.
Thank you for joining us on the newsroom. Here are a few stories we are tracking at the moment. President Muhammadu Buhari has disclosed that out of the Naira notes held outside the banking sector, 2.1 trillion Naira has been since the beginning of the Naira redesign policy introduced by the Central Bank of Nigeria. Buhari disclosed this on Thursday during a national broadcast to Nigerians. He added that the move will lead to complete collapse of illegal economic activities, which would help to stem corruption and acquisition of money through illegal ways, exchange rate stability, availability of easy loans, and lowering of interest rates. Meanwhile, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has created a portal for the deposit of old Naira notes. According to a notification titled Redemption of Currency on the Apex Bank's website, Nigerians can redeem their old 1,000 Naira, 500 and 200 Naira notes by completing an online form. The notification also provided a link to the portal to enable citizens to deposit old notes in their possession. With a few days to the February 25 presidential election, Governor Nyesom Wike of Rivers State has ruled out any last-minute deal or truce between the G5 governors and the flag bearer of the People's Democratic Party (PDP), Atiku Abubakar. The governor also said he is not ready to sit with any member of Atiku's camp to broker peace between the G5 or the Integrity Group and the national leadership of the party, led by Iyorchia Ayu. He added that he owes nobody an apology for having hosted the presidential candidate of the APC, Bola Tinubu, in Port Harcourt after the latter's rally in the state on Wednesday. The World Health Organization will continue pushing until it finds an answer to how the COVID-19 pandemic started. The WHO chief, Tedros Ghebreyesus, made this known following a report suggesting it had abandoned the search. He added that he had recently sent a letter to a top official in China asking for cooperation in order to know how the pandemic started. In business, the Federal Executive Council has approved the installation of electronic cargo tracking nodes for ports nationwide. The Minister of Transportation, Muazu Sambo, made the disclosure while briefing State House correspondents after the Federal Executive Council meeting presided over by President Muhammadu Buhari in Abuja. According to Sambo, this will tackle several challenges such as the under-declaration, concealment and wrong classification of important cargo and provide transparency in cargo invoicing. On the global scene, the U.S. government has said it will maintain lines of communication with China despite a rift over an alleged surveillance balloon hovering over U.S. territory. Speaking with journalists, U.S. Deputy State Secretary Wendy Sherman said the United States and China have never stopped communicating and trying to understand each other, despite the cancellation of the visit of Secretary of State Antony Blinken this month. Sherman, in response to a question, declined to say if Blinken would meet China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi later this week, when both attended the Munich Security Conference. In sports, Serie A strugglers Salernitana have sacked coach David Nicola for the second time in a month. Salernitana, just 4 points above the relegation zone, officially confirmed the development in a series of brief statements on their website. In mid-January, the club had announced Nicola was out after an 8-2 rout against Atalanta Bergamo. But owner Danilo Levolino changed his mind and gave a reprieve to the coach, who unexpectedly kept the club up last season. They, however, lost 1-0 to Verona on Monday. Well, that's it on the newsroom at this time. Thank you for watching. I am Simisola Atiku. Bye for now.
What can be avoided, which end is proposed by the Almighty, yet Caesar shall go forth. For this prediction is made to the world in general, and as to Caesar. This house is falling. A country preparing for election, economic growth, and development needs stability, political and economic. Whatever policy, public or private, that derogates on the aforementioned will lead to restiveness, and same should be avoided. The Central Bank of Nigeria, sometime last year, announced its intention to redesign the Naira notes, and its reason were that the huge chunk of the Naira notes were not within the banking system, and that such is inimical to the economy. The Naira notes were eventually redesigned, and since then, peace have left us. The new notes have not been sufficient in circulation. The old notes have shrunk. The bank's ATM machines are not dispensing cash. Many are closing operations, and we are thrown into a litany of chaos. The CBN policy isn't well thought out. We have regressed miserably under the Emefiele CBN and are grossly disrespected as citizens. Why would you opt to redesign the Naira note without thinking it through? Why was the policy made at this time when the country is preparing for elections? Whose interests was this policy targeted to protect? Recently, 3 states approached the Supreme Court of Nigeria, praying it to grant an order restraining the federal government from enforcing the February 10th deadline, for which the CBN had earlier announced that the old Naira note will cease to be legal tender. The Supreme Court granted an ex parte order that the parties should maintain the status quo ante bellum pending the determination of the substantive suit. The federal government thereafter filed a preliminary objection, adding that the Supreme Court has no jurisdiction on the matter under reference. In view of the foregoing, Nigerians have been acting confused at the moment, as some market women won't accept the old notes, and the CBN won't speak to the public as the confusion lingers intolerably. I would therefore advocate that the federal government should allow the old and the new notes in circulation for at least 1 year to enable a gradual process of phasing out the old notes. The banks should desist from hoarding the new or the old notes to allow for a smooth transition of the process. The CBN should be responsible and stop making high-handed statements with unreasonable deadlines. We are not at war with the federal government, and the CBN should understand its role as it relates to money policy. There is absolutely nothing reasonable in the policy as it has taken us miles backward, and this should come with consequences. The people involved in this thoughtlessness should be punished as a matter of necessity. We cannot allow a group of people with little or no knowledge of how to manage people, 200 million of us, without consequences. There must be consequences for this action as we brace up for the 2023 general elections. Get your PVC ready, brace up, make your choice, vote according to your conscience, don't sell your vote. I shall go to Rabbi again.
Hi, I'm Ayofela. I'm a visual artist and a photographer, but I major mainly in scribble art, which I see as an art form born out of frustration. My very first scribble painting was done based on frustration. I was at Artist Connect in 2015, where I was challenged to actually do an art piece, and I felt really frustrated because around that time I was just using pencil to work and I was handed a pen to draw. So I just started doing jaga jaga, trying to find something from it, and then along the line I realized I was actually just making sense. I could see a face in the painting I was doing. So I realized that there was something called scribble art later on when I researched on what I'd done at the Artist Connect. Scribble art basically, like I said, is an art form born out of frustration and me wanting to accept myself, me just accepting my flaws, and me also creating sense out of nonsense and using disharmony to actually form harmony. So it's more of like me joining crooked lines together to actually make sense. It's just wobbling lines around to actually form something, to actually arrive at a point. I can remember far back as secondary school in SS1. I was in biology. I was a science student in biology class then. I needed to like make some extra money for pocket money. I was in the boarding house then, and I could draw from my textbook. I could imitate things I could see. So my friends used to give me their works, biology assignments, to draw skeletons and everything. So like most times whenever we have assignments, I'm the one they come to. So I used to do it, and then I got into trouble. The biology teacher caught me, realized that all the works were looking alike, and then she called me to the staff room, around that time, the visual arts teacher too was around. So like he saw what was going on and was like, this girl can draw, she can even shade. Okay, she should actually come around to the visual arts class. So I enrolled for the visual art vocational studies then. I was doing science and I was also doing art on the side. So I started developing interest because art to me was just for fun. I didn't really know that I had the gift. I just knew that, okay, I could just draw things, and I realized that most of the times when I draw, it was basically from what I was feeling at that time, or basically because I just wanted to feel good. So yeah, that was basically how I started doing art. Initially, my inspiration basically was only from myself. I was inspired by my own journey through life, but along the line, I started gaining more interest in things around me. I started gaining more interest in history. I gained more interest in my environment. I gained interest in my friends, like their stories, and yeah, governments too. I get interested. I'm interested in politics, the political aspect of Nigeria and the world as a whole. Achievement. Okay, first off, I think being an artist first is an achievement for me because people are destined. People are born for greatness, yes, and people have been given different skills. Some people do hairdressing, some people do makeup, some people dance and all of that. But I'm really thankful to God for this gift that I have, which is art. So I see that as an achievement because it consoles me, it fills me up. And then secondly, I was nominated for the Future Awards Africa last year, which was very, very surprising because I was nominated beside the people I see as my bosses. So like being around those people and being the youngest amongst them was quite overwhelming. And then I got some other nominations from Leading Women's Africa. I was 1 out of 100 Leading Women's Africa, most inspiring women in the world. So like that's like the major highlights for like the awards I've won. There's also the one for creativity, most creative students in the whole of Unilag. There's one for most creative students in Africa, and yeah. Weirdly, I actually don't even count the number of artworks, but I have a list which I used to collate them. But I would say in my lifetime, I would say that I've created more than 500 works. I dance. Before I started doing art, I used to dance. Actually, dancing was my first love. I used to dance professionally, but I had to stop because my parents didn't see it as a career as much as also the way they didn't see art as a career. So I had to just stop dancing, but it's something that I still wish to go back. And aside dancing, I also am a photographer. I take pictures. I also do short films. Scribble art is something that I have mastered over time. It's something that I've practiced. Something that I can even do in my sleep, not even exaggerate. So like most times it's really not difficult because I'm the kind of person who sees or who gains inspiration from dreams. So there are sometimes when I'm asleep and then ideas just come and next thing I wake up, I draw. I already know what I want to do. And then there are times when it is actually very difficult, times when my works actually challenge me. I do some particular works and it speaks to me in ways that I can't even explain. So times like that, I give the piece a particular period, say a year, before I go back to it. So there are times when my pieces challenge me, like when I'm doing something very personal. For example, when I had an artwork done for my biological dad, it was really attacking because it just laid down questions that I couldn't answer personally. A scribble artist, my own process is, right, there's no direct path. It's usually in a scribbled form. Scribbled form is meaning it's a jaga form. Because I'm seen as a jaga artist, like I said. They see me as one person that just does nonsense to actually make sense. So most times I twist and twirl before I actually make a point. Twist and twirl in the sense that I can decide to just get a sketchbook, and then from a point I'm doing jargons all over, just doing jargons, not making any sense. And then it gets to a point where I actually realize what I am trying to do, the message I'm trying to pass across, and then I start building on that particular piece. So from that point, I'm already forming an image. I never finish an artwork. I never see it as a finished work. I feel like whenever I create an art piece, there's always going to be a continuation. And most times, it is when people get to buy the works off me that I call it finished, because I no longer have it in my possession. But sometimes I break down pieces into series because I can't finish one on a particular canvas. So I have to continue on another canvas. That is where that's why there's need for collection or series when I'm working. So, for example, my Igbo landing works, this one behind me here, it's actually a series, a 5-in-1 series. Jean-Michel Basquiat actually indirectly influences my style. He's a new expressionist. I also have interest in expressionism. I like his method, and I feel like his approach towards creating has influenced me in so many ways, because like I said earlier, I basically just approach the canvas and I see drawing on the canvas as me learning. I see it as an opportunity to learn. So whenever I draw, whenever I scribble, it's more like I'm actually learning. So that is how it is for Basquiat. So whenever he approaches his canvas, just basically scribbles, paints around. He scribbles, paints around, and while doing that, he figures out some things about what he's doing. So I think that's the same thing, because I see art as a learning process. So he has impacted me in that form. Although Basquiat is dead, but yeah, I still look up to him a lot. Challenges I faced as an artist. At first it was acceptance. I was really chasing acceptance, and I realized at the point when I started getting accepted, I started losing myself, because I wasn't, basically it felt like I was just doing works just to please people, just to please people's satisfactions. And around that time I was doing that because I was doing realism works. I was drawing faces realistically. And then I realized I wanted something more, and in the process I started doing my own thing. I started doing scribble art. So yeah, at first it was acceptance, then there was the financial aspect. I mean, it takes a lot to get art materials, it takes a lot to get a studio. I got the studio late last year with my friend Bayo, which I currently share with. There's also the whole art scene in Nigeria. It's not so encouraging, because I feel like they keep recycling old artists or dead artists, and they are actually emerging artists doing so well. I have friends around that practice so well, they practice so hard, their works the works actually speaks to me, and it speaks to a lot of people, and I feel like there should be room for them too, but it's kind of not so easy because there's politics everywhere, there's politics in the art scene. My plans actually change over time because I'm human, I grow, and I realize that sometimes I actually want stuff bigger and sometimes I want stuff a little more subtle, right? So currently I would like to actually have a hub where people like me wouldn't get the opportunity to create, wouldn't get the opportunity to study what they wanted to study, can actually come around and feel at home. People who probably find themselves doing things they really don't want to do can actually come home and meet other people, network, create. So there's going to be an art school, there's going to be a dance school, basically a creative hub where people can come around and learn. So that is like my dream. I would like to own a hub where people can do that, expose new talents, encourage them. And currently I've started doing that little by little with my NGO. It's called Charity with Arts. We go to the streets or we go to orphanages and then we teach kids how to draw. We don't only just feed them or give them clothes, we also teach them, because we feel like once you have a skill, you already have a weapon, or you have your passport to the world, like to travel the world. So basically we just impact that knowledge and get them to practice more.
Nigerians, elections are here again. Let us shun violence. Let us play the game according to the rules. Do not be a thug. Say no to violence. Let's rise and defeat violence, crime, and sabotage against the peace of our nation. Nigeria is the only country we have. We must do everything to keep it united. We must avoid any act that promotes hate and disintegration. Say no to separatist movement, terrorism, fake news, hate speech, religious bigotry, and any act that tends to divide us as a nation. Watch out for strange gatherings and suspicious movements. Restrict access to sensitive documents and data, the disclosure of which may damage national security. Educate your staff and family, particularly on measures to safeguard information and report security breaches. Apply relevant legal security guidelines to protect yourself and your neighbors. Due to misinformation and wrong choices, some idle persons resort to vices in their greed to get rich quick. They resort to kidnapping, killings for rituals, and other heinous crimes. Avoid wrong use of the social media. Before you broadcast that false message, think twice. Ask whether it will promote peace or violence. For safety at home, still be security conscious. Educate your household on safety tips. Report all suspicious movements and persons to the security agencies nearest to you. Be a good citizen. Be patriotic. To pass security information, please call 0813-222-2105, 0915-339-1309, 0908-837-3514, or send a mail to dsspr@dss.gov.ng. This message is from the Department of State Services, DSS.
Emma Natami will be well. Emma Natami will be well. Let be like one. You know, Gomina drown the Uga. Low, when no me do Lord Wadolo. I
want to beg the government to talk to Femi Adelaja. When he's coming here, we bring the white boat. That the last one boat will come with it with many soldiers. Nobody can near the boat. So we are only begging God to help us.
Look at Torubami. Torubami, they just wake up in a day and start pursuing them up and down. They even promise them that don't worry, we settle you in another community. Torubami people, they are in Makoko community when they pursue them away. Ikate people, they are in Makoko community. Bariga, they are in Makoko community. Now the government and the developer again, they came in that they want to collect Makoko away from us.
If you are a landlord, you show your first data like this, they will start tormenting you that they will be putting fears in your body, they will kill you so that you will not be able to move front to come and push them away.
Makoko community is an urban slum, which the Lagos State government considers a dent to its megacity ambition. The government wants to relocate and resettle the people of the community so it can redevelop the place. But the terms of relocation, resettlement and compensation are not clear. For years, the Makoko, Shoguro and Okeagbon communities have made this place their home. But recent efforts to develop the waterfront threaten their very existence. So where exactly does the government plan to relocate the locals? What happens to the fishing community? And how does a mega upscale property solve the city's housing deficit? TV360 Nigeria launched an investigation into the redevelopment plan of the Lagos State government and sought to find answers to these questions. Every morning, 55-year-old Godonu Ojo paddles his canoe to the Lagos Lagoon, just meters away from his ancestral home in Makoko to fish. Like thousands of other fishermen in the Makoko waterfront community, Godonu survives on the daily income he gets from selling his daily catch. But the reclamation activities of the Lagos State government, in partnership with the private developer FBT Coral Estates Limited, threatens not only the livelihood of Ojo and other local fishermen here, but also their homes.
I'm a fisherman too. I used to go to fishing, but when that dredging come, there's a time that they put it on the water. That time the water float with it. When somebody pass, that boat with it, there's something that's used to bring sand will disturb the person. Even though the big wave is coming, the boat can capsize. So we try to manage until they put it on the ground of water. But that thing drive the whole fish to the sea. So that thing now can drive the whole fish to the sea and drive them moving around. They will not come nearby.
From the fishermen who toil all day on the lagoon To the women who smoke the fish, and then finally to the fishmonger who trades our wares at the popular Makoko seafood market. The survival of each resident is tied to the Lagos Lagoon. But residents say the sand filling activities on the community waterfront has made fishing very difficult. According to the Lagos State Commissioner for Agriculture, Abisola Olusonya, the artisanal fisheries subsector of the state's fish supply chain presently contributes 80% of local fish production, which accounts for 40% of the state's total fish demand. She added that it also provides a major source of livelihood for fishermen in the state, and Makoko is one of the sources of the city's fish supply. But despite its economic viability, the Lagos State government would prefer that Makoko Iwaya waterfront community does not exist. Rather than cars and motorcycles, canoes bump into each other here in Makoko, an informal waterfront settlement in Lagos, Nigeria. It is often called the Venice of Africa, but its floating slum status where thousands live in wooden houses nestled on stilts in deep murky waters tell a different story. The multicultural nature of this riverine community reflects in the language, majorly Egun, Yoruba and French. Despite being a slum, life here is tranquil. Residents engage in routine business activities, offering various forms of services such as grocery shops, door-to-door salesmanship, canoe manufacturing workshops, and even schools that cater for both English and French-speaking people.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Trouble began for the community on July 20, 2012, when the Lagos State Demolition Task Force stormed Makoko and began pulling down houses barely 72 hours after an eviction notice by the Lagos State Ministry of Waterfront Infrastructure Development. To speed up the eviction process, armed men set the wooden houses on fire. In the disturbance, one person lost his life and many others sustained injuries. Again in 2020, the Lagos State government announced the reclamation of 54.58 hectares of Makoko for redevelopment by developer FBT Coral Estate Limited. But this plan has been widely rejected by residents of Makoko Iwaya waterfront community.
Torí bó ṣe wọ́n ṣe fún gbogbo wa àwọn èèyàn wa bó bá ṣe díẹ̀ nísìn wọ́n á kó wọn kúrò wọ́n ní níbi kankan fi sùn sí gbogbo wa nìkan wà nínú bùté wà nínú ọkọ̀ bó bá níbi kan wá sùn sí kò dáa àlọ́mọ wẹ́wẹ́wẹ́ ọmọ pọ̀ mo fẹ́ kó wọn sí àlè kúrò ń bí but bí ìjọba fẹ́ tún àwọn sukùl ṣe fún àwọn ọmọ wa ó dáa.
I'm a graduate of BSP Polytechnic. I graduated there, and it's from this fishing money that I was sent to school. We have many students here. We have more than 200 students, more than 300 to 1,000 students that are schooling here. We are all trained, all sent to school with this fishing money. If there's something that place, how are we going to survive? How are these people going to survive? Fine, they are talking about development. I know it's not good for we to be staying like this, like wasted. There's no way, there's no place to put waste, dustbin, you understand? No good health center, no government school here. But we ourselves, we support their motion that said they want to develop, but it shouldn't be that way. If truly they will develop the community, they should come. We, the youth, the community, everybody will discuss in a democratic way. They can't just go there and impose dredging or impose any forced eviction on us.
There's no place that can be free to them other than fishing ports. I don't know where you want to take them to. I don't know where you want to develop for them. The only place they can live peacefully is at the fishing ports. So, no to the land grabbing. You know, we have experienced a lot of things, and now we have come to say no to the land grabbing, and let us not be chased from our homes.
The locals, made up of 3 fishing communities, Makoko, Okwagbon and Sogoro, have organized themselves on different occasions to protest the government's relocation and redevelopment plans. They say rather than build the much-needed infrastructure the community needs, the government is employing subtle means to steal their land and redevelop it for the benefit of the city's rich. In 2017, thousands of people in Otodogbame, an informal fishing community, were left homeless when officials of the Lagos State government and armed policemen conducted a forceful eviction. The raid led to the destruction of homes of about 5,000 people and the death of a man who, according to the Justice and Empowerment Initiative (JEI), was shot in the neck.
Look at Torugbami. Torugbami, they just wake up in a day and start pursuing them up and down. They even promise them that, don't worry, we settle you in another community. Torugbami people, they are in Makoko community when they pursue them away. Ikate people, they are in Makoko community. Bariga, they are in Makoko community. Now, everybody now in Makoko community, all the people you have chased away, you have promised to relocate them in another community, which you didn't even do. And you now chase them to, they run into Makoko community. Now, the government and the developer again, they came in that they want to collect Makoko away from us.
These particular people are the people that spoil Otodogbame. They went to Otodogbame. They sound-feed the waterfront. They make it impossible for the people, the fishing people, to move outside. Since they can't move outside, they use the sand to block the waterfront and then wage war on them, calling the touts, the police, without informing the governor. So when they started this thing, they killed more than 5 people were killed during Otodogbame forced eviction that took place in 2017.
In an apparent move to avoid public backlash, the state government chose to adopt a new approach of dialogue with the representatives of the Makoko Iwaya waterfront community. But things quickly turned sour when the locals felt sold out by their leaders, or bales, as they are called in the local language. Residents showed us an MOU where the bales signed an agreement with a private developer, FBT Coral Estates Limited, giving consent to the state government's proposed redevelopment and regeneration plans. The residents, however, argued that the MOU was signed without the general consensus of the community.
When they came, they proposed the plan. The youth, everyone in the community doesn't support their motion. So we said no. Suddenly they went to meet with the developer Femi of FBT Coral Limited. So when they met with Femi without our consent, they signed. We heard that they signed an MOU. They signed a MOU. When they signed the MOU, we heard about it. We are not happy because we didn't meet together to discuss this. So we were angry. We asked them that we are not in support with this MOU they signed. So they were like, we are the leaders. Anything we want is that. Anything we want is what you will take.
What I've learned so far, speaking with members of this community, is that while they are open to development in terms of better schools, healthcare and other infrastructure, they want all of this on their own terms. Now, their fear is that these developers could take advantage of them and steal their land. Now, they say that fishing is their primary source of income and any form of relocation is not welcome. It is important to understand that the MOU speaks of several redevelopment projects that the community will benefit from, such as jobs and other social amenities, but a part which speaks of a displacement and resettlement at a later date worries the residents. The Lagos State government, on one hand, promises to redevelop the area and turn it into an upscale estate in line with the themes agenda of the state. But in the same breath, the MOU speaks of a relocation and resettlement of the locals. This contradiction raises three major questions. Since the MOU did not mention the construction of low-cost housing for the residents, how will the construction of an upscale mega estate be of benefit to the fishing community? Where does the government plan to move the fishing community to? And how would they be compensated? These are the questions TV360 Nigeria put forward in these letters to the Office of the Public-Private Partnership, whose special advisor is Okpe George. The Lagos State Ministry of Waterfront Infrastructure Development, headed by Ahmed Kabiru, and the Lagos State Ministry of Physical Planning and Urban Development, which was headed by Salako Idris at the time of this report. Sadly, all attempts to get a response from these three agencies, who play vital roles in the redevelopment plan of the Makoko Iwaya waterfront community, have been futile. After an initial cancellation of a scheduled interview by the Special Advisor to the Office of Public-Private Partnership, Okpe George, we finally got a response months into this investigation. In a signed letter, the Special Advisor to reclaim more than 50 hectares of land off the Makoko waterfront. Now, fishermen say the dredging activities, as they call it, has made fishing quite difficult. While the questions of the residents of Makoko Iwaya waterfront community remains unanswered, the sorry state of housing deficit in Lagos is better explained in these numbers. An estimated population size of 23 million residents, a housing stock of 1.49 million units, and a household size of 4.9 people puts the housing deficit of the state at 3.2 million housing units. The Lagos State government is not unaware of this problem and says it has delivered 14 housing schemes in the past 2 years, contributing 7,000 affordable housing units. While this number of homes can barely solve the city's housing problems, these houses do not come cheap, as houses range between 4 million naira and 20 million naira. With Lagos having a poverty rate estimated at 8.5% and the vast majority living below extreme poverty levels, the construction of mega estates and even the low-cost housing estate is unaffordable for an average Makoko resident. This will further worsen the housing crisis and push more of the state's population into slums and, worse still, homelessness. To better understand the state's housing situation, I paid a visit to Lukman Oshodi, an infrastructure and development expert who led a research team in 2016 on the Lagos State government's past and present policies and projects that border on urban regeneration, housing and infrastructure development in the state, especially mega projects. Oshodi tells me some of his research outcomes.
If you look at the city of Lagos and the development orientation, all these resettlement, relocation, they are yet to be fully adopted as a culture of development processes in Lagos. If you look at development trajectory of Lagos, there is no way you can have a new development without some level of demolition and all that. But the process of going about that demolition so that it doesn't really expose the dignity of the people who reside in those places into danger, into ridicule. Those are the key points that need to come into play.
Sadly, the problem runs deeper than mere numbers suggest. When evacuations are carried out, families are torn apart and may never be properly compensated or resettled decades after. This was the case of some residents of Old Morocco who were lucky to be resettled in this substandard housing in Ikota area of the state. Now 70 years old, Roslyn Odimoko was a young mother and wife in 1990 when she and her husband lost their homes when the then military governor of the state, Raji Razaki, ordered the forceful eviction of more than 3,000 residents of Morocco.
When they give us notice 7 days that they're going to let everybody pack away, we think say that it's a joke. Before the 7 days, they bring bulldozers, soldiers, surround all the whole Morocco. That day of 7 days, they start demolishing all the whole places. That's during Razaki regime, that 1990. Like I myself, I sleep for main road for good 2 weeks because nowhere to go. I have children. My husband is there. Many people, we don't know where to go. 7 days notice to go out is how Morocco. Some people are sleeping under bridge everywhere. The government still call us when we are reporting. Where are we going? Where are we going? Then give us say that we come and take our allocation paper for this 80 years a year. We went there. Then give them. Like we have 2 houses. They not even give us 1. Some people have 3, then give them 1. It's by luck. The house at Morocco is 10,000 houses. But the people they locate for this place, both Jakonde and this, it's not all to 6,000 or 5,000. You see, when this thing happen, then give us allocation paper. Everybody comes to find the zone house here, and when we get, some people get the place, they enter. When that time there is no window, it's uncompleted building. Yeah, there no window, no door, no nothing. Like this breeze now, many people die because nowhere to hide themselves. Before we use zinc and everything, putting for the doors and this thing. After then call us again for roofers. Even they give us paper for the roofers, for doors and the roofers, and we take it and come and fix it by ourselves.
While the eviction has been described as one of the largest forced evictions in Nigerian history, the people still face the threat of losing everything as land grabbers and encroachers threaten them daily.
February this month, this year, we just say caterpillar just coming. They bring sand, fill all these places. When they break, they will continue fill. When they break, they fill. When they break, they fill. We go and meet them and say, who send you this work? Because we know because they have gone and this OPC people. And then we cannot go and meet them. We send people go and meet them. Where are you coming from? Who send you? They say they want to develop care. If you want to develop, not be develop. If you never see us, why you say you want to develop this place? Nobody against developer. The only thing, if you want to develop, you have to come to our community and ask us, say, what happened? This is our landlord or this is the landlord. Well, we don't discuss with you, just continue to break our house. We just begin the drag. After when we drag, they don't give us any results. We have to go back. We go to, during that time, there's one court when they go for Yaba. We went to the court, we complained, they said we should bring our allocation paper for court. We submit all our allocation paper. Still, we tell the court, say they are breaking the house. Let's give us stop those people for us, Joshua. They say no, they cannot stop.
This is how they normally treat us in this community like this. You see these people we are seeing there, so he's accusing the landlord association. They are the land grabber and they are the agent of the land grabber. They are working for Manuel Eberu and they are working for Yemi Idowu, which is the Aircom owner. So that is the way they threaten our in 2017-2018. They kill like our 4 or 5 men. When they come again, this 2022 again now, there's an old woman, slum. So also a pregnancy woman also die in these cases like this. Even though around 2:30, they also tormenting. If you are a landlord, you show your first data like this, they will start tormenting you that they will be putting fears in your body. They will kill you so that you will not be able to move front to come and push them away.
We're just about running up our interviews with the residents of Ikota Estate when a security operative who did not identify himself came to us and ordered us to pack up our cameras. He also accosted some of the residents. He said they encroached on the area, and he also threatened to identify them and deal with them if they do not leave that area. He was also seen filming some of us and the residents to leave. Now, in response, the residents have told him that this is their land, and they also tell me that this is the way these unknown security operatives come around to harass them. Makoko isn't the only community in the threat of an eventual displacement, and Old Maroko is just one of several communities that have ceased to exist. Believe it or not, this part of Lekki in Etiosa local government area used to be a thriving town of Maroko, which more than 300,000 residents called home. Maroko was adjacent to Ikoyi and east of Victoria Island. While all traces of old Maroko has been destroyed to make way for this affluent neighborhood, the original residents make do with substandard housing given by the Lagos State government as compensation. The human and psychological effects of their eventual eviction and the apprehension of what the future holds reflect in the dynamics of human dignity, protection of aquatic life, and preservation of indigenous communities in Lagos State. Folashade Ogurinde, TV360 News.
COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by a new coronavirus introduced to humans for the first time. It is spread from person to person, mainly through the droplets produced when an infected person speaks, coughs, or sneezes. These droplets can land in the mouths or noses of people who are nearby. These droplets are too heavy to travel far in the air. They only travel approximately 1 meter and quickly settle on surfaces. This is the reason person-to-person spread is happening mainly between close contacts. The exact time that the virus can survive on surfaces is not yet known. So it is wise to clean surfaces regularly, particularly in the vicinity of people infected with COVID-19. Hands touch many surfaces, which can be contaminated with the virus. You should therefore avoid touching your eyes, nose, or mouth, since contaminated hands can transfer the virus from the surface to yourself. When coughing or sneezing, cover your mouth and nose with the bend of your elbow or use a disposable tissue. If a tissue is used, discard it immediately into a closed bin. The most effective way to prevent the spread of the new coronavirus is to clean your hands frequently with an alcohol-based hand rub or soap and water. This will eliminate the virus if it is on your hands. Stay healthy and prevent the spread of COVID-19.
Thank you for staying with us on the newsroom. Here are the stories we're tracking at this time. President Muhammadu Buhari is expected to attend the 36th Ordinary Session of the Assembly of the African Union, AU. The presidency, in a statement, said Buhari will on Thursday depart Abuja for Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. The president is also expected to take part in 3 high-level meetings on peace and security, climate change, and the political situation in some West African countries. Nyesom Wike, governor of Rivers State, has ruled out the possibility of him and his political allies reaching a last-minute deal with Atiku Abubakar, presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP. The governor spoke at a media chat held in Port Harcourt, Rivers State capital, on Thursday. Wike and his allies, including Seyi Makinde of Oyo, Samuel Otom of Benue, Okoze Ikpeazu of Abia, and Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi of Enugu, have excluded themselves from the party's presidential campaign over calls for Iyorchia Ayu to step down as a national chairperson. Still in politics, the flag bearer of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has maintained a lead in the third and final nationwide opinion poll commissioned by ANAP Foundation and Tripos Limited. According to the president and founder of ANAP Foundation, Atedo Peterside, Peter Obi of the Labour Party remains in the lead, with Bola Tinubu of the All Progressives Congress, APC, and Atiku Abubakar of the People's Democratic Party, both trailing him, while Rabiu Kwankwaso of the New Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, emerged as a lone outsider. Moderna says it will keep its COVID-19 vaccine on the market at no cost to consumers, even after the federal government stops paying for it. Last month, the vaccine maker was slammed for reportedly considering a dramatic price increase for the shots, which it had developed with the help of the federal government. With this development, Moderna will be the sole manufacturer of COVID vaccines, offering its shot for free to the uninsured. Under federal regulation, insurance companies are already required to foot the bill for the COVID-19 vaccines. In business, World Bank President David Malpass has said he would leave his post by the end of June, months after running afoul of the White House for failing to say whether he accepts the scientific consensus on global warming. Malpass, appointed by Donald Trump, will vacate the helm of the Multilateral Development Bank, which provides billions of dollars a year in funding for developing economies, with less than a year remaining in a 5-year term. He, however, offered no specific reason for the move. On the foreign scene, Ukraine has reported a new wave of an overnight Russian missile and drone strikes, which killed at least 1 and damaged many buildings. The Ukrainian army said it shot down 16 of the 36 missiles Russia launched overnight from planes and ships in the Black Sea. Dnipropetrovsk's regional governor Sigil Lysak posted images on Telegram of firefighters working in the debris of partially destroyed residential homes. In sports, Syria strugglers Salernitana on Wednesday fired coach David Nicola for the second time in a month. Salernitana, just 4 points above the relegation zone, officially confirmed what Italian media had been reporting with a series of brief statements on their website. Nicola wasn't alone in looking for a new job on Wednesday when fourth bottom Spezia, 2 points behind Salernitana, said they had fired coach Luca Gotti. And that's it from the newsroom. Join us at the top of the hour for more stories. I am Folashade Ogurinde. Bye for now.
My name is Jumoke Olowo Okere. I'm the creative director at African Creative Sustainable Synergy Hub. We were initially known as African Creative Hub, but now we have added 2 wings, Sustainable Synergy. And we are based in Ibadan, but we reach out to the whole world. We are a social enterprise company on a mission to create a sustainable world without waste. And we do this by education, by upcycling. We want to show people how to convert their waste into wealth. We want to let people realize that waste is actually not a waste, but waste is wealth. And so we don't want to talk, we want to show. For 12 years now, I've been working with waste, and I realized that each time we meet a new person and during our interactions, once we are talking about it and they keep asking questions like, what do you mean waste is wealth? What do you mean I can turn my waste to this? What do you mean I can use my waste for this? I realized that so many people have a lot of questions. But one thing I noticed is that if I don't say anything and I just show you the wealth that we've created from waste, the person gets the idea faster, the understanding is there faster, and they become disciples faster. So I don't need to sweat once I can show. So we realize that instead of trying to talk to people about waste is not waste, waste can be reused, just show them. Because in our interactions, we realize that once we show people, they catch the idea fast and they are willing to join on board because they can see that they can actually do it also. So then I asked myself, I said, can there be a space where we can create different works of art from waste and then people can come in and see, so that more people are coming in to see, and then the message is passed across faster and we can all together. You know, there's this prediction I read about recently that said by 2050 there will be more plastic in the ocean than species. It means that we are counting down. If I don't do something about it urgently, you don't do something about it urgently, then that disaster is going to happen to us. And the earlier we join this train, the better. And the more people that are on this train, the better. So I started looking for waste museum and I realized that there is no waste museum anywhere. There's no place that is dedicated to waste, that people can come in and see waste in their natural form and see waste in their finished product. What we call finished product is also a natural product for another artist, because you know art is unending. If I create a design, for example, with this bottle waste, this is a 4-liter keg of oil that has been used and discarded. Now, if I create a work of art from this and I put it on the wall, somebody can get this and add some other things to it and turn it into another thing. Then somebody else can take it from that level, add something else to it. So it keeps evolving depending on who is using it. So I realized that there's no space like that. And then the next question I asked myself is, if there is no space like that, why don't I create that kind of space? Then I asked myself again, you know, I like asking myself a lot of questions. And so I asked myself again, what do I have that I can use to create this space? Then I answered myself that I have a small space that I can use to start. The vision of the Waste Museum is very big, like on a community, like a 20-acre, 30-acre land. But I have less than a plot. And I said, okay, you know what? Let me start with what I have. So I have the skills, I have the space. Let me start. Then it can grow. So that when you come in and you see what we can do, then you can say, oh, I want to go and do this, and then it will keep growing. And so that was how we came up with the idea of the waste museum, and we have been working on it, and we are still working on it till now. There's nobody that hears about this that doesn't ask questions. Now it's like an icebreaker. You heard about it, and here you are. If we didn't do this, I won't meet you, and you will not be here today. So that is the reception we've had. Anytime people hear about it, they're like, waste? You mean waste, Ibadi? And I'm like, no, W-A-S-T-E. And they're like, you dirty? And I'm like, yes. And then they ask, what do you mean waste museum? So are you dumping waste in the building? I said, then you need to come and see. Because we need to show, we want to show you easy stuff that you can do with this. So the reception has been interesting. It has been filled with a lot of curiosity. People come in to see what is here, and then when they come, they go with, wow, so it's possible. Oh, so we can do this. Wow, so you can use this for this. So it's been good. There's nobody that will come here that your lives will not change. It's not possible. I've not seen anybody that comes to the Waste Museum and they don't go home with something. And guess what? Because it is not just about the waste, like this center is supposed to be a showcase. What our mission for this place is for you to see circular economy practically. That is, now, circular economy is an economy whereby there is no waste. Presently now in the whole world, many people in the world are using linear economy. So it is straight down. You produce the material, you use the material, and then you discard. Example, you bought a bottle of drink, you take the bottle of drink, and then with your own hand, you throw the bottle of drink away. And do you know that the bottle of drink you bought, the liquid content is like less than 40%. The container costs like 60% of the price you paid. So let's assume that you paid 200 naira for your bottle of drink. The liquid content that you just finished taking is just like 40 naira. The container is 160 naira. So if you take that bottle of drink and you continue with the linear economy, by taking the bottle of drink, drink it, and then you throw it away, by yourself, you have just thrown 160 naira away from your hard-earned money. But imagine a circular economy whereby you have that product, you finish using the product, then you ask yourself, what else can I do with this product? And we brought a simple solution, and we call it our 5 R's and a U. So reduce, reuse, recycle, refuse, repair, and upcycle. So with these 5 R's and a U, you can ask yourself, this product that I just finished using, what can I use it for? What else can be done with it? Instead of me using my hand to throw it away. So then you start thinking. So if you pick out of any of these 5 R's and a U, whichever you do, it means that your waste is going up again. You are reusing it, so it's going back. So it is not wasted. So it is a zero economy. And that is what we run at the Waste Museum. Now, it is a perfect ecosystem for plants, animals, and humans. Because if you look at the definition of environment, environment is a place where plants, animals, and human beings live together in harmony. So what we want to create for you, what we want people to see is that perfect ecosystem where animals, plants, and humans are living together in harmony and they are not creating any waste. So the waste from the plant will be used by the animal, the waste from the animal will be used by the plant, and the waste from the plant and the animal will be eaten by the woman. My vision is for it to be turned into a tourist center in a community like minimum of 20 acres, where we will even have residents, we'll have universities, we'll have hotels, we'll have rooms, we'll have halls, and people can come in and experiment and explore and be innovative around the waste that human beings generate. And not only human beings, animals generate their own waste. Plants also generate their own waste. So where we are going to is a center, very big, like a community, where you can see the actual perfect ecosystem and there's not going to be waste. So everything everybody is using is going back to the system. So the buildings where we are going to is also going to incorporate the circular economy, because the buildings are going to be eco buildings, and we are going to make use of both our black water from the toilet, our grey water from the bedroom, and our normal rainwater, which is the regular water. So when you get to where we are going to, you will see all this. We don't want to talk. We want to show. We have different programs that we do in primary school, in private schools, and we also have interns that come in, and we also have people that come in here for excursions, and depending on what they pick, they can pick just for the tour, or they can pick a workshop. If it is a workshop, it means that they're going to sit down and actually practice. They will take a particular waste. Sometimes we ask them to come with waste as part of their payment to coming into the waste museum. So they turn that waste, we teach them, we show them, we empower them with the skill, because we are also a school, we train. So we empower them with the skill that is needed to convert that particular waste into wealth, into works of art that they can take back. So sometimes when they do that, then they donate to the waste museum. So some of the arts you see here are some that I made by myself, some of the ones that our students make from school. And then we also have a competition. We started a competition 2 years ago. We call it Creative Eco Summer, Creative Eco and Day competition. It is in secondary schools and primary school, in public and private school, and they are supposed to explore waste, any form of waste, in 3 categories. So we have fashion, we have art, and we have science. So each of the students will go into their own community, pick up any waste of their likeness, and then turn it into either a work of art, or in science, or in fashion. And so they come in and showcase their work. We had the first edition that came in 2019, and then 2020 we couldn't do it because of COVID. And so 2021 we are not going to do it again, and then we'll start again, after everything has normalized by the grace of God in 2022. So some of the works that they do, they donate to the waste museum. But everything you see here, most of the artwork you see here are all from waste, apart from the structure, apart from the building. There's a difference between recycling and upcycling. So recycling involves converting that waste into another product, and it requires the process of machine. So example, if I want to recycle this plastic bottle maybe into a nylon, or I want to recycle it into a t-shirt, I will need big machines that will break this down, convert it into flakes, turn it into pellets, melt it, turn it into string, and then convert it into whatever they want to use it for in the final product. That is recycling. So recycling is more capital intensive, and it requires a lot of manpower, skills, and all that. But upcycling, which is more of what I do, means everybody can do it. Upcycling means you take that particular waste, just add some little touches to it, and turn it into a work of art. So when you are done, you can still identify that waste and say, this not okay. Example, check out my jewelry. This is a jewelry, but it is made from bottle covers. So this is upcycling. Anybody can do it. Any young person can do it. Once you have the brain, you have the skill, and you have the hands, and you have the waist. You don't need a lot of money. You don't need 10 million naira to set up the company. Less than 50,000, you can start upcycling. And so that's what we focus on, because we know that is what we want as many people as possible to join us. And so we don't want people to be looking for a lot of money to start the business. We want people to come, learn, and with a little, even with ordinary scissors, you can start upcycling. I didn't do this in school. It actually started in my kitchen. Over 12 years ago now, I gave birth to twins and I was home on maternity leave. And for the first time, I noticed the amount of waste I was generating in my flat. My twins were taking 1 can of naan every day. So it means that every 7 days, my store is filled with 7 cans. And we just finished taking food from these things. They are still solid. Why do I have to throw them away? I started asking these questions. Why do I have to throw the waste away? And that question led me to becoming an artist, because I kept asking questions. And then I realized that the fastest and easiest way I could convert each of these waste to is to turn them into a work of art. I know art is very versatile. Art is very, very wild. You can keep working on a particular product, and as soon as you work on it one step, somebody likes it already, and then somebody else will say, oh, I can add this to it, and so it started evolving. So what I did initially was to gather all the materials together, started experimenting, because all this is a new field. Ecopreneurship, as far as I'm concerned, is new because we don't have any manual. We are the one coming up with the manual every day, working trying a trial and error. We'll fail today, we'll bounce up, we'll learn from the mistakes of the failure, and then we'll, work it again tomorrow. So it's a new field. And we have some artists already that are trained, that are beginning to come into waste now. They were artists before. They went to school to go and learn how to do artwork. But now that we started talking about waste, they are also getting interested. So I have a couple of them that are also my friends now, that because they met me, they started infusing waste into their own art materials also. So the more people that can incorporate waste into whatever they do, then the less waste that will end up in the ocean or in the landfill. Everybody needs to take conscious effort of what they do with their waste. Because everybody is generating waste. And let me now shock you. Waste that we're talking about is actually man-made. Nature harbors waste. In nature, there is no waste. Because if you look at the cycle, everything that nature produces ends back in nature. But when we're talking about waste of plastics, waste of cans, waste of that, human beings created this thing. And so if we created it, we must solve it. And if you are a human being, whether the only time you don't, even when you are sleeping, you are generating waste. Because at least when you sleep, you will sweat. So it means that for every day you are living, you are actually generating waste. And it is high time you started taking cognizance of the waste you make and try to introduce the 5 hours to it. It means that you will start with reducing first as a human being. Normally you generate 10 kilograms of waste in a week. You must look at how you can reduce it to 5 kilograms, to 3 kilograms. After reducing, the ones you now reduce it to, you now ask yourself again, what else can I do with this waste? So you can pick reduce, you can pick reuse, you can pick recycle, you can pick upcycle, and that is what we are here to do. For as many people that can join us, what we want to achieve is that once you come to our hub, you take it back to your own space, because we don't have to come to your own space. So you come here, you learn from us, take it back, then you from there spread it to your own community. So that way we don't have to be the one doing everything. So you come, you learn, you take it back. You take it back to your community. People in your community take it back to their own community, and then it keeps spreading, and then it becomes, like a tentacles that can reach the world. So as human beings, you must be aware that you are generating waste, and if you don't manage that waste very well, it is going to end up in the environment, and if it ends up in the environment, it will affect the coming generation, and that means you are not living a sustainable life. A sustainable life is about living today without hindering the future generation from enjoying the same benefits that you enjoy. Let me give you another example. if you get a parcel of land now, the first thing you want to do is you want to cut down all the trees on it. Those trees that you've just cut down, somebody, your forefather, your grandfather, your great-great-grandfather planted those trees 30, 40, 50 years ago, and that is why you can say, oh, this is a tree. And then you cut it down, and then you don't plant another 10. Not even 10, not even, at least plant another. For every tree you cut down, you must plant 20. Because it's not all the 20 you planted that will survive. And so if you want to make sure that your children are alive, grow up in the future, your great-grandchildren see what is called a tree, then you must plant 20 down. Because if you cut one down and you don't plant any, and I cut one down and I don't plant any, I want to predict that by 2050, our children will be looking at trees in books because we will have finished cutting down all the trees. So we all need to get up now and get involved.
Good day and welcome to your favorite sport program on TV360 Sports. And definitely today will be another enticing and interesting day. My name is Mudashiru Shitu and I will be talking about one of the fastest growing sports in the country, and that's chess. But I won't be doing this alone. I have, honored to have the Vice President of Nigerian Chess Federation as Prince Adewale Adeyinka, who has done so well for chess in the country, and we'll be talking about the development of chess. And there's one particular, we'll be also looking at one particular chess tournament that is taking the city of Lagos by storm, talking about the Kappa City chess tournament. It's good to have you in the house.
Thank you very much. It's good to be here again.
It's really honored to have, should I say, the second most important person staying the affairs of chess in the country.
The Vice President,
the
more like
President,
it, yes.
And you've been doing so much. During your tenure, we had, still your tenure, we had the president of FIDE in the country. Yes. And so far, so good. How have been the policies to ensure chess develop in this continuous development? How far, so good?
Thank you very much. Just like I said earlier, it's my pleasure to be here. You know, when you have the people who is actually in charge of the global affair of chess visiting you, they will definitely point you to the right direction about things that you're not doing right and how to improve. We're privileged to have President Hakadi. That's the president of FIDE. FIDE is the global body that regulates chess all over the world. So we're privileged to have him during the tournament called AICC. That's Africa Individual Chess Championship. He was there to grace the occasion at the opening ceremony. He was actually in Nigeria for 3 days. He also visited one of the chess in slum that we have that is being promoted by Mr. Tunde Onakoya. And he made a lot of promises that we're going to do a whole lot. And we are also seeing this. Recently, FIDE has appointed Tunde Onakoya as one of the members of Social Commission in Nigeria. So he's one of those people in Africa that has been identified. So that was one of the effects of his coming to Nigeria.
Okay, interesting, and I'm sure that obviously we're already on the global map when it comes to chess, and one of the top nations in Africa. But correct. We still also know that chess still has a lot of T's to cross and I's to dot in the country. But one of your policy, I want to ask how far you've gone with that, is to ensure that sports, chess become a curriculum in school. Instead of an extra curriculum, it should be part. So I'm sure that other things you are putting in place. Can you tell us a bit about some of your policies?
Chess in education. We've seen that chess and education, they are one, and I mean, they are very related. Some of the features of chess, you also see that there are also features that are required in education. The skills are almost similar. So, and that's why we are promoting the fact that instead of making it to be optional for students in school to actually, especially at the elementary level, the primary school, the secondary school can be optional. But at the primary level, we can actually ensure that a child actually plays chess. One major thing that you can pick from a child that plays chess is that you will see that such child will pay attention. The concentration level of such child will be very high. So if a child is actually disturbing you and you introduce that particular child to chess, you will see he will want to go and play chess, and thereby taking you, I mean, you give him more attention. I mean, you are giving attention to other things because that child is engaged playing chess. Apart from other things that the child can actually benefit by playing chess, by his brain that is going to improve, the analysis level of the child that is going to improve, the cognitive level of the child which is going to improve. So we've seen that this is necessary. And that's why we feel we cannot just promote without having people who will drive it. Okay. And that's why we are trying to ensure that we train our people. Not just training, we certify them by the world body, by FIDE. So, and that's why recently we had a training where we had one of the commission member from FIDE come around to do a physical training with our member, I mean some of the people who are currently doing chess in school. And we believe that if we're able to run this kind of program throughout the year, we'll have a quite number of people throughout Nigeria that can actually teach us. So when we equip ourselves, we can then go out and say, oh, we can train other people in what chess is able to provide to them. And I'm sure a lot of people are also, the awareness is increasing in terms of why people should play chess or why their children should actually play chess. Besides, chess can actually be played by different kind of people, irrespective of the age, irrespective of the gender, irrespective of the disability. Chess can be played by anybody.
Okay, interesting. And I'm sure that in chess and education, there's obviously some hurdles to cross. And I'm sure some of them we might need a legislation to ensure some of this. Inside of the government, how progressive, how cooperative are other stakeholders in ensuring this?
Yeah, okay, so right now what we are doing is to do more of stakeholders engagement. Okay. We have not pushed any policy yet. What we are doing is to look at people who will listen to us and see how to tell them the reason why this should happen. So, and we believe when we get to the point where we feel we have engaged people who can actually make it happen, we will then go all out and make a policy and push our policy through the Federal Ministry of Youth and Sport, which is the ministry in which we are operating under. What we need is actually a collaboration between the Ministry of Sport and the Ministry of Education. So, but our ministry needs to accept it first before we go all out to collaborate with the Ministry of Education.
Interesting moment for chess lovers. Also thing is we should know is that for all this, how enlightened or how knowledgeable are the general public to know you're doing so much on this? Because to me, I feel that this is one policy or this is one thing that needs to go. So in schools right now, are they aware of the coming of such a policy, or are there something that will also keep them on their toes to achieve this?
I would say yes and no.
Okay.
The reason is that when you are trying to put a policy, you also do not want to go to the beneficiary first. You go to the people that will make the policy work first. So what we are doing is to engage the people who will make the policy to actually work. Definitely, the awareness is very high now. Practically almost all the private schools in Lagos are actually playing chess, but what they are doing is more of an extracurricular, whereby they call it chess club. But we don't want it to be called a chess club. We want it to be called a chess class, whereby a certified tutor, instructor, will be the one that is teaching these children. Aside the chess itself, there are so many other benefits that the children can actually benefit. So you can only derive that from someone who is certified on this. So we believe when we are done with the engagement with people who will make the policy to fly, it is then we can start creating awareness. And we also appreciate what you are also doing. Okay. This is part of the awareness. Okay. You are making, you give us opportunity for us to communicate to the world. This is a fantastic platform for us to also, which we are leveraging on.
Okay, interesting. I also know this policy, I think also part of it is a policy of ensuring that every region in the country have at least a chess tournament per region. And I'm sure that I'm aware about the Southwest, and I'm also aware about the Southwest. How impactful are all these policies and this chess championship in the region? How impactful are they?
So this has actually come to stay. This came up during our first board meeting. That was 2021. Okay. Where the president, Sani Mohammed, DIG Sani Mohammed retired. Made it that, okay, while we are looking for sponsors, institutions out there, that each member of the board who has come from a particular zone, you have represented from South, like I come from the Southwest. I represent the entire Southwest, all the 6 states in Southwest. While some other people represent Southeast, North Central, Northwest, and Northeast, and the South. So he made it mandatory that all of us who must actually conduct a championship in our zone. So last year we had Southwest, South, Southeast, North Central, Northwest. Northeast was actually organized but couldn't hold due to some issues in that region. But we believe that this year the calendar has come out. We released calendar very late in January, and you will see all the tournaments are listed in that particular calendar. So we're still going to have all the tournament, North Central, Northwest, Northeast, Southwest, South, and Southwest. We're going to have all the tournament during this year. Like Southwest is slated to happen in the month of August in Lagos here. We are trying to rotate it. The last one was actually held in Osun State. So this one we want to do it in Lagos. So we are still contemplating. It might be Lagos, it might be Ogun State. Either Lagos or Ogun State is still Southwest.
So for until your tenure is over.
Yes, every year we must actually have it. Every year. Each of the zones, yes. So in fact, right now, the champion of each of those zonas will come and play the national qualifier to play in the national championship.
Okay, we'll still come to the national championship. Yes, but before then, let's go a step ahead to Africa.
Yes.
What's agreed Nigeria in terms of chess community in Africa? Where can we put ourselves so that I also be boastful? Please, listeners, also be boastful that okay, in Africa we are this, we are that, in as much as we know you are doing so well at home. But let's go beyond ourselves. In Africa, right now, what agenda are you pushing, and what level are we in Africa?
Okay, so thank you very much. In Africa today, there are many yardsticks or KPIs, if I can put it, or that you can use to actually assess or appraise or evaluate yourself that this is where you belong. I can tell you before even mentioning the yardstick that we are actually supposed to be ranked between, we should be top 10 in Nigeria.
In Africa?
Sorry, in Africa, rather, in Africa. However, when you're actually ranking the position of the country in Africa, things like Grandmaster, International Master, FIDE Master, that is the number of Grandmasters that we have, the number of International Masters that we have, the number of FIDE Masters, and the number of Candidate Master. Those are different titles that are actually assigned to chess players. So the highest title that you give to a chess player that is playing globally is actually called a Grandmaster. Of course, each one of them is expected to have a rating. So even Grandmasters have levels. There are Grandmaster of 2400, there are Grandmaster of 2500, there are Grandmaster of 2600, 2700, 2800. That is where the current world champion Magnus Carlsen is. It's 28 plus right now. Some other players have also been there and have dropped out of that band as well. So in Nigeria today, in Africa today, we do not have a Grandmaster. So it is not then easy for us to actually be boastful that we are there yet. So we are not at that point that we have. And that is one of the agenda we're trying to push for. That is, how do we achieve a Grandmaster in the next 3 to 5 years? For us to achieve a Grandmaster in the next 3 to 5 years, our players need to play a lot of tournaments locally. Our players need to go to Continental to go and play. Our players need to go to the Zona to go and play. Our players need to go international to go and play. Because if you are playing only locally, it's only the knowledge that you know that is available locally that is also going to be available to you as the champion of the local level, of Nigeria. But the truth is, if you go out, you go and play in Europe, you play in America, you play in UK, you'll be exposed to what is happening to international world. And you are able to also gather some international ratings that will increase your own rating. And that can actually make you to attain that Grandmaster level. So right now, we do not have enough. There are so many tournaments that are lined up for the year. But unfortunately, there are little resources that we can actually use. We have a lot of youth tournaments to take place. There is one that is going to happen in Greece very soon, which is a youth tournament. So if we have sponsors, we're supposed to actually have about 10 players, 10 youth players, under 14, under 15, under 16, under 18. Take them to that particular tournament. You'll be surprised that we have a lot of talent in this country. Like, for example, one of our young player is actually ranked among top 10 in the world. But this chess players does not have what it takes to go all out and participate. So
who is that?
Right now, I'm not sure because the rating actually fluctuates every month. So I don't want to mention name because I'm not sure what happened last month. So if the person play or someone else has gone above that particular person.
It could have been the man in, what's that young man, the FIDE Master that I gave him an award one time.
Is it Isaac Okeke? No, not Isaac Okeke.
So
we have very young players. So, but right now we are expecting that most of this will get sponsored for those people. We'll be able to take them out. You know, it's not easy to buy flight tickets and accommodation over there. So we'll still believe that we will have 1 or 2 people out there or institution out there that can actually showcase and support chess.
That we got the video of the president of FIDE. We'll go on a quick break, and we have an interview with the president of FIDE when he came to Nigeria last year, and he has so much to say. Enjoy this.
Be a guest of this huge country with long tradition, and one of the countries where chess is developing successfully. Still, the level, of course, is not as in the most advanced countries, but I love the enthusiasm, level of inspiration people have here, and this deserves support. I think that there are many opportunities in this country after having seen both the city and people, including both professional chess, raising a new generation of talents, and social projects, including chess in slums, chess in prisons and others, also with a special focus on women, since this part is underdeveloped everywhere, and we focus on this more and more in FIDE. So I have good impressions from Nigeria up to now, and I have many ideas in my head how we can support the development of chess in this country. Are willing to continue support to the continental associations, while the sustainable way is to attract own sponsors, own partners for these entities, and we would be willing certainly to persuade some of our partners to support ACC directly and to support African tournaments directly, not just through FIDE support fund, through FIDE Development Fund. Meanwhile, before that happens, we'll continue supporting Africa through the Continental Development Fund. It will provide minimum necessary finances both for organizational work and for major tournaments.
Welcome back. Interesting moments of talking chess. We still have the Vice President of Nigerian Chess Federation here, Prince Adewale Aveyinka, with us. And it's good to still have you in the house.
Thank you.
On your list of events which you've brought out this year, there's a particular event that seems very interesting, and that has to do with the Capacity Chess Tournament. It's a tell us more, is it biannual, bi-monthly tournament?
So capacity events, chess event is actually a new chess tournament that's I personally sponsored the initiative this particular year as part of the objective of encouraging chess development in Nigeria. And the major focus of this event is to increase the rating performance of chess players in Nigeria for classical tournaments. And this capacity is actually a name coined out of two bodies. That's Capablanca Company in Nigeria and City Heights Luxury Hotel in Nigeria. So I was able to convince the chairman of City Heights Hotel and the chairman of Capablanca that this event will have a whole lot of impact. Imagine a place where you're supposed to pay almost 500,000 for event, and the man said, just bring 50,000 and have the hall. So it shows a lot. So the man gave us that. So, and we really appreciate the efforts that this man has put into chess. So this event is going to run throughout the year. We're going to have it at least once in 2 months. We're looking at having every month, but you know, a business place also needs to be run as a business. So this is an event that is used for daily, weekly events. So we cannot just be given the sole rights to run the whole place every month. So the month that the place is available, we will use it. But we have been guaranteed that this event will take place at least once in 2 months.
Okay. And what do you intend to achieve with this? Because obviously, like you said earlier, that events are meant to always, chess players are always meant to take part in chess to be able to lift their ranking and all that. But what do you intend to achieve? Because it's divided into two.
Yes.
There's the classical and the blitz.
Yes.
And of what purpose and what do you intend to achieve?
Okay, so just like I said earlier, the main purpose of this event is for strong players to emerge at the end of the year. Now, what do I mean by strong players to emerge at the end of the day, year? At the end of every tournament, there is a rating that comes.
Okay.
And that rating can increase or decrease based on your performance in a particular event. Right now, the rating of some players does not actually reflect their strengths. Okay. Why? Simply because they have not played so much tournament. So this event is going to give such player an opportunity to play a lot of events, a lot of tournaments that will make him to gather and gain a lot of rating that will take him near his particular position or to his particular position.
Okay.
So that is the purpose of this event.
Okay, and if you do that monthly, that means if you
every
do that
month,
if you do that once in 2 months, that means the rating increase.
It will be
as long
at the end of every month. This rating is not managed by us. This rating is managed by FIDE.
FIDE.
This is a world rating.
Okay.
So everybody, every chess player that has an ID supposed to have a rating. So if you play a tournament, we will submit that event because this event is FIDE rated.
Okay.
So that event will be submitted to FIDE, and FIDE will rate the event and tell us what your rating is at the end of a particular month.
Yeah. Lastly, because of time, we are in the first edition. We had 123 participants. Are you looking for
this event?
Yeah.
We had 75.
So for
we
the
had 75.
classical,
yes,
and for the blitz,
we have 75 players. It's part of the 75 that also participated in the blitz.
Oh, okay,
yes.
interesting.
So we have 48 people.
Is there a process of trying to increase the participants? And tell us what you're having one in March?
Yes.
Tell us what to.
So the month of January is a very good one. The first event, you're having 75 players participating, and in that 75 players, you have players who are Indians residing in Nigeria who participated. We have people who are English people who are based in Nigeria who participated as well. So, and that's the first event. So, you know, sometimes it is when people see what happened in the last edition, they want to actually participate on the subsequent one. So we believe the one that is coming out in the month of March is going to be... Yes, right now we are looking at between the 26th to 28th of March. Again, it depends on the availability of space for us, but we have been guaranteed that we will be given a slot for the month of March. Yes.
Yes, thank you very much for...
Thank you very much for having me.
Time will not allow me to let people know that the Blizz, you won that.
Yeah, I came second.
I came second in the Blizz.
Yeah, I came second, yes.
Thank you very much for being part of
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
That's all we could take on our favorite program, that's 360 Sport. And we'll be talking about chess and chess development. We also had the interview of the Vice President of Nigeria Chess Federation. If you're wondering who I've been speaking with, it's the Vice President of Nigerian Chess Federation, talking about Prince Adewale Adeyinka. I'm Mudashiru Shitu. Thanks for watching. Same time, we'll be giving you all what you need to know in the world of sports. Bye for now.
Nigerians, elections are here again. Let us shun violence. Let us play the game according to the rules. Do not be a thug. Say no to violence. Let's rise and defeat violence, crime, and sabotage against the peace of our nation. Nigeria is the only country we have. We must do everything to keep it united. We must avoid any act that promotes hate and disintegration. Say no to separatist movement, terrorism, fake news, hate speech, religious bigotry, and any act that tends to divide us as a nation. Watch out for strange gatherings and suspicious movements. Restrict access to sensitive documents and data, the disclosure of which may damage national security. Educate your staff and family, particularly on measures to safeguard information and report security breaches. Apply relevant legal security guidelines to protect yourself and your neighbors. Due to misinformation and wrong choices, some idle persons resort to vices in their greed to get rich quick. They resort to kidnapping, killings for rituals, and other heinous crimes. Avoid wrong use of the social media. Before you broadcast that false message, think twice. Ask whether it will promote peace or violence. For safety at home, still be security conscious. Educate your household on safety tips. Report all suspicious movements and persons to the security agencies nearest to you. Be a good citizen. Be patriotic. To pass security information, please call 0813-222-2105, 0915-339-1309, 0908-837-3514, or send a mail to dsspr@dss.gov.ng. This message is from the Department of State Services, DSS.
Welcome again to the newsroom. Here are a few stories happening across Nigeria and the world. President Muhammadu Buhari says the Naira redesign policy of the Central Bank of Nigeria has minimized the influence of money in Nigeria's politics. Speaking in a televised nationwide address on Thursday, the president said the development is a positive departure from the past and a legacy for his administration. President Buhari further urged Nigerians to vote for their preferred candidates in the forthcoming polls without fear and forgo violence. In a related development, President Muhammadu Buhari is currently meeting members of the House of Representatives ad hoc committee investigating the new Naira policy implemented by the Central Bank of Nigeria at the State House Abuja. Thursday's meeting, which started a few minutes after noon, comes hours after the president, in a televised message, announced that only the old 200 Naira notes will remain a legal tender until April 10, 2023. And ahead of the general elections, the Nigeria Police Force is handing over illegal arms and ammunition recovered from criminals across the nation to the Center for the Control of Small Arms and Light Weapons under the Office of the National Security Advisor. The handing over ceremony is currently ongoing at Louis Edit House, Force Headquarters in Abuja. The recovered arms and ammunition of varying caliber, grades and models numbering over 1,000 comprises automatic rifles, machine guns and assault rifles, among others. And 10,000 COVID-19 deaths have been recorded globally in 1 week. The World Health Organization Director General Tedros Ghebreyesus disclosed this as a virtual media briefing on global health issues. According to him, although hospitalizations and deaths have declined, 10,000 deaths a week is too many for a preventable disease. And now in business, the Central Bank of Nigeria has created a portal for the deposit of old Naira notes. According to a notification titled Redemption of Currency website, Nigerians can redeem their old 200, 500 and 1,000 Naira notes by completing an online form. The notification also provided a link to the portal to enable the masses deposit old notes in their possession. And on the global scene, Ethiopian security forces have killed at least 3 persons when they fired at people protesting against water shortage in the southern town of Wolkite. Some 5 other people sustained injuries during the protests on Wednesday. The residents were angered by worsening water shortage in the town and held a protest in front of the city's water management office. And now in sports, Manchester City had a crucial 3-1 win against title rivals Arsenal as the resurgent champions knocked the Gunners off the top of the Premier League on Wednesday. Erling Haaland's 26th goal in 22 league appearances for City killed off Arsenal in the closing stages. Mikel Arteta's team have failed to win their last 4 games in all competitions, losing to City in the FA Cup before a surprise defeat at Everton and Saturday's draw against Brentford. And that's the latest from a newsroom. Join us again at the top of the hour for more updates. Many thanks for staying with us.
Our make a chop attitude to governance now wetin spoil Nigeria reach today. Refineries of quick fixing. NNPC recently signed an agreement with Daewoo Construction Nigeria Limited for the rehabilitation of the Kaduna refinery in what was described as a proposed quick fix initiative expected to restore the refinery to a minimum of 60% of its capacity by the 4th quarter of 2024 at a cost of $740.6 million. Oh boy, see money. NNPC claimed that the last time this refinery was maintained, or what they call turnaround maintenance, was 15 years ago. Even a same refinery with refining capacity of 110,000 barrels per day has not produced any fuel for years. But we all know recently recorded a loss of 22.9 billion naira in 2021. You are not working, you just chop money. Even though we agree that restoring the Warrior and Kaduna refinery back to its operation will guarantee energy security for the country and reduce our dependence on imported petroleum products, also reduce pressure on forests, guarantee fuel supply, eradicate long queues in our filling station, and end this debate about should there be subsidy or not. But I want to ask, is it quick fix that is needed for a refinery that has not been functional or maintained for 15 years, or a complete overhaul, rehabilitation, and revamping? What is the working capacity of the nitrogen plant in Kaduna refinery? At least Warri we know say not even get. To at least to guarantee preservation of the equipment, since almost all the equipment go down corrode, including the storage tanks and the pipelines within the refinery. Even the power plant in the refinery has not been working. As we all know, say, now PHCN, they power the refinery. When PHCN on their own, they use generator on their own office. Nigeria, our own dear motherland. If you are quick fixing a 110,000 barrel refinery at the cost of $740 million, how much do you need to build an entirely new refinery of such capacity? We like to spend money uselessly here. Is Daewoo a refinery construction or maintenance company where they don't build refinery before, where they don't maintain one before? What happened to the original builders of this refinery? Also, since Kaduna no get seaports that we can use VLCC, large vessels to carry crude to, how NNPC want to transport crude from the Niger Delta to Kaduna if not be pipeline? What is the operational capacity or integrity of this pipeline to determine if they can still carry crude to the refinery? Considering the fact that the pipeline, having been operational for years, would have been corroded by water, insecurity, and vandalism. Was any integrity test conducted on the pipeline? And what is the outcome of this integrity test? What is the value of the contract for repairing, overhauling, revamping, or quick fixing the said pipeline and storage facility, if at all? What alternative means, if any, is NNPC going to use to transport crude from Niger Delta to Kaduna, if not pipeline? Why is Nigeria building gas pipeline to Europe if pipelines are no longer necessary? Anyway, hope this would end up as the case of the Omoku power plant that was built and commissioned by Odili and Obasanjo, if you can remember those days, only for them to discover on the day of commissioning that there was no gas pipeline built and connected to the power plant that will gas the power plant to power it. We even hear say that night they used generator to take commission, and Omoku people sleep for darkness even though they had a power plant. How do you award a contract to quickly fix a refinery when never worked for years to people when never build or repair refinery before? And yet, also no contract to fix the pipelines when we carry crude go the refinery. Would they think at all for this country? Anyway, I hope this quick fix no be last minute cleaning up for some people in government, now. I will therefore advocate that whilst we are debating about the political parties and their candidates, or my thief is better than your thief, we should not lose sight of the facts of the happenings around government ministries, parastatals, and agency. We should consistently scrutinize the activities and seek answers to pertinent questions concerning any contract awarded at this time. As this time usually is a quick cleanup for certain persons. We know quick fix has never fixed anything. So hope they are not quick fixing this money into their pocket. Remember, if you remove your eyes from government activities at this critical time, you'll be shocked to realize after the election that you not only meet an empty treasury, even the treasury box, somebody don't whisk them away. That's all time will permit us to take for today. But for previous episodes, just follow us on all our social media platforms shown on your screen, and there are loads of them there. And like we say in law, you can't put something on nothing and expect it to stand. It will fall like a pack of cards. So even those stealing and destroying our pipelines are part of the general problem of Nigeria. So report pipeline vandalism. See you next week.
I'm trying to say that machine has beauty. Already there are many people involved with recycled art. So this is recycled art, but I'm trying to show that when the machine has lived its when the machine has lived its normal life, and you put the engine into pieces, what you see there is quite beautiful. I mean, most of the time the machines are covered up. When they run in cars or motorcycles or in planes and so on, they are all covered up. But until you dissect them, you don't actually see the beauty, When we talk about beauty now, you're talking about beauty of circles, you're talking about beauty of squares, you're talking about beauty of cross-hatching, all kind of beauty. And then when, again in the hands of the artist, those beautiful parts are combined, then you have even more beautiful thing. In other words, the artwork or the scraps or the engine has reincarnated. Some kind of metamorphosis has taken place and it has a new life. So it is that new life that I'm presenting.
Beauty and the Machine is focused on recycled art, where he makes use of waste and discarded materials to create works of art. This time he repurposes these erstwhile worthless materials into embodying art and becoming more useful. And if you look at it, these are materials that in their ordinary form as waste, they are more harmful than when actually put in use.
Art is feeling, art is reflection. When do human beings stop feeling? When do they start reacting to situations around them? They continue like that. And so it doesn't, you don't stop feeling, you don't stop reacting to things like that, and you just continue to go. Therefore, there's no kind of retirement. You can only move from one idea to the other. Move from one idea to other. If you are, as a younger person, there were other things I was doing, there were things that interested me. As an older person, I had other things I'm interested in. But right now, I want to reflect on the environment with the materials that are recycled. Recycling is not actually a new thing, but the engine part of that brought out brings some kind of beauty, which I want to show.
This is just one of the works that you would see that particular thematic focus. And this particular work, yes, it's still each of the works in general, they aside from being byproducts of waste materials, they all have a particular story they tell. So it's not just, we are not just pushing recycled art. We also have a thematic standing, which is the focus of the exhibition too. And this particular work, yes, it has the whole trado modernism touch, and it's still, well, we could talk. It's one work where you try to go in deeper to absorb it, to fully understand it. It's a work that talks about the hunter's victories, and each of these elements you see the rod. These are all car rods that have been welded together. You see the dancers from beadworks, you see the 3D cowries that have been reused and reused and reused. You see the PVC pipes which form the staff, which form the totem, kind of, that are all pointing to, or they are all making up these works. They are making up as the principal instrument of the works.
I am particularly struck by this shrine, where Onobrakwe has achieved his characteristic technique of being able to integrate materials from different sources to create something that has a mystical aura about it, as he has done here, for example. And by the word mystical, we are referring to something that looks mysterious, difficult to explain, but it's also fascinating. This looks like a typical Babalawo structure, but how did he manage to achieve this sense of the strange, the eerie? That's a particular potent force in his work. And then I'm also so struck by what you mentioned and what she described as trado-modernism, where he has placed metal structures along with metal structures and then replicas of chips, electronic chips, along textile forms and images he has created by his own hand. So how this idea of merging the electronic, the digital, the found materials such as an animal horn together to create one force is a demonstration of a particular motif in African let me put it this way, post-classical African art, whether in terms of literature or in terms of art. By post-classical I mean art emerging from a period whereby it's a fusion of various cultures, Western and African. In the context of Onobrakwe, he's demonstrating a particular rallying cry of the Zaria School of Art, of which he is one of the founding figures. And their concept, as described by Uche Okeke, one of their main figures, one of their main theories, is that of natural synthesis, whereby you synthesize the Western and the African to create something original.
the African art has graduated into what you might call the post-African art. So what you see there, the statement I'm making is that that is a post-African art. In other words, it still has, it still does the type of thing that the old art does, but it does more than that. It reflects the life that we live now, not the life that our forefathers and grandfathers lived. So I'm trying to say that there is a post-African art. Most people don't think that there's something like that, but there's post-African art. And what you see there is a transition between the old art and the new art, the contemporary art. So the contemporary art is really, in the country, in Africa, is a post-African art. You see the form. The form itself looks like a form of a guitar, like a form of a guitar. It's just that the strings this time now are poles. Right. What I'm trying to, if you look at the poles, you'll find at the end you have some kind of decorations there. Take one pole apart, and you see that it's like a scepter. No, so what this guitar is doing is trying to tell stories of some particular individuals who have achieved a lot, achieved 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 important things in their life. So the guitars are emblem of achievements. In our country here, we are achievement-oriented society. And every individual, just look at every individual, there is something about their life, there's something they have achieved. And these things can come out in forms like staffs like this that can be put in a place where they'll be remembered. Ladipo market is like one Nigeria, because you see every ethnic group, every ethnic group there. It's there, and life spills around. There are all kinds of experiences. People are preaching on one hand, they are dancing on the other hand, and sometimes they are fighting, and then they are buying things. And then important people have their cars by the side of the road and they are repairing. So what you see in the Ladipo market area is a very interesting form of art.
If you're familiar with Prof's works, he's a very traditional person. He's very bent towards his culture, and it's really evident in his works.
For me, Bruce is a master, and this exhibition is further affirmation and confirmation of the talent that he has come to represent, the pride of Africa. Because when you see a mind that can put from trash such beautiful artworks, then we can only just increase our admiration for him and wish him many more years in this field of making us.
The younger ones, how are you, what are you doing, to bring up young people along this line so that, when you're not here, when you're no longer around, your legacies are maintained, there are people to carry on from where you would have left off?
Thank you for that question. I answered that question a long time ago by instituting a foundation and creating an informal education setup where I train young artists. But beside that, I have young artists working with me, learning and following my footsteps and so on. And I have people now who think the way I think and can carry on whenever I stop.
The majestic river Niger, rising from the highlands of Guinea, it meanders through many countries to Nigeria, slicing through the commercial city of Onitsha and the beautiful Asaba on her way to the Delta, where she discharges into the Gulf of Guinea in the Atlantic Ocean. stretching to about 4,000 kilometers. River Niger is the third longest in Africa and provides livelihood to the people of the many communities on its bank. From here, they irrigate their farmlands and fish in its deep waters. Aside providing veritable mode of transportation, it is also a source of power generation. In fact, many people, particularly in Anambra and Delta states, depend on the river for their sustenance. Back in the day, canoes were the primary means of transportation on the river and served to convey goods and people from one bank to the other. But in 1965, 5 years after independence, the first Niger Bridge constructed by Dumez was completed. With the inauguration of the bridge, the main east-west connection in Nigeria was created. For Southeasterners, homecoming is everything. They return en masse at festive seasons to celebrate with kinsmen. But quite often, the frightening gridlock on the old bridge turns the homecoming trip into a nightmare. Femi Adesina recalls the harrowing experience of a friend who spent 6 hours trying to cross from one end of the bridge to the other.
That friend I had known long before now called me and said, please, what could I do? I said, what was the issue? He said he had been on the River Niger Bridge for 6 hours. 6 whole hours. He said, can I call somebody so that they can intervene and let the bridge flow? He said, 6 hours from the foot of that bridge, that when traffic flows, you can cross that bridge in 5-7 minutes. He said 6 hours they had spent on that bridge, and there was no hope that they would get to the other side.
But then there are those with more bitter tales to tell. On this same bridge, homebound families are known to have been trapped for hours and days on end.
I have slept there, so I have a first-hand experience of the challenge. So in situations like that, it's a nightmare, because you may even come there thinking that you have stayed 1 day. Some people tell you they have stayed 2 days, especially during festivities. It's usually a very major nightmare.
Aside the nightmarish experience of the users, the bridge also poses danger to motorists as a result of the heavy load it bears.
I've had awful experiences flying through that Niger Bridge. It has been an awful experience where we have a dilapidated bridge that for so many years it has lasted. It was so dilapidated that sometimes you'd be scared that you might end up having your car get into the river. So it's an awful experience.
There has been lots and lots of tales about that place. We've had records of the bridge quivering, motorists on the bridge actually feeling the quakes and tremors from the bridge. So it was, in one way or the other, going to end up being a nightmare. It was actually a catastrophe just waiting to happen.
Now, 57 years after it was built, the second Niger Bridge is coming up quickly to alleviate the plight of the people, reduce the load on the old bridge, and boost the socio-economic potentials of the Southeast.
The bridge is very nice. It's very good.
So we believe that since the new Niger Bridge have passed, we believe that development can come.
Truly, the construction of a second bridge across the River Niger had long been identified as the panacea to the seemingly intractable gridlock and frustration on the old bridge. Until 2018, it was the subject of intense politicking. While President Shehu Shagari promised to build the bridge, General Ibrahim Babangida challenged Nigerian engineers to design it. From General Sani Abacha to successive governments, nothing much was done except perhaps for President Olusegun Obasanjo, who actually flagged off the construction of the bridge on the eve of his departure in 2007. His successor, Alhaji Omar Yaradua, had a short stay in office, but ahead of the 2015 general elections, President Goodluck Jonathan performed another groundbreaking ceremony and promised to do the bridge.
I remember that clearly. I was in my office, in the Sun newspapers, on that day, and I remember crystal clear that flag off and the things that were said about that bridge. And it's amazing that nothing happened. And then the day the then President Jonathan also went to that side. I remember clearly. That's why it's baffling that after all those body movements, nothing happened.
It was being used for politics. Every 4 years, they do flag off, they do ceremony. After the flag off, they remove everything, and then the bridge is forgotten. After another 4 years, after every election period, canopies are set, and then another flag off. So that was why when the president now gave his word, knowing who he is, that he's going to do this bridge, considered it a flagship project, and then followed through. Today, we're no more talking about flag off, we're now talking of commissioning.
The era that was most significant vis-a-vis Second Niger Bridge was the 16 years of the People's Democratic Party. Anytime elections were approaching, they would go there, make some body movements as if things were going to happen concerning the Second Niger Bridge. Once elections came and they got the votes of the Southeasterners, they disappeared. The next time, when elections were coming again, they would pretend that there was movement on Second Niger Bridge and it would fizzle out again. Then came Muhammadu Buhari, a man from the northwest of the country, from Dara. In terms of affinity with the southeast, it's not much, except that we're all Nigerians.
Interestingly, while little was done during the period of bumper harvests from oil sales, President Muhammadu Buhari, who arrived the scene at a time of lean financial resources, became the game changer. Without the boastful promises and grandstanding of the past, President Buhari plunged headlong into the project. Today, he has succeeded where others before him failed.
I think I'm going to say it unequivocally that President Muhammadu Buhari, that is one of the greatest achievements that he has done for Nigeria. I'm not talking about Southeast, I'm talking about Nigeria as a whole. Because without that bridge, there will be no movement from Southeast to North, from Southeast to West. So even going outside Nigeria, a lot of folks that come to Aba, buy goods, come to Onitsha, buy goods, now have to transfer those goods to other nation states.
It is encouraging, it is nice to see that for the first time, we actually have an administration that has looked into that problem and preferred a real solution in the new Niger Bridge. So I think it's a positive step, one that if more of our leaders would emulate, it would make Nigeria a much better place for us to live in.
The second Niger Bridge is an engineering marvel being executed by Julius Berger, the international construction giant. Stretching to a length of 1.6 kilometers, the bridge is equipped with a 10.3-kilometer highway. The toll plazas in both directions of the facility have 8 lanes leading to the bridge. The Owerri interchange on the Onitsha-Owerri road is designed to provide direct access to the bridge from Obosi in Anambra State to Asaba in Delta. Construction of 2 secondary bridges at Amakom and Atani communities are also part of the total package.
All the 16 booths have been completed. The operation building also completed. Then the workshops and other ones, security house, they've been completed. Then the approach road on this project, we have 3 kilometers on Asaba end. Like I said, it's has been constructed. We only need to put the final layer of the asphalt. Then on the Onitsha end, the Anambra end, we have completed more than half of it.
On the eastern side of the bridge lies the ever-bustling Onitsha, a commercial hub that embodies the resilient and enterprising spirit of the people of the southeast. The Onitsha main market, reputed to be the largest in Africa, attracts visitors from across the continent and contributes to the hectic commercial environment of the city. As a result of the intense economic activities in Onitsha and beyond, traffic holdup on the old bridge is perpetual and frustrating. But the ongoing 7-kilometer approach road on the Onitsha side of the new facility will help to eliminate congestion and provide direct access to the second bridge. The idea is to connect the southeast and south-south regions seamlessly to the rest of the country.
You see, you are talking of a bridge that links Anambra State, southeast, Abia, Imo, to the entire Nigeria, coming through Lagos. All right, that is the route. All the containers that come from Lagos coming to the east, that's the route they use. It's quite enormous. It's something that, if you look at the economic benefit, you get very excited. There's quite a lot we can benefit from it, and it's going to impact very positively on the economy of the southeast.
It's going to lead to free flow of traffic. Of course, even our people who reside in other parts of the world, or in other parts of the country, once there is a period of festivities where all of our people return home to celebrate Christmas, Easter, and what have you, they will not hesitate. Most of them will come back home, and coming back home brings happiness home. Economically, economic will become viable because goods will move freely between other parts of the country and the southeast. Business will boom, and everything will pick up.
On the other side of the bridge lies the serene city of Asaba, the capital of Delta State and once the colonial headquarters of the Southern Protectorate of Nigeria. Strategically located on the bank of the river, Asaba serves as the main entryway to the southeast from the Lagos axis. Here, traffic is usually heavy on its main highway, but to ease the flow and divert vehicles to the new bridge, a 3.3-kilometer approach road is also being constructed.
The second Niger Bridge is the artery between the western part and the eastern part of the country and the rest of the country. You can't quantify what it will do economically. Even apart from the economy, how about the comfort of the people? Going home at festive seasons, our brethren from east of the Niger love to travel at Easter, at Christmas, and other festive seasons. You cannot imagine the relief they will have on that bridge. They have slept on that bridge before. My friend spent 6 hours last December, but people who slept till the next day have that experience. So the relief will come for them.
President Muhammadu Buhari is a man of few words. When in 2018 he gave assurance that his administration was going to deliver the project, many people may have taken it with a pinch of salt and perhaps waved it off as a familiar story, a tale by moonlight repeatedly told by past politicians without commensurate action. 4 years after, the dream is set to become a reality.
I thank God I'm alive to see the working of that second Niger bridge. They have gone a long way. I am happy over what I see today. They are trying. They are trying. I pray, let the Chukwu Okike Abioma guide them. So far they have gone.
It's been a subject of serious politicking over the years. So our people kind of developed a feeling that it will never come. But all of a sudden, here comes President Buhari, who now announced that he was going to do the bridge and immediately started work.
It waited this long because they made it political. Instead of really pulling up their bootstraps and working, they turned it to a political thing. That was why whenever elections were approaching, they would go there to hoodwink the people of the region to get their votes. They turned it into a political thing. But then came President Buhari, who was not interested in fooling anybody, who was not interested in the politics of it, was just interested in action.
Under this administration as well, the long-abandoned Onitsha River Port has been revived and may soon become a port of final destination for goods bound for the southeast, thereby decongesting the existing seaports in Lagos, Port Harcourt and other cities. Stakeholders are of the view that the second Niger bridge will boost activities at the river port and complement the multimodal transportation initiative of the administration.
Today, we talk of multimodal forms of transportation. You talk about the road, you talk about the rail, you talk about water and things like that. So this multi-approach is something that has a lot to do with impacting on the economy. So here is the Onitsha River Port that has to deal with the water, and then here is the second Niger bridge that has to do with the roads, but both complement each other.
To ensure compliance to schedule and quality delivery, the project site has witnessed high-profile visitors lately. Aside the Minister of Works, Babatunde Fashola, who pays regular supervisory visits to the site, the Chief of Staff to the President, Professor Ibrahim Gambari, recently led top functionaries of the federal government to see the state of readiness of the bridge.
The Federal Executive Council has passed tolling policy, national tolling. National is for the nation as a whole. So which one will be concession, toll fares, and so on, that's secondary. Important, let us finish this road.
Similarly, the Minister of Finance, Hajia Zainab Ahmad, also came calling with the Managing Director of the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority, Mr. Ujoji, and Chief Executives of other relevant agencies. For the Minister, it was an inspection and assessment visit to be sure the 157 billion naira so far released has been well utilized.
I can report to Mr. President and say I have seen where all the 157 billion naira has gone to. This is a project that is very dear to His Excellency the President. It is designed to uplift the lives and livelihoods of the people of the southeastern part and the southwestern part of our country.
Indeed, the transportation industry has experienced unprecedented turnaround in the past 7 years. For a critical sector that supports socio-economic growth, it's never been this good. Apart from equipping the National Inland Waterways Authority to provide navigable pathways for the movement of goods and services, stupendous amount of resources have also been committed into developing a functional rail transportation system. In addition to the second Niger and local Oweto bridges, solid road networks that crisscross the country and connect the geopolitical zones have been constructed.
When the story of the Buhari administration is to be told, of course, we'll talk about the second Niger bridge, we'll talk about the Bodo Boni bridge, we'll talk about the local Oweto bridge, we'll talk about Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, we will talk about the new ultramodern airport in Lagos, the one in Kano, the one in Port Harcourt. We will talk about the new runway in Enugu. We will talk about so many things.
Just as the River Niger provides legitimate employment and sustenance for many families, construction activities at the new facility have also given jobs and livelihood to many people from the region. In addition to this legacy infrastructure, critical road projects and monuments are also being executed in the zone. Despite these huge investments, political detractors had actually tried to sell the false narrative of hatred and marginalization to some gullible natives of the area.
With the developmental strides that the president has taken to the south, it's not just the second Niger bridge. What about the Enugu-Port Harcourt Expressway, which the president made sure that that rehabilitation of such road is completed? Other giant projects that the president has started and also completed in the southeast is an evidence that the president indeed does not hate the southeast.
Don't forget that time was when Southeasterners, people of Igbo extraction, were controlling the levers of development. I'll give you an example. The Deputy Senate President from Southeast, Deputy Speaker from Southeast, Chairman Senate Committee on Works, Southeast, Chairman House Committee on Works, Southeast, Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Southeast, Secretary to Government of the Federation, Southeast. And all through those periods, not 1 kilometer of our roads, federal roads, that were in terrible state, not 1 kilometer was addressed. And all these people I mentioned are from Southeast. Now it took somebody else who is not from Southeast to now address this infrastructural decay. Now face the reconstruction of these roads, this critical infrastructure. Just to mention a few of the things that this administration has done in the Southeast. And then somebody goes back and says he hates Southeast. How does you demonstrate hate?
This president bears malice to nobody. And he has cared for the Southeast as much as he cares for other parts of the country.
The second Niger Bridge is an important national asset. Aside easing traffic on the old bridge, it is an interregional integrator with the capability of boosting economic activities and development in the southeast. Already, the people are beginning to tap into the huge investment opportunities that come with the bridge.
You know our people, we are business people. We understand the dynamics and we take advantage of opportunities. It will bring a lot of development to the southeast, a lot. And even south-south, because the bridge is coming from Asaba to Onitsha and vice versa. So the development is not only for south, it's also for south-south.
Truly, when the story of the Muhammadu Buhari administration is told, the second Niger Bridge will be recorded among its greatest achievements.
When President Buhari would have been done and is gone to have his due retirement, and the story is being told, what would never be forgotten will be his footprints on the sands of time in terms of infrastructure. I don't know how to swim. But when they load me in the boat, we were like 155 people in one boat. So when we are going to Italy, we have run many hours. So on the way going, our boat now capsized because of the waves. And our boat is pumping boat. So when the waves throw in and they load us about 3 boats, 2 at the front, we are at the back. When the waves come in a big way and throw, it capsized our boat. 65 people died in the same boat with me. About 30 girls and 35 boys died in the same boat. So when they are dying, they are sinking down. Some was catching my leg. Some drawing my clothes or my bag, shouting, "Biggie, Biggie, Biggie, Biggie." That's how I remove the clothes. I stay hanging, holding the rope that I'm holding on top of the boat. That's how. So after everything, all of us, about 55 people, well, 155 people, the people that remain on top of boats, maybe they are not more than 80 people again. So everybody was crying that we are dying, no rescue. From 4 o'clock in the morning, our boat capsized. We are on top of the water till the next 4 o'clock in the evening. On the afternoon time, a helicopter come on top of us to come down like this a little bit. All of us was crying, raising hand up. They now carried the newborn baby, one woman having over there, to raise it up, to raise the baby up in a way the helicopter will see the baby. So we are shouting for rescue, rescue. So all of us was crying. I said, God, is it today I will die on top of sea? All of us crying. So as we are crying, the helicopter, they wind up, but I believe that they will be seeing us through the screen. After everything, when the helicopter left, it's like they caught the police people in the area. The police people now coming with a small boat to come and rescue us. When they rescue us, they will carry us to the prison to go and lock us. And when they lock us there, the Nigerians that are in that very highland will come and bail us with like 500 dinar. 500 dinar. When they bail us like 500 dinar, like they will use in form of 50,000 Nigeria. They use it to bail us out. They will go and lock us somewhere. Our family in Nigeria, we can be calling our family in Nigeria to pay 150,000 in their account. Then we get like 100,000. They use me to do business. In my life, even if they told me that Libya is like America again, I cannot try that country anymore in my life because I suffered a lot, honestly.
Welcome again to the newsroom. Here are a few stories we're following at the moment. The United States government has returned $954,000 stolen by the late former governor of Bayelsa State, DPA Alameye Seya, to the state government through the federal government. U.S. Ambassador to Nigeria, Mary Beth Leonard, announced the development at a press briefing on Thursday in Abuja. President Muhammadu Buhari has immediately directed that the said sum be utilized in developing the healthcare of Bayelsa State. In a new development, the president of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele, says he has met with the leadership of at least 15 commercial banks since President Muhammadu Buhari announced his latest directive on the new Naira policy. Emefiele's visit comes hours after the president, in a televised message, announced that only the old 200 Naira notes will remain a legal tender until April 10, 2023. The CBN governor said the meeting with the bank executives earlier on Thursday was to ensure an ample supply of the old 200 Naira notes to alleviate the sufferings of Nigerians. In politics, the deputy governorship candidate of the Social Democratic Party in Abia State, Dixon Asonye, and the chairman of the party in the state, Chukwudi Abengoe, have collapsed their political structure to support the candidacy of the Labour Party governorship candidate in the state, Alex Oti. At a meeting with the LP executives at the party secretariat along Okigwe Road in the Aba North local government area of the state, the former SDP chieftains pledged to work for the victory of Oti at the March 11 governorship poll, adding that the LP governorship candidate is the right person to partner with for the state's transformation. And for the first time in 3 years, all the land borders in Ivory Coast are now open. In a briefing, the country's Council of Ministers said favorable health and economic developments since the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic means it is now safe to lift COVID-19 restrictions. The Council further revealed the reopening of borders is also to crack down on illegal crossings and redirect travelers to official border posts instead. And the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria has said the challenges occasioned by the Naira redesign may further reduce the life expectancy of Nigerians already pegged at 53. The president of the body, Cyril Usifo, in a statement said the current state of the economy caused by the scarcity of the new Naira notes may also give rise to cases of morbidity and mortality. On the global scene, the electoral body in the Democratic Republic of Congo says it has started voter registration in part of the country where millions of civilians have been displaced by fighting between the army and rebels. The Independent National Electoral Commission said voters will be registered in the volatile provinces of Ituri and North Kivu, as well as in the US and Canada. Voter registration across the country started in December and has so far seen at least 12 million people register as voters. And in sport, Manchester United will be guests to Spanish La Liga giants Barcelona at the Nou Camp in Thursday's Europa League first leg playoff clash. United started this year's Europa League group stage on the wrong foot with a narrow 1-0 home defeat against Real Sociedad, but responded well with 5 successive victories. The Red Devils will be keen to improve their record against Spanish opposition, as they have won only 3 of their last 14 knockout fixtures in European competition. That's all on the newsroom. Thank you for watching. I'm Mary Kanu.
What can be avoided, which end is proposed by the Almighty, yet Caesar shall go forth. For this prediction is made to the world in general, and as to Caesar. This house is falling. A country preparing for election, economic growth, and development needs stability, political and economic. Whatever policy, public or private, that derogates on the aforementioned will lead to restiveness, and same should be avoided. the Central Bank of Nigeria, sometime last year, announced its intention to redesign the Naira notes. And its reason were that the huge chunk of the Naira notes were not within the banking system, and that such is inimical to the economy. The Naira notes were eventually redesigned, and since then, peace have left us. The new notes have not been sufficient in circulation. The old notes have shrunk. The bank's ATM machines are not dispensing cash. Many are closing operations, and we are thrown into a litany of chaos. The CBN policy isn't well thought out. We have regressed miserably under the Emefiele CBN and are grossly disrespected as citizens. Why would you opt to redesign the Naira note without thinking it through? Why was the policy made at this time when the country is preparing for elections? Whose interests was this policy targeted to protect? Recently, 3 states approached the Supreme Court of Nigeria, praying it to grant an order restraining the federal government from enforcing the February 10th deadline, for which the CBN had earlier announced that the old Naira note will cease to be legal tender. The Supreme Court granted an ex parte order that the parties should maintain the status quo ante bellum pending the determination of the substantive suit. The federal government thereafter filed a preliminary objection, adding that the Supreme Court has no jurisdiction on the matter under reference. In view of the foregoing, Nigerians have been acting confused at the moment, as some market women won't accept the old notes, and the CBN won't speak to the public as the confusion lingers intolerably. I would therefore advocate that the federal government should allow the old and the new notes in circulation for at least 1 year to enable a gradual process of phasing out the old notes. The banks should desist from hoarding the new or the old notes to allow for a smooth transition of the process. The CBN should be responsible and stop making high-handed statements with unreasonable deadlines. We are not at war with the federal government, and the CBN should understand its role as it relates to money policy. There is absolutely nothing reasonable in the policy, as it has taken us miles backward, and this should come with consequences. The people involved in this thoughtlessness should be punished as a matter of necessity. We cannot allow a group of people with little or no knowledge of how to manage people, 200 million of us, without consequences. There must be consequences for this action as we brace up for the 2023 general elections. Get your PVC ready, brace up, make your choice, vote according to your conscience, don't sell your vote. I shall go to Rabbi again.
The first time I was here to locate the Ghanaian cane weaving community, a Nigerian told me point blank that these Ghanaians will steal my money. I was curious and I wondered why these two nationalities who share same profession would have such level of animosity between them. And I'm here to find out why. If you're familiar with Maryland in Lagos, it is difficult to miss this beautiful display of handmade cane crafts. Beneath the Maryland Bridge, linking the Ojota area of the city, cane-based products such as chairs of all varieties, living room sitters, house decor, as well as baskets of all shapes and sizes are sold here. But behind this lush display of artistic brilliance lies a culture of discrimination against the migrant population of Ghanaian cane artisans, one which has been in practice for decades now. Unlike their Nigerian counterparts, Ghanaian cane artisans are restricted to a remote part of this cane weaving community. So what is the genesis of this unfair practice and why has it been perpetrated for so long? To find out, we paid a visit to Monkey Village, just behind the Maryland cane weaving community where the Ghanaian cane weavers live and work. This is Monkey Village, right here in Mende, Maryland, Lagos, Nigeria. In what appears to be the outback of the area, Ghanaian cane weavers are not allowed to venture beyond these parameters. While Nigerians are allowed to display their products, Ghanaians serve as laborers who manufacture these cane products for a fixed price. 54-year-old Adeyemi Bolarinwa concentrates hard as he weaves this basket. His calloused hands work deftly, and in a matter of minutes, he finishes one of his orders. Bolarinwa's father is Nigerian, but his mother is Ghanaian. Despite his being a Nigerian, Bolarinwa cannot sell his products directly to buyers. He can only sell to a group of Nigerian cane weavers, who in turn sell directly to customers. It's a rule among the Cane Weavers Association here which restricts non-Nigerian cane weavers from dealing directly with customers.
They brought some job for one Nigerian man, according to the history, from 1986. Then the man delayed the job, and they saw another Ghanaian man. They went to, that's a Sheraton hotel. So they went to the Ghanaian man. The Ghanaian man did the thing in time as they want. So the contract go to that Ghanaian man. So then, now those people are the indigenous work against foreigners that they can share a place together. So the moment they granted that law still will work from 86 up to by this time. So Ghanaians don't have any choice to meet customers or something like sell in direct. So always we are in backyard that when they receive the order, they come and give us a job. That's the situation where we are facing now.
As migrant workers, Bolarinwa says he and other Ghanaians have no choice than to obey this restrictive rule. So they keep their heads low and make the best of their meager income.
A stranger cannot be like citizen. So we have no choice and there's no any help. Because if someone came that we want to give you advance, they used to tell the person that this is a foreigner, you to take your money around or something like that. So we have no choice. We are there in panic. And we just manage it because that's a handicraft. That's a hand job. We can't. That's my professional. Actually, it's my professional. So anyhow, bear it. I'll manage it.
We asked Bolarinwa if the Ghanaian cane weaving community in Maryland had made any attempt to report to relevant authorities. He says no one has come to help despite many complaints.
We used to let people from Ghana embassy to come and interview us at times. But there's no help. There's no help. We try a lot. We join their group, Nagacon and this and that, but at times, the way the thing they go, we see that there's no help. So the work will be like a struggle, with a struggle for our needs. Anyhow do, we manage it and bear it.
It gives further details of the mode of operation between the Nigerian cane sellers and the Ghanaian cane weavers.
We arrange every basket within price, where it's a popular no. Then any quantity where the person want to come and book from you, he can give you advance. Then after finishing the product, we take your balance. That's the way we are going. Then I submit for them, I take my balance. Some people are pay cash. Some people can give you in half basis. He can give you advance. When you finish, supply the thing to the who come and done the work with you. Then you take your balance from. We have no chance because there's no shade. He cannot give you, as a foreigner, he cannot give you shade to shade your market. They share by themselves.
Kwaku Noah is another Ghanaian cane weaver in Maryland. For 15 years, Kwaku has struggled to make ends meet due to the trade inequality he suffers.
Maybe the price we are going to sell for woman as this back here. If I did roadside, one day, God goes see me about a better customer where I can sell for the person where I could see gain pass where I did. So it affects us. So if we are on the roadside, I'm sure say we go see better customer pass, better price pass what we are gaining as the back here.
Fed up with the unpleasant situation, a number of Ghanaian cane weavers have either moved back to their home country or adopted other trades. Now the once boisterous community has become a shadow of itself.
Before, we are more than 20 or 30 people. Right now, I remember maybe roughly, I can say about 5 or 4 people now. We remain. Before we are more than 37, but things know the balance. And then, they gain assist to support the work. Everything I'm money now, so if you know gain a way to get something assist your business, you can go forward. So right now, I know they're easy for us. As you can settle another side like that, it's money, because to get a place to stay, it's money, but how to money no day on hand like that.
To confirm these allegations and to understand the root cause of the act of discrimination against the Ghanaian cane weavers in Maryland area of Lagos, I paid a visit to the chairman of the Cane Weavers Association in Maryland, Dennis Omadide. Surprisingly, Omadide confirms everything we've heard from the Ghanaian cane weavers. He explains that the Ghanaians are restricted for 2 major reasons. They work fast and they charge less. These 2 factors, he says, could disrupt the profit margins of Nigerian artisans.
To make the market so polluted, that's what I mean. But they produce fast. They produce fast. So by the time you are trying to draw a kind of item that will come to market, it's like this. Then when they overflow, then the market, that market will not depreciate on that area. The reason why we do that, then they are trying to frustrate the market in terms of sales in the beginning. So that's why we notice that instead of that to happen, let us stay on their own, then we should stay on our own.
Omadide says while the migrants are not allowed to mix with Nigerians and display their trade, they are however free to establish their business in other locations.
That is the normal procedure, the constitution, what we have. That when they come, they will work for us. We normally collect basket from there to sell to our customer. So we don't want them to close to us in that way. It's like they will know how much we are selling to the other. So that is why they not do it. But now it is old. For now they have assets free, direct to customer. But they are not the midst of us here. Some day for Abanikoro, some day are turning down. That is how.
So whose responsibility is it to protect the interests of Ghanaians in Nigeria? We had requested an official response from the Ghanaian consulate in Lagos to find out if the mission is aware of the discrimination and what it is doing to stop the menace. TV360 Nigeria did not receive an official response from the Ghanaian consulate, but in a meeting we had with the Consul General, Senator Gifty Bukari, key officials of the consulate, the president of the Ghanaian community in Lagos, Augustine Appiah, as well as the Ghanaian cane weaver, Charles Sapong, it appears the consulate is aware of the problem, but may not want to ruffle any further. I'm just coming out from a meeting with the Ghanaian Consulate General, Senator Gifty Bukari, who appeared irate about a request for an interview, especially the part that spoke about publishing the findings of this investigation with or without an official response from the consulate. Now, the Consulate General declined to give an official interview on what she's doing to ensure that Ghanaian cane weavers in the Mende area of Lagos are not discriminated against. Now, our phones were confiscated and we are not allowed to take any recordings. As the second largest country with a migrant population of over 1.3 million, Nigeria has a national policy to address labor migration issues. Page 21 and 22 of the National Policy on Labor Migration clearly states that migrant workers have the right to negotiate by collective bargaining, enjoy freedom of movement, as well as upholding equal treatment and non-discrimination regardless of migration status. But it appears some Nigerian businesses are not willing to accommodate migrants. Director General of Nigerian Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, Nasima Shola Obadimu, says the unfair treatment of Ghanaian cane weavers is nothing short of bullying.
It's just a case of bullying. It's to some level a case of harassment. You know, even within the Nigerian environment, you can open a shop and start selling pepper, and the second day some people will come to you that they want to seal your shop.
So is there any law in Nigeria limiting the trading activities of migrant workers in Nigeria?
We have this ECOWAS treaty that encourages free movement of goods and services within the West African sub-region. So for West African nationals, they can do their business freely. We have Nigerians doing businesses all along the West African coast. So if they are West African nationals, they can do their business. So far it is a legit business, and when they are operating within the laws of Nigeria, they are free citizens.
Sadly, the problem of discrimination of migrant workers is not peculiar to Nigeria alone. There have been documented cases of discrimination against Nigerians in Ghana, xenophobic acts against other Africans in South Africa, and the general attitude of hostility against Africans, which experts say has affected the social, political, and economic cohesion of the continent.
As a Nigerian, if I'm heading up to Ghana, there's this orientation, European orientation, that yes, I'm heading up the north of Africa. So they don't see this whole reality of trade between borders and trade within African countries. They just see everybody as a suspected migrant, as prospective migrants. So heading up to Ghana means you may be heading up further to Mauritania or that to Libya or Morocco, such thing. So and in this whole situation, people are made to be criminal, made to appear like criminals, because the moment you go across the barriers, the borders, and then you are not with the right documents, so to say, then you are seen as a criminal. And being a criminal means, yes, you are being identified as somebody who is illegal. And then you can see from this perspective, when one migrant does something that is wrong, so it is tied to a lot of other migrants at the end of the day. So we have this whole problem in the world now where we prejudice, or we just wrap up figures to say when one person is bad, the first person you meet at the end of the day, you just wrap up his tribe to be part of this whole problem.
They are what's affected because they are not captured and documented. So their country is not aware they are here, and our country is not aware they are here. I mean documentation-wise. Okay, so people like that will hardly go to the embassy to make reports or report to the Nigerian authority. Most times they will look for a way to manage the situation for as long as they can before they leave. So what can be done is that it goes back to the same point I made before, that our orientation agency, you understand, must make sure that they talk about these things. It's not talked about.
Bolariwa and Kweku may have resigned to fate and lost all hope of ever competing fairly with their Nigerian counterparts, but these talented cane weavers hold on to the dream of returning to their homeland someday, where they can live and work freely without fear or discrimination. Folashade Ogrinde, TV360 News.
Yesterday is gone, another day has come. My name is Scholastica Gladys Daring, a nurse at the Greater Accra Regional Hospital, Ghana. Another day has come. Do something new in my life. The initial stage was terrible. Was so many people were coming in with the disease. And then seeing them struggling, in pain, breathless. It was difficult at the beginning. And even we ourselves at the beginning were a bit scared because it was a new disease. But we managed to gather ourselves, gather courage to able to take care of COVID patients. Because people come within few days and they are gone. And that's really demoralized us. Because you put in all your effort, but still the person will still pass on. One day, I wasn't feeling well. Initially, I thought it was malaria. But I said, no, let me get myself swabbed because I was working as a frontline health worker. So in some few days, my results came, and that was it. Psychologically, I was demoralized. So my little boy, anytime I come home, he's so used to me. When you say stay away, social distance, you see him putting his head on me and all that. So I think he picked it and then gave it to the auntie and then the cousin. And when the results came, the three of them, all of them were positive. And that demoralized me more. I wept. But I had to overcome it and then be strong and take care of my family. I console myself by saying if I'm nursing COVID patients and I'm infected, some have recovered, I will surely recover. I gave myself that moral support. Following instructions, I was able to overcome it, but I had complication, fibrosis of the lungs. I was seen by one of the physicians, and then that was it. I recovered and went back to work. As a preventive worker with the vaccines, I have the hope and I believe when we get herd immunity, it will reduce the disease burden and then we'll all be free from COVID. I know vaccines are good. I'm encouraging everybody to go for the vaccination. I've taken mine myself the first day. Vaccines are good. I'll continue to work as a preventive nurse till my time is due and I go on retirement.
Can sex really mean nothing but sex to a partner?
For the guys, yes.
It's possible even for both parties.
You have your mic, you can talk. But that's the way we are wired. You know,
Who wired us?
Who wire you?
Who wired us?
Stand down, don't mind them. Leave them, leave them. I am here, leave them.
My personal life is none of your business.
You are not a guy.
You are not a lady.
You're a lady talking. See, there is a reason why society accepts a man to marry more than one wife, and why it doesn't accept a woman to marry more than one husband.
Mr. Ima, Mr. Ima, yes, may I come in?
Come in, sir.
You're lying.
He's not lying.
I'm saying that you are lying.
Can sex really mean nothing but sex to a partner?
Generally, definitely now, there is possible.
For the guys, yes.
It's possible even for both parties. Yeah. I want to share runs net and it's possible. So it's like nothing to them. So do you understand? So it's possible.
Your partner cheated on you. She now told you it was just sex.
No, I don't think. I don't think that scenario is just.
I thought you were just talking.
No, that's the scenario.
I'm not saying where's the argument.
No, that's the scenario.
I was going to say where's the argument?
No, that's the scenario. Your partner cheated on you.
Your partner, that's
he or she now said it was just sex.
No, it can't just be sex.
It can't be just sex.
Why?
Because
there has to be an attraction.
Okay, first of all, you're married to someone, right? Good. So you
not even be married. You're dating.
It cannot just be sex. There should be something that would have probably made you to go do it. Except maybe you just go street, go carry a shower.
That one is
no. There could be a one night stand, and probably you're in a party, something happened, you get drunk. You want babe to get drunk by your side, whatever, anything could happen. Do you understand?
And then you just tell her that it's just sex.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, that's you cheating on your spouse already. So it's just
that's
sex
kind of
from his
just
point of
sex
view.
now because there's no string
Is that
attached.
cheating? If it meant nothing, it's not cheating.
Okay.
Now you get.
So that means your girlfriend too can like just go and then she will just.
Yeah, then it means
okay.
That's why I said that.
I've not said whether it's okay or not yet.
Okay. Well, you were. Well, you were tending towards what he was saying.
No, don't preempt me, please.
Okay. No
Okay, so I feel like we shouldn't touchlight women. I feel like we should just generally.
No, we are not touchlight women.
For both. No,
I don't think.
As far as for me, if it's for the guys, for a guy, sex can mean nothing.
But for a
I said that.
For
Yes,
ladies,
I said that.
It's the same thing too. It can mean nothing.
No,
you don't know.
Most times,
why would it be that for the
lady.
guy?
For a lady too,
No,
it can be
the way we are wired is different.
You are not a lady.
We're wired differently.
There are girls that are wired like that.
Wait, now I'm just saying. You know, I think I've even said this before.
Please,
That
for future purposes, I don't know if you're talking about me. You need to like personalize that. For me, I think
I'm not saying I'm speaking for you. You have your mic. You can talk.
She's talking for every.
I'm not speaking. I'm just saying that the way a man is wired, a man can do something without having anything at the back of his mind. Do you understand? That's the way a man is wired.
Right.
But the way I would say a normal woman is wired. She will. I'm coming. She will not just open her legs for someone that she has nothing. Except she's a call girl or something. I'm not a call girl, and I'll just open my legs for you.
My lord, it's a lie.
Without feeling anything for you.
You can open your leg for me without feeling anything for me.
As a woman, I'm talking about a guy. For a guy, it is very
for a babe.
Yes.
possible.
Let me tell you.
Very possible.
I don't like you.
Yes.
I don't love you.
See, I might see you.
And I'll be sexy. You're mad.
It's you.
That's how you personalize it for yourself.
What are you saying
for you?
I'm speaking for myself.
Good.
No. When we were saying, you were saying, oh, why is it possible?
But you said you're contradicting yourself. You said
yourself.
the way a normal woman.
Yes, now.
So what do you mean by a normal woman?
So that's the way we are wired. You know,
Who wired us?
Who are you?
Who wired us?
Calm down, don't mind them. Leave them. I am here. Leave them.
Who wired us?
Show me the electrical wiring.
Can you just have sex for the fun of it with anybody and you just be like, I don't have any feelings. Well, I just had it.
There are some people.
We just had fun and that's it.
My personal life is none of your business.
No, I'm just asking
that.
Which one is it? Me, I can do it.
No, there is a yes or no answer now. Just answer before. Answer yes or no before you now.
Nobody they attack
No, but
you have skeletons in your cupboard.
You're not obliged to answer.
Yeah, so what are you saying?
Honestly,
you're not obliged to answer.
not even that one.
You mustn't answer.
I'm just trying to say.
And then don't try and make a point.
No, Shay, I'm trying
Don't try and make that
I'm
point.
trying to say that for comfort to be saying that means it's for a normal woman.
No, yeah, that's what I don't get.
I'm just saying that the way we are wired. You know that there's this thing that they say that men are wired to be polygamous. Have you heard that before? Have you heard that before?
It's people that just made up that thing.
No, it's because I'm coming. When something repeats itself over and over again, that's the general view. When something repeats itself over and over again, that seems to be the general view. You understand? I'm not saying that any woman that does it is less than a woman. I'm not saying that. But
no, but you cannot say the way a normal woman is wired.
I'm not okay. I should say a woman is wired to.
Which way she acts very uncomfortable like that about that. Oh, what's this wiring thing? Like I don't even get it.
Like
for you
the way we are configured as women. That's what I'm saying.
Honestly speaking, I really don't. It doesn't sit well with me. So I feel like you should personalize it for you. You think, or you think.
You know what? Okay, what's feeling of feel? What's feeling and thinking? They're the same. They're
You think for yourself. Yeah, you know for yourself. But you can't say.
I said I feel.
Everybody.
So what's the difference between feeling and thinking?
For yourself. No, you said for a normal woman.
I'm just saying that the way a woman is wired, it's not normal for a woman to just.
It's not normal.
Except if she's doing something for some other reason. Attraction is already there.
Attracted to me
Attraction is already there.
Oh, I'm not building on it. I just find you attractive enough
For just to do whatever.
Yes.
Woman.
Yes. I'm telling you, it's the truth.
You are saying.
Brother, what are you saying now?
Then they.
We can have them.
It's not very few. Brother, it was in the past that it was very few. Right now, there are even more.
There are even so much.
Oh, man, I just want to ask
There are
without
more.
string attached.
Yes. There are more now, yes. Yes.
Yes.
A typical babe will not open her legs for you and allow you to enter if there isn't something she wants to gain.
Wow.
Either she's attracted to you, or maybe she doesn't say, this guy get money, make her open so that I go benefit from it. Not that, I like this guy, I just want to get down with him and forget it.
Right now, it's happening.
My lord, you're not right.
Yes, sir, you're not right.
Next section is that if I see him, I just want to have sex with him. Do you understand? I don't want to build on it. Yeah, so maybe I met Ola in a club.
Yeah.
Our dad.
And you felt his vibe. Yeah.
And of course now, and I'm getting horny, and I just want to have sex with you.
Yeah.
And then I don't care about anything. Just say one night
It's very, very rampant now.
Then you get babe now. May you come find out, say, okay, your babe sleep with one guy.
Yeah.
May your babe come tell you, say, no, babe, we were just in the club and I was just so attracted to him. And I just wanted to get down with him.
Yeah.
And we did it. I don't have any
just
feeling.
sex.
It was just sex.
I'll get angry. Yes, I'll believe her. I'll get angry. I'll believe her. If she genuinely did sorry, I'll go forgive her.
The fact that she
I will
even
move
tell
on.
you. The fact that she even tell you.
I'm telling you.
She not tell you.
I'm telling you.
All reaction.
And I will move on.
How he reacts to that news, that's his own business. But the fact that she is telling you that guy, there was nothing. Yeah. It wasn't. If he decides to forgive her and then continue the relationship, that's his business. If he decides, no, I can't deal with this, that's still his business.
Yeah.
But the fact still remains that the girl had sex with another person and there was nothing attached. She owned up to it. Do you understand? It's not going to. Yeah. Nothing is going to change that fact. However he wants to deal with that information is left to him.
So it can mean nothing but sex.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's the truth, brother.
Jesus
We cannot get everybody to agree to it, so definitely we should have this argument.
See, now babe, they do and pass
That's
now.
what I'm trying to tell you. Yes, are the one leading in this chat now.
You they get me wrong.
In this chat now.
I don't see plenty babes.
Serious?
Wow.
Like, are you in Abuja?
Not be saying they do it because they just
Yes.
forget.
Yes.
No, she go still come back. Don't meet the guy.
Never.
Not be saying she go.
Brother, a lie.
Yeah, they tell you. Not be saying she go.
So what you're
How many? She go just do it once and you don't see
Yes, you don't see him again. I don't see Befe go tell the guy, don't ever call me. Don't call me.
They will not even get your number.
Plenty.
They won't collect your number.
Plenty.
Well.
But do you know do we have more partners?
Yes, now.
There are more.
Yes,
That's
now.
what I'm saying. The
Now,
percent is really high.
in this Abuja,
is really high.
You're even saying that there are people that they keep guys for just for sex.
yes, true.
You're saying that maybe she doesn't know. That one is that there are some people that is nothing, it's just sex. When they are horny, they call
They have
the guy.
a different guy.
And they have a funny enough, they have a
different
boyfriend.
guys.
They have a
Yes,
boyfriend.
they have a
Funny
boyfriend.
enough.
That they have a boyfriend, they will tell him when the guy start catching feeling. The girl
Allah, no catch feeling.
nothing, no. I have my boyfriend. Don't come and spoil this thing for me. There's nothing. Let's be realistic. Most of the time, one party will always attach feelings.
Yes, definitely.
But then the party will say,
Mostly the babe.
Not the babes. It's not true. Mostly the guys. Mostly the guys. The girls where they do the fling thing. Wait. The girls where they do the fling thing. Now the guys won't get feelings. I know what they tell you. Yes. Yes, won't get feelings. I've not did well now. What
Mr. Ima, yes. May I come in?
Come in, sir.
You're lying.
It's a lie. I'm saying the truth.
You are lying.
It's not true.
The babe won't do fling.
Now the babes go they catch feelings.
Nah, lie. Not be every time. Not be every time. Now the guys they catch feelings.
Now the
The guys they catch feelings. Brother, I know. I don't see it.
yes,
The guys they catch feelings.
The guys can catch feelings.
Now
but
two ways,
which
man.
of them catches that feeling feeling more.
Guys now,
Guys now.
Babe.
Abba, now why you could expect me? Guy, they catch feeling.
Guy, they catch feeling.
In the. Are you?
I say right now, guys, they catch feelings fast.
No.
Right now, guys, they catch feelings fast.
Right now, so
yes. I'm not telling you a gigolo. I'm telling you guys catching feelings. Not gigolo. Guys catching feelings.
For the babe.
Yes. And the babe is telling you that don't catch feelings. She get like 5, 6 guys which she get sex with. She know they catch feelings for anybody. Instead, the guys won't catch feelings.
Ima, let me tell you something. The guy can never catch feelings.
Brother, guys catch feelings.
Now, babe, they catch.
It's not true. It's not.
What about when in a situation whereby, like you said, that a married woman is maybe she's having sex with a younger guy? Do you understand? In that situation, it's probably she's not getting sexually satisfied. She's not satisfied with how she's having sex. Do you understand?
Yeah.
She's not satisfied with her husband.
But that's not in most cases.
In most cases, the guy. In most cases, the guy will start attaching feelings.
True.
And then the girl will be like, babe, I'm married.
You know why now the phone go pass? In that case, the guy no go even attach anything. Now the woman,
na lie.
Now he go dey
Na lie. Brother, this one I no agree. Yes, this one I no agree for this one.
No.
You see, I'm telling you what's happening.
Why are you so sure?
I'm telling you what's happening. She's shocked like
you're not telling us. Ima, this is not reality.
Okay, it's
you are not
reality.
telling us what is happening.
When a man has a mistress outside and he's with that mistress for a long period of time, let's say 1 year, who starts attaching feelings?
When a guy, a man,
the man or the mistress,
a man. But I'm telling you,
tell me that all this thing, men, sugar daddies, and this thing, the girls, they are all already in their feelings. They're already having emotions that okay, this guy is going to leave his husband. He's going to leave his wife and come and be with me.
Is it like?
I'm not saying there are not people like that.
But what scenario?
But there are a lot of people too that they just want to eat your money and get a fuck out.
Let me tell you, let me tell you a scenario. There's this friend of mine. We were talking, and she was like, "You get this sugar daddy with the chaser," and she tell the guy, say nothing, no, maybe just he ain't go to give her what she want based on financial thing. She will give her. The man they say no. Say he won't see love. Say he won't make the girl love him because he love the girl. He want love commitment before he go now bring her money. Now the old man now don't they love you. Babe, they tell her say, guy, no love. I'll give you anything you want. You give me anything you want.
We not talk say no they happen, but the chance they very slim.
I'm telling you now in Abuja, I don't know where you go to. I don't know who you associate with, but I know what I'm saying right now.
If my babe tell you, of course, I slept with one guy, he meant nothing. He was just sick. You will believe him.
I will believe him.
Talk say forgive.
I will believe.
I will believe.
You
go believe.
I will believe. I will believe.
100% I go back believe.
Because if first she will not explain to me.
You will not believe her.
Why?
Why which one is her?
Why?
Oh, you not believe him.
Why would you believe him? Why?
Why?
Why would you believe him?
That is me.
Why would I believe that you just went?
Because to me,
how to have sex with another lady?
Why? For what?
Because sex is sex.
A guy is wired to have sex with as many
Who
people
wired
and
him?
not
Who
even
wired
have feelings.
him?
God,
Thank you for the question.
Creator.
Who wired him?
He's so wired to be promiscuous. He can have sex with 50 women.
That is how it is constructed. Now how they construct them with that. That's my own English. Now how they construct the guy.
So God now wired women to only be satisfied with just one woman. One way.
No. There is a reason why the society has accepted men to marry more than one wife.
No, maybe you. That's
calm down. There's a reason.
No,
there's a reason why it is accepted that if a man marries more than one wife,
let's be realistic on that one.
No, that's what
in our society.
In our society.
Religion.
Not religion. No, wait. In our society, yes. Nigerian society. Not religion. It's not religion. No, not religion.
Okay, so why is it? So that means if you're saying that it is okay, so why is it that women, when their husband maybe
for a man and woman, then the husband goes and marries her. So why is she raising up why is she bringing down the roof? Why is she fighting?
Even if she fights finish, she will still accept. After she fights finish, she will still accept.
What would the society?
It's a must. It's a must.
So why the daily?
It's the one I want to live now. But most, I think, out of 100%, it's only 2% that lives.
No,
it's only 2.
I do not agree with
No,
you.
that we are debating from the topic, but the truth is only 2% will live. The remaining will stay. Where are you going to?
Where you go?
What do you mean? Where are you going?
It's the truth. Where you
So
go?
if I'm married now, my husband decides to bring on, I will now sit down there.
Where you go? Where you won't go?
Where I would? That is you. I don't know with the people.
Where you won't go?
That means if you leave, you already have a mate outside that you've been doing before.
So
that's why you want to leave.
Oh,
why must you leave? Why can't you be patient and compromise? Because you've been talking about compromising.
Yes.
Why can't you be patient and compromise?
Tell me that when a husband and wife, they are married,
yeah,
and then you decide to go and marry another person outside, then I should decide to sit in that stupid shameless.
Our society has put it like that.
It's not shameless.
I don't know. It's a sham.
No, it's not sham. It's not sham.
Wait.
Let's allow her talk now. Let's allow her talk.
Religion. Because we know that Muslims,
there's no religion. Even Christianity, they are getting married to 2 wives.
You know that Islam accepts that you can marry
Let me say something.
But you say that in our site it's accepted that you can marry another wife and then the woman will stay there. What the fuck are you talking about?
Why I agree that most things that when I was talking about patriarchy and the rest is a societal thing. It's accepted in society, but not like individually. There are persons that don't accept it. What I'm saying is that it is not a common sight for you to see a woman marrying 2 husbands.
Yeah, could make sense.
Polyandry is not a common sight.
Anywhere.
A woman that and it's common, normal, acceptable for you to see a man marry more than 1 wife.
Yeah,
even 21.
That's where I agree that. That's where I agree that you know. It's a societal thing. Even though we try to push it to just Islam, it's a societal thing for a man to marry more than. But I do not agree that men are wired to be
promiscuous.
Good.
I don't believe that one. Yeah, I believe that one too.
They are wired to be promiscuous. I just said that they are wired.
She said that they're wired to
I said it, and I still stand by it.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. We're not wired to be promiscuous.
Let me tell you, the truth of the matter is this: whether we
either because of abuse, physical abuse or something. See, on a marriage case that there's no abuse because the man brought in another wife. See, it's just 2% that will leave.
Wait, Krede, can I ask you a question? Wait, Krede, why do you want to leave? Number one,
I say it's just 2%
this man is giving you everything you want. So why do you want to leave?
And then you go. That one you now have to go and face the society. The society will never crucify. The society will never crucify your husband. They'll crucify you.
It's a lie. It's a lie.
Okay, try it. Oh yeah, try it now. Try it. Try it now. See what the society will do.
If you're telling me that if he's cheating,
it's your fellow woman that will even attack you.
Wait,
I'm not telling you a man, no. I'm not telling you a man. I'm telling you your fellow woman will attack you.
I'm saying that any woman. Wait, I'm just saying that. Wait, I'm coming.
No self-esteem.
The Yorubas
telling you that.
The Yorubas have this saying that
Explain in English. In English.
Let me explain what that means. It means that no woman would ever accept a second woman in her marriage. No woman.
Yeah,
you understand? So this one that are saying that no, you cannot. No woman will even say they should agree. It's the man's nature that wants to bring her in.
Because we are the edge.
And as a
he
woman,
must bring her. I'm not saying that. But I'm
that's
saying
what
like
he's saying now. That's what he's saying.
Do you know that women are not wired to share? Even the ones who say we have 4 wives.
That's what I'm saying. We're not wired. That's not wired configured. A woman is the way we are wired.
That's their culture.
The ones that
are
religion.
And they just like you think they like to share their husband.
Excuse me.
The way you people are constructed, the way they construct
Listen to Ola.
The way they construct una.
But even guys,
now make una endure. As in whatever, anything that's happening in your marriage, just have to endure.
I'm bringing 2 husbands inside the house.
Are we still going back to this thing?
Where is it
No,
done?
it's not like we're going back.
Remember we talked about people not managing.
And
And now you're saying that a woman should be enduring.
No. See, it's something that is it's just general. You guys just have to endure.
Endurance
Endurance is part of nature. Endurance is part of it.
Yeah, that's it.
They are capable. They are outdated.
They don't have to endure.
What are we enduring?
if a man has a wife and then now marries another wife, you are saying it as if it's out of this world. Is that what you're saying? It's absurd. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying she should leave the house, right?
No, Chufe, is it absurd?
For me, I'm going to leave.
No,
I'm
not talking of. I'm not talking about you now. And I'm not talking about religion.
Well, we're not talking
I'm not
about
talking about religion now. If a man marries another wife, is it out
not
of
religion
is it
and not for you?
Is it abnormal? That's
what
what I'm asking you.
It's not abnormal.
Should the woman leave?
So it's what
should the woman leave? That's the next question.
But wait, okay, calm down. It's not abnormal, but calm down.
It should not come to ball. If you're trying to tell me that, where is she going to?
You said it's not abnormal if a man marries another wife. Yes or no?
If she agrees with it, no problem.
Whether she agrees or not, is it abnormal for a man to marry more than?
It's still abnormal to me.
For a man to marry more than one wife, is it abnormal?
Unless their religion accepts.
Generally, if a man marries more than one wife, is it abnormal? Is it out of place?
No, it's not out of place.
Good. If a woman marries more than one husband, is it abnormal? Is it out of place?
It's abnormal in our society.
Wait.
Yes or no?
We want to know from Corridor.
No, of course, it's out of place.
Why is that?
Society.
Why is
That's exactly what I was trying to say.
So you're saying that
because see, there is a reason why society accepts a man to marry more than one wife, and why it doesn't accept a woman to marry more than one husband. There's a reason. You know the reason? Calm down now. It's not barbaric. What are you doing?
Nothing like
It's barbaric. It's not barbaric. Oh, I marry more than one wife. It's barbaric.
I'm not saying this is barbaric. I'm saying that you cannot say because society accepts it, then it's fine. Then there's a reason for this thing. It's a lie.
There's a reason.
Follow the crowd.
I will tell you the reason. Calm down. There's a reason why it is accepted. Because over time, it has been noted and it has been noticed that a man is very difficult for a man to stick with one woman.
Wrong.
Because men are promiscuous by nature. A man is polygamous by nature.
More than one wife to boost their ego. It was toxic masculinity. Listen. Do you know? Listen.
Let me tell you something.
Let me tell you why
I support you 100%.
It's not matter.
You are not. You can never be wrong on this.
Let me give you a logical reason why society even accepted it. Why? Let me reason with you now. Society could admit that a man can marry more than one wife because he is the head of the house. He's the sole provider. He is the sole provider. He's capable of providing for more than one wife and their children. Times have changed. We have moved. Even society and beliefs are dynamic. They are changing. So what I'm saying is that simply because society admits there's so many things that society admits are unfair to women, and simply because society admits it doesn't mean that it's okay. Doesn't mean that it's fine. Society has a reason for admitting it. And then a man can comfortably provide, and women at that stage and at that phase, our thinking is changing, we're evolving. It was a norm. In fact, if your husband can keep more than one wife, with children, a large family, and all of that, it was beautiful, and the whole setup was comfortable. But now times have even changed now, and it's not something that women can just take lying low. Okay, a man is promiscuous and polygamous in nature, so you should admit the fact that your husband is going to come in one day holding a wife.
Are you now saying that in today's world, we don't have men marry more than one wife?
We do.
Course, exactly.
Wait, let me now say, you're saying that...
You say times have changed now. Do we have women marry more than one husband?
In same house.
No.
Same house.
But we have women who cannot admit polygamy.
Wait. Wait.
If you're saying
that, it's socially accepted, so why is it that the guy is always sneaky? He doesn't want the wife at home to know that he has another family in another town. He's not even going to do it. He won't even bring it home. He's not even going to be sneaky. And then eventually, when the wife knows, he's going to go and call all the family to come and plead with her and beg her that, no. If you're saying that the society accepts it, why is he going through all those troubles?
See, because he doesn't want stress.
If he should not even go and hide it. Immediately he sees another babe, and then they are all catching flea. The next thing is for him to bring her.
Because he doesn't want stress. Doesn't want
Why is he hiding?
Because he is not unreasonable.
He's not
he knows that the first wife is human too.
Exactly.
To pain her definitely that he's bringing another wife.
Now
let's not even deviate. The reason why I brought up that issue was that when we said a lady can say, "Oh, I just had sex. It was nothing but sex." The reason why I was bringing up this marry more than one scenario is the fact that society knows that a man can have things,
multiple sexual partners.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. And it will mean nothing to him. That's why they say, oh, this man can marry 10 wives. Oh, yes. It doesn't necessarily mean that, yes.
She loves 10 women.
Exactly. He can't love the 10 women at the same time. It's not possible. Exactly. But he will have them in his house and he will be sleeping with them. And it will mean nothing to him. But a woman, society knows that no. The moment a woman sleeps with one guy and goes to another guy, it means that emotion don't go. You don't deal with that guy again. You don't deal with another woman. That is why I'm saying it is not possible for a babe to have a guy, a partner, or a fiance. Okay, a babe will have a fiance now. She now say, oh, I slept with this guy. It was nothing but sex. It's not possible. Something must have moved her. Okay, something must have moved her to say, oh, I want to sleep with this guy, not just because I just want to have sex. No, something moves, something. No.
Objection, my brother. Object down. No. Not in every scenario. Let me talk in this case.
It's not rampant.
Not in every scenario. Yes, like what she said, it's not rampant.
It's not impossible.
But right now, there are girls that are into that.
I'm not saying it's possible.
Yes.
You don't want anything with you.
Without any strings attached, and they still love their boyfriend or their husband or whatever.
A babe is in a serious relationship with a guy.
Yes.
Now go and sleep with that guy. It was nothing.
Okay, why would the guy be in a serious relationship and go outside and go and sleep?
Exactly.
And he go still love the babe. It's a lie. It's not true.
So, in this kind of wire, forget the wire.
Brother, listen, wait. Excuse me, guys, wait.
They are wired men and wired.
Wait. I'm not of the opinion. I say, I'm not of the opinion. Guys are not wired to be. It's not true. Guys are not wired to be promiscuous. It's a lie. We choose to be promiscuous. We are never. Show me where. A guy chooses to be promiscuous. A guy is not wired to be.
A woman will only cheat on her husband because of something. There will be a reason.
Then what of a man?
Obviously. A man can cheat for no reason.
I'll tell you reasons why the woman will cheat. Part of the reasons that the woman might cheat is maybe the man has been cheating too much and she has been bringing it to his notice and he refuses to change. She wants to pay back. That's one. Two, the husband might not be satisfying her. And she'll go outside. But it doesn't change the fact that she will still love her husband.
Exactly. No.
It's not true. It's not true. It's not true.
It's not true. She's not emotionally involved with the guy.
Do you know what he just said now? He said, okay, a man has his wife now, and then she's cheating on him, Abi. He's cheating on her.
Yes.
And because of that, she's going out.
She wants to pay back.
It's punishment. It's not as if she still loves him.
It's not punishment. She loves him. She loves him. She's trying to tell him that this thing you are doing is paining me, so let it pain you too.
See, when a woman decides to punish you, the love is going.
It's not going. It's not going. She's trying to correct you. She has corrected you with words. Yes, she has corrected you with words. You don't want to listen. So let her do. Like this, but she be doing it. Yes, it's possible.
A woman now begins to open her leg for someone else.
Yeah. What happened?
I am saying majority of women.
Many thanks for joining us on News Now at this time.
Protest in Lagos.
Thank you for joining us today on the newsroom. Lagos State Emergency Management Authority was serving for Western Media School, one road woman, and the rampant illegal spectrum frequencies.
The bulls took over the news on the Nigerian stock market today as sellers eased.
Thank you for coming, sir.
Yes.
I was expecting the noise.
Noise?
The siren and everything.
Can't I have a break even for a few hours from these sirens as well?
Now I see why you want to come back here now.
Yes. You can see this place is more friendly, isn't it, than Abuja?
Wow. So how much do you miss it when you're not here?
Well, very much so. That's why When I come, I keep my eyes very wide open, as if it was the first time I'm coming. This fruits bearing trees are growing very fast. Yes.
So you're counting the days now?
I am counting the days, not even the months.
What amazes me is that if you know him now, to me, is the same Buhari I knew, 1953. He's a good listener. He will accommodate you, listen to you, and he will never fight back.
If you are not hardworking, if you are not honest, if you are not dedicated to your duty, don't come near Mr. President Buhari. He has a very long face, but you have to catch up. He looks after the welfare of his staff, especially his close aides. He makes sure everything is well or is fine at home front, because he asks questions. Because how is everything going on? And whenever there's anything, he takes your problem as his own problem.
The ordinary people are his friends. And then Kaduna, you come and see them in his sitting room. They are not only in the sitting room, but they are on his dining table, eating with him.
There wasn't any day you go to Sultan Road #1 that you will not see people queuing, and that he will not attend to you.
When he goes to his farm, the only thing you will know that he is not with them is because of his white dress and height. He mingles with them. When we are going to the mosque, we enter the normal place where other people are and join the queue from where we find it. We don't overstay our queue. And normally, during Christmas or Salah, the father buys a dress for his children. And from 1996, when I started working with him, up to this year, he will buy me Salah dress. Every Salah. So along with his children. So I'll have my own children, my own Salah dress.
When my mom passed away, we were going to hold a commendation service for my mother in Lagos, and I just sent out some cards. I sent one to his house in Kaduna. Lo and behold, on the day an SUV just drove into the premises of the hall, and I went to welcome whoever was in it. When he opened the door and I saw him, I was shocked. I said, "You could make it?" He laughed, and he stayed with us throughout that service, a Christian service. A man they used to call a Muslim bigot. He stayed throughout that Christian service. It was one of the things that convinced me that the man was not who people were saying he was.
I first met him in 2007 because they were trying to meet pastors who could also, and not only pray along with them, but who could identify with him to remove the toga of Islamic fundamentalism, which he has been labeled with for too long a time. I saw him as a forthright person, an incorruptible leader, and one that was ready to bring about discipline to our society.
He's a very self-effacing person, also very witty and humorous when he's comfortable in the environment he is. He can be surprisingly shy when he's not comfortable. He's amongst people who is not accustomed to being around, and he can live in his own skin and say very little. But when he's comfortable, he can be a pot of good humor.
I got to know him from about 1976 when he was the Minister for Petroleum. And I was working in the presidency. You know, he has this expectation of people to take their responsibility seriously. He gives you an assignment, he expects you to carry it out.
Mr. President.
President Buhari, you walk into his office, see him reading, let's say, a memo. You not even notice you are there. He puts in his 100% on that memo until after he reaches the end of what he's reading. He does not even know somebody is there standing.
We first met January 1953. Buhari, as a child, was quiet, humble, and reserved.
There's one thing I also learned, that you lost your father very early. How was that growing up?
Yes, well, it was a difficult time. I didn't know my father, so I was an orphan, which means I didn't enjoy the protection of a father. I didn't know my father. And I went into a boarding school for 9 years. 3 of the primary school and 6 secondary school. Yes, I miss my parents, but I was lucky. We were a generation of lucky people.
His father passed away when he was 4 years old. His father had 3 wives. Muhammad was the youngest of 23. He had sort of surrogate fathers throughout his career, including within the military and including within the school system.
He was brought up by his senior brother, who was a teacher. He is one of our teachers. So he had a good home training under the care of his senior brother.
President Buhari is my uncle. I'm his nephew. My name is Amandaura. His mother, Hajia Zulehat Musa, is my grandmother. Her first child was my father. Her last child was Muhammad Buhari. My father was his guardian, but it was tough for him, but tough for us also. Life was very tough in those days. You went to school in the morning, you came back and you go to the bush, collect firewood for the night reading. We had no lamps in those days. We used firewood to light, and we had slates, which we wrote chapters of the Quran and read. And so you have one chapter, you read it during the session, and then tomorrow morning you wash it, and another chapter or a piece thereof is written, and you learn it by heart.
So when I was away from home, I think I was constrained to behave myself because there was nobody to rescue me. So I was behaving myself. As I said, I became a class monitor. I became a junior prefect. I became senior prefect. I became a head boy.
You know, boys will be boys. You will transgress on occasions. You'll be late for school, refuse to attend lessons sometime, go out to play, and that will be severely punished. Whoever did that will be punished. And the teachers were, I wouldn't say harsh, but they were disciplined. They taught us discipline. If you transgress, they lash you.
There was discipline in schools, look, then. There's corporal punishment. And I think, to a certain extent, it molded the minds of the children and so on and so forth.
Our generation was very lucky. Our teachers were absolutely committed and dedicated. And they treated us like their own children. If you do well, you are praised. You are brought before the classroom, your work was shown and you are praised. If you don't perform, you are again brought before the classroom, stripped and flogged on the buttocks. And there is no way I can forget school, because what we call the teacher I see there, called Mala Abdul, is a very strict person. And he doesn't spare the rod. We call it Bulala, really. We don't like the rainy season approaching because we have to go to school farm. You wouldn't be late there, just like a classroom. And if you are late from 6 to 2, bulalas on your buttocks. And you have to remove your shorts so that you get the message proper. Among the teachers, I could only again remember our Arabic teacher. No matter how hot it is, he comes in with a turban. And every week we are given to recite part of the Quran. Every week. And the only thing we can do to avoid it is to report sick if we haven't recited the party given that week. So we report sick. But even if you report sick, then you are stopped from going to a breakfast break until you recite the bath you are given in the class.
I'm sure you didn't get too much Bilala because you are always like a leader in class.
You will be very surprised. I got a lot because I try to avoid going to the school farm. And if you miss it, you are not allowed to go on breakfast break. So you will have no break until the school is closed. But what I do between the first whistle and the last one, I go over the wall of the school, rush to home, and sometimes I'm eating up to the time I'm going to the classroom. And no one could forget those days. Trying to be clever by half.
How did a boy from Daura end up in Liverpool straight out of secondary school?
I was picked from here, and then the whole of the north, again, I was the only person picked to go to UK, recommended to go to UK, Elder Dempster. Elder Dempster line. Were given some slots for children from each region, from the north, from the west, from the east then, and from Lagos. 4 of us were taken. And that's how I managed. You can see the system then. Here in Kaduna province, we are the junior part. In Daura here, but I was picked, from the whole of the north to go to UK for holidays. That was my first visit to the UK. And what struck me when we arrived at Liverpool, We went to the center of the Liverpool. Some of the cities in London, then there was a central roundabout in the town. From there, you can go to other places. And when we went down about break time, I saw people coming out. Everybody well dressed up, you know, just the way you are, but almost three-piece, handsome, healthy. And then I reflected a street back here in Katsina on my school days. When I'm going to the mosque on Fridays, blind men, cripples, leopards, people in rags begging for what to eat. So I say, God, how can we understand? That impression is still there in me. You look at people coming out as if they made it up themselves. Very well dressed, handsome. Underdevelopment is terrible. The only thing I can say.
He was interested in science at the time. He was thinking of becoming a doctor. You know, he was born in 1942, you know, sort of the end of colonial era in Nigeria. They didn't really have a medical school yet at ABU. It turned out not to be a career path for him, although it was an interest. When he was finishing up secondary school, the Emir of Katsina, who was the neighboring Emir to Daura, was encouraging young men from the north with leadership potential to go into the officers' training.
The Emir of Katsina then, he sent Hassan. It was no longer a profession for the poor. My height was a disadvantage to me. Then there were cadets only in government colleges. Zaria, Kepi in the north, I don't know how many in the south. The provincial secondary school, which was my school, they were not given army cadets. But the Emir of Katsina wanted to make a case to late Sardona that he wanted a cadet school, a cadet in his secondary school in the state. So the Sardona told the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister told the Minister of Defense. And then Katsina had a cadet. And then a retired ex-World War II veteran from Katsina was made to be in charge of the training. Just because of my height or something, I was picked to be the sergeant. So from there, I was impressed by the military discipline and so on. So when I left, I just went straight to the army.
And he was very attracted with the idea of uniform, discipline, and extracurricular activities like night exercise and drills that attracted him very much. And he was eventually, plus he had a few friends like Sheikh Eradua, may God have mercy on him, and Jega, Emir of Gondu, and Magoro. They were his classmates, and they all started, so that the hard instinct also had an influence in his decision to join the army. And he has never regretted it since.
It must have been something for him. I mean, he went into the army to be a soldier. Then there was a political crisis, the coup and the counter-coup, then the Civil War.
This is where the value of fighting for country comes in, because at every point of his military training, he was taught, you know, you fight for your country, you die for your country, and you do it with honor. And so the idea of splitting the country it just sent shockwaves through these people. Even though they knew some of these counterpart officers on the other side, they never saw it as Buhari never saw it as an Igbo thing, as an ethnic thing. He always saw it as the rebels and the attempt to split the country.
His battalion, the 2nd Battalion Nigerian Army, he was number 2 in the battalion. They were the first to fire shots. A battle in which they were advancing and the opponents, the rebels, shot at them, and the fellow on his right was killed, the fellow on his left was killed. But he was unscathed. It was dreadful, dreadful. I was so afraid reading the dispatches to see the casualties, and I always pored over the casualties to see if his name was involved.
The Biafran Civil War was one where you didn't know you were going to survive. They were hacking their way through the rainforest, which was very different than the dry savanna in the north. And his men had to be sure to take health precautions, change their socks, not get fungus in their feet and things. So he was always concerned with the welfare of his men. I think even his critics would say this, that this was a young officer who took his leadership seriously.
And if I tell you that I walked across Nigeria from Benue State virtually up to the sea when we were fighting the Civil War, the 30 months in the Civil War, I was always in the front within the small arms range for the 30 months. I was never relieved. But when I was sent to India and the United States subsequently to do my training, people were saying, why always Buhari? But when I was being sentenced to the front, nobody asked, why didn't they bring me back to their headquarters where they have time to drink and dance? This is Nigeria.
There was a bloodless coup today in Nigeria, which is Black Africa's biggest and richest nation and the world's 8th largest oil producer. The overthrow of strongman Major General Yakubu Gowon.
Fellow Nigerians, events of the past few years have indicated that despite our great human and material resources,
So I heard you met the then Colin Buhari when he was governor of the Northeast.
Way back in the early 70s or mid 70s, I was a young student, aged about 18, 19, and he was then governor of the Northeast. He was military governor of the Northeast, and I was a young student activist as the Secretary General of the Students' Union in the then Northeast College of Arts and Sciences. And when Murtala was killed, I led a delegation of students to protest the killing of Murtala, demanding that the coup plotters be brought to book and be tried. Well, he was quite a very serious-looking military officer, and my impression of him was that he was somebody that was destined for the future to become an effective leader in this country.
General Shehu Yaradua, may God bless him, may Allah have mercy on him, told me how Buhari was made Minister of Petroleum in Obasanjo's government. They set the group who were naming ministers and governors and so on, and they said, who is the most honest and the most serious among the officers of the Nigerian army? The one with the most integrity, and they honed in on Buhari. So they appointed him Minister of Petroleum, and they all thought he would not get his hands dirty with oil money.
indiscipline, corruption, squandermania, misuse and abuse of public office for self or group aggrandizement, which had assumed debilitating proportions in the last few years, will be dealt with ruthlessly, no matter whoever may be involved.
It wasn't easy in the sense that I noticed a lot of things were going wrong, personally. People were looking for office just to be materially endowed or empowered. I thought it was wrong. I think leadership is a sacrifice.
It was clear to the senior officers, including Buhari, that the junior officers were going to do something if they didn't. And the junior officers were taking their cue from next door in Ghana, where Jerry Rawlings had just taken over, a young flight lieutenant in the Air Force, and lined up and shot the previous senior military people who had been ruling the country. So the senior military people in Nigeria thought we'd better stabilize the situation. We don't want another, Jerry Rawlings situation here.
Buhari was not terribly keen. He wasn't terribly keen about it, but there was nobody to lead the change of government, nobody with the credibility and the integrity to, to convince the country that a change was necessary. It wasn't his choice.
We need to emphasize self-discipline and leadership by good example. Begin by drawing public attention to little but important everyday manifestations of indiscipline, such as
try to impose discipline on the country. So it was a kind of a culture clash between military culture and the Nigerian grassroots culture, if I may say.
The night of the coup, you were with him, right?
I was in Lagos and we had dinner and then we talked until about 11 p.m. Then I went back to my digs. We had no idea, no inkling whatever, something was afoot. In the morning, one staff came and told me, look, there has been a change of government. Your uncle has been deposed. The coups in Nigeria have a history of being very violent and very bloody. So I pray to God that they don't kill him or injure him or something of that nature.
The people who know him well said he was aware, but the only way he could have prevented it was to execute, 6 or 8 of the senior officers, and he wasn't willing to do this. I think he prevented a more serious situation, because when you start killing officers, who knows where it's going to lead. Now he's down in Benin. He is under house arrest. He's living in a cottage with guards. He figured that if Babangida wanted to kill him, he would be dead by now. So it was really a question of just marking time and using it to realize, well, this is the end of his military career, and it was possible for people to visit him, but only with the permission of General Babangida, who is now in charge.
He was detained for 3.5 years. I went to see him regularly every month in Akure and in Benin. Very restrictive, and it's very boring, and he didn't know what eventually the government would do with him, and he was only released on the death of his mother. But throughout, I think his spirit never for a moment broke, because So many people gave me messages to tell him to say, please write to Babangida and tell him, since he has taken over, let him go. He said, no, I'll never write to him. I'll never talk to him. His spirit never broke throughout the 3.5 years.
Even though Jonathan Abacha was part of the military elite that toppled his government, out of patriotism, to save the government, he accepted to serve as the chairman against the advice of many of his close associations. He said, no, it is not about Abacha, it is not about toppling of the government, it is about the country. We need to save this country. We need the infrastructure has decayed. So he accepted the chairman, and quickly he assembled some professionals, largely young men, and we went into work.
If you go down even to our hospitals to check, we see, if you see linens that are curtains, shielding the beds, besides the few procurements, you will see PTF inscribed. If you see the roads today and you go through from north to south, there hasn't been any corner you will go through without seeing the project of the PTF. If you see hospitals with equipments, basically even in the theaters today, you will see that you will have the little, inscription of the PTF.
Nearly every week, some delegation from different parts of Nigeria were coming to see us in Kaduna, saying, look, you have to come and take care of have to come and lead this government. We're drifting. We're going back to the 1983 period. And he resisted this for a long time until both political parties sent emissaries to tell him that if he wanted, they will give him the ticket to run for the presidency. He succumbed to the pressure.
On Thursday, 26th of April, 2002, we went to Daura, where he registered as a card-carrying member of the then APP, which is the second largest party after PDP at that time. I think it was 1,145,359. Yeah, that was his number in the APP.
I received a phone call, and they said I should help them look for a vice presidential candidate. That's Christians from the South. We couldn't make any headway, and we decided to lay down. Until January 15 at 12 noon, I received a phone call from the general. He said, I'd prayed my own way, and I want you to pray. I would like you to be my running mate. My first response was, thanks, but no thanks, sir, because I'm heading a group, and I've given them my word that I will neither join partisan politics or seek an elective office. But even within the group, they said, you have been positioning us for days. We are now saying you must take this. Long story short, by the time I called, Pastor Adeboye called everyone, contacted this, and the rest is history. I had to team up with him to become his running mate. And it was such an experience that I cannot forget.
Character, credibility, competence, integrity, those are the issues. And by the grace of God, 2011, we will have a new president.
All the three elections were rigged, massively rigged. Let me give you an example. 2007, after our lawyer made his submission to the Supreme Court, I went to his office and I asked for the results of just one of the states. He gave me results of Imo State. I went over carefully over the results, and then they just say, PDP, that's Umar Yar'Adua, 25,000, Buhari, 5,000. Round figures throughout, round figures. The winner of the election, Umar Yar'Adua, himself said the elections were faulty, if you recall. After you know you won in 2003, rigged. You know you won in 2007, rigged. You know you won in 2011, changed, rigged. What will you do?
This is the third and last one for me. Since after it, I will not present myself again for election into the office of the president.
So he didn't break down in tears. He just broke down in pity for the system, for the country, and he said, I'll never do it again, never do it again.
So when this thing happened in 2011, it was worse than what had happened in 2007. It was worse than what had happened in 2003. So it is this thing, it is not the bitterness that he lost that worried him. And then he said, well, it will appear now nothing is going to change this thing. It's like, well, it's a country of over 150 million. I have tried my best. I have made my own contribution. My contribution is not recognized. And surely it's better to keep off from this.
This is his eldest daughter, Magajia. She suffered all her life with sickle cell disease, and then a confluence of events. A few days with the announcement, she also died. So that shook him very much. But I would say that the death of his daughter shook him more than the loss of the election.
That is what they call sickle cell anemia. There are people who are SA, there are people who are SS. So I think when the developed countries found about this sickle cell disease, they tried to stop marriage between AS or SS so that they don't have this sickle cell anemia. My first wife, my late first wife, unfortunately, I think she is SA or AS, and I'm AS. So my two children, my first daughter and my first son, happened to be SSS, and they died of it. It was hard, but when I gave to my second wife, I asked who introduced her to me that she must be AA, so that if my child picked the S from me, he could only pick S from her, A from her. So AS is not normally susceptible to the anemia.
So in 2013-2014, you decided to team up with the other opposition parties. How did that come about?
The PDP. We are so confident that nobody could remove them. And I think they just ignored even being careful. So we persuaded the other parties. The CPC, Congress for Progressive Change, which I was leading, the ACN from Southwest mostly, ABGA from Southeast geopolitical zones. I said, until we came together, there was no way we could remove PDP. I persuaded them, they agreed. Aswaju, Tinubu, from the north, from CPC, this was myself, and then from the southeast, Abga, Rochas Okorocha. So we got people from various parties to come together.
Now you had a strong opposition party, but you almost got killed before the election.
I think Kwankwaso was very generous. He gave me an armored vehicle, a Land Rover. He said I should be using it because he believes that the competition I am about to, I am going on, I think there are people who really wouldn't like to compete with me. They would like to eliminate me. I say, okay. So I had to go to Kano, and I somehow I was using that Jeep. And a vehicle near the secretariat, federal secretariat in Kaduna, wanted to overtake us. My escort stopped them. But before we go on that overhead bridge, which was parallel to our filling station on the right as you are leaving Kaduna for Zaria, they're just below the thing. And when I looked, I saw the pieces of human beings. People who are being blasted by the bomb. The chap we were traveling with in the car on my left was thrown on my left because the bag, you know, the crash bag, which is the vehicles have, some of them, the one on my side was blown. The one on his side, I think, was not blown, so he was thrown on my left. And when I looked, I saw blood on my trousers and on my gown. But none of us, the two people in the vehicle and two of us behind, four of us, none of us were injured. But somehow I saw blood because of the number of people killed outside and by the blood of the bomb. And I came out. I was concerned with the dead people, but some people stopped our vehicle, pushed me inside and drove me home. And that was the end of it. That's how efficient the Nigerian security agents are up to today.
It is now my pleasure to hand over the certificate of return as prepared by the National Convention Planning Committee to the winner of the All Progressives Congress presidential primary, General Muhammadu Buhari, retired.
throughout the campaigns, and we went around in buses a lot, you know. We traveled from state to state, you know, and I recall in particular, we were at I think it was in Zamfara, where we saw these young people, and this always happened, of course, pressing themselves against the window of the bus that were traveling, you know, shouting, say Baba, you know, Baba or Yo-Yo and all of that. And he said, look at the faces of these young people. He says, the expectations are high, very, very high. He says, and they expect us to do magic the moment we get into office, you know. Look at all of that.
Here in Kaduna, we voted for General Muhammadu Buhari, not because he's a northerner or a Muslim, but because we believe he's going to bring change. He's going to stop the insecurity, the corruption, and the callousness and the impunity.
That Muhammadu Buhari of APC, having satisfied the requirements of the law and scored the highest number of votes, is hereby declared the winner and is returned elected.
I, Muhammad Buhari, do solemnly swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and that I will preserve...
Well, don't forget that I tried 3 times. 2003, I think 2007, and 2011. And I ended up in Supreme Court 3 times. The first time, I went to address the pressmen and some Nigerians that were very curious. I was expecting sympathy, but the group laughed at me. So I said, okay, God day. And God sent technology. With permanent voters card, PVC, it's very difficult, you know, to do what politicians used to do in Nigeria.
Well, some of us will claim credit to the fact that we are popular, but key is the character of our candidate. First, his character was essential to salvage the country. The country was in so much crisis, financially, security-wise, in every ramification.
This is the victory that is completely due to the support of the people. The normal elites, those who normally decide things, were all against this movement, and it came to victory. And I knew the country needed Buhari, and it has got it now. It is one of the best moments in my life. I didn't know I was going to be part of the government, but the fact that Buhari has won was just enough for me as a cause for happiness for this nation.
I remember that very, very day when the announcement was made. He from his office in lobby to upstairs, he came down to my office, and I look at him, you know, he was looking in the ceiling in very pensive mood. After some 1 or 2 minutes, I said, sir, I would not like to congratulate you. I would rather pity you. He said, thank you. Thank you. So we went out, back to his office.
He is a man of inflexible integrity. He is also a very simple man, a very religious man, and also dedicated to Nigeria. If he has political views, is that Nigeria together is the best for all the peoples.
He's a man of his words. He's a man of honor. He's a man of courage. He's a man of uprightness. He's a no-nonsense man. He has never, for once that I know him, done anything that will advance his selfish interests, either for himself as a person, for friends, for family.
He believes in the ultimate goodness of each and every Nigerian, including those of us who work with him. Yes, he will discuss challenges with you, but ultimately he always believes that you will do the right thing.
Muhammad Buhari, he listens a lot. He's not too much in a hurry to take decisions, and he is also very considerate. So Nigeria is a very complex place. You need to take measured decisions because every decision you take will impact on the lives of people. So, but he is a very, very thorough leader. There are so many adjectives you can use to describe Buhari, but truly, he is a leader whose time has come, and he has led this country very, very well.
Under no circumstances, the leader will probably be sending his people or be asking you to do this for him. Buhari has never sent anybody to me in the last 7 years to do anything for him or for the person.
I've had the privilege of serving 7 Nigerian presidents in my public career. The styles of leaderships are different, the circumstances are different, but as a boss, he gives you the resources to do your work. You can say anything about him or his policies, but nobody doubts his integrity and his commitment to ensure that public resources are very well managed, and that he cares about all parts of the country, including those that may not have voted for him, conspicuously not voted for him in several elections that he has undergone in this country.
His driver took me from his house to go to Governor El-Rufai's house. And when we got to El-Rufai's house in Kaduna, his driver said, "Daddy," he was referring to me, "I'd like you to pray with me." I said, "I beg your pardon." He said, "I call you Daddy." I said, "I do not pray the Muslim prayer. I can only pray for you as a Christian." He said, "I'm a Christian. I'm a member of Ekwa Church and I'm born again. I've been driving him for 10 years. This is the 3rd or so electoral process that I've driven him." I said, "You are a Christian?" He said, "Yes." I prayed with him. That was very shocking to me. Second thing that I received as a shocker, a serious shock, we did the first flag off in Kaduna. It was such a mammoth crowd. And if anyone we pushed that day, there would be a serious stampede. And then after the flag off, we got to his home, and he staggered. And he said, "Jesus Christ of Nazareth." I said, "Excuse me, sir?" Because I would have said, "Is that a swear word?" And he looked at me and said, "Pastor, you don't have monopoly of Jesus Christ." I said, "Okay." I calmed down, I left it. Then we were in Abuja. And early morning I was going to his hotel apartment, Presidential Suite at Transcorp Hilton, and I met his bodyguards at the door. And one of them said, "Good morning, sir." "Good morning, Daddy." I said, "Why do you call me Daddy?" He said, "You are our grandfather, actually, because our pastor is your son in the faith. We go to Lighthouse." And I said, what kind of a man is this? Never at once tried to hinder my faith or to try to say, to be irritated by me. And all around him, a cook and this and that were Christians.
So how do you cope with Abuja if Daura is noisy sometimes?
No, Abuja, I'm effectively protected by security and COVID-19. You see, security wouldn't allow people to be seeing me, they said, because of COVID. So I am thanking the security and COVID.
Where do you find the energy? You'll be 80 in December.
Yes.
You walked from the mosque today. You've walked almost an hour now. So where do you find this energy? I mean, I'm younger and I'm tired.
Yes. If you were a village man like me, I think you would have been stronger.
There's a crazy one that was going around at one time that you are not Buhari. Did you hear about that one?
Yes, people said I'm somebody from Sudan. They even mentioned the name. I didn't bother. Nigerians, when they don't understand things, they create their own mysterious way of explaining themselves.
Does it help that you have your sense of humor to find those things funny?
No, it's not funny because those who are advocating or who are making those statements, they just want to be cheeky. They want to distract attention from the main issue. Our main issue is do the infrastructure, make people aware that they need to work hard to live well. They just can't, enjoy life without earning the respect of their communities and so on.
After you leave the presidency,
yes,
what are you going to miss the most about the presidency?
I wonder if I'm going to miss much. I think I'm being harassed. I believe myself that I'm trying my best, but still my best is not good enough because there are people around that think that they can intimidate authorities to get what they want instead of going through established systems, and earn whatever they want to earn. There are still people who behave, who are clever by half, let me put it that way. When I left secondary school, I came back here. This is my base. Coup, counter-coup, civil war, coup, counter-coup, detention. I have gone through it all. I have tried hard enough. I think I have tried hard enough. The results are obvious, and I'm praying very hard that I will end up well.